We are going to be live in 1 second. We are live. Hey guys.
Hi everyone.
Hey guys.
Nice. Kevin, Michael, you always come back. That's awesome. Muffy Dragon Slayer. I love that name. Muffy Dragon Slayer. I don't know, that makes me laugh when I say that. Muffy Dragon Slayer. Dark Sea, we got Libra, duh.
I'm here.
So you guys ready to read some transcripts? You guys want to say hi to anybody? Or?
Hi chat and
everybody.
hi mods. Mods are killing it.
Yes, they are doing an amazing job, and I think that we've had some really great conversation in here going on, and I think we should just keep it going.
Nice. Yeah, mods. Thank you, mods. Sometimes I forget. I feel like I forget to thank the mods. What mods we got? Tennessee Vols gal, and what else? Who else do we got in here? Oh, are you the only mod so far? Wait a minute.
She might be, yeah.
Yeah, for right now. Okay. Oh, Aussie flag in the house.
Hi Aussie.
And you know what? I might just make Bella make you guys. Oh, you did comment. I'm just gonna make you guys mods, Bella and Libra. I know I don't expect you to. I know you'll be reading, but anyway, you'll be mods if you want to.
I don't know what. I'll give it a shot. I've never been a mod, but yes, I'd be honored.
I'll try it too. Not a problem. I can see chat actually on the right side of my screen, so
alrighty,
it's like right up in front of me.
Okay, all right. So let me get the transcripts up here real quick.
Hi Linda. Hope you're doing good this week.
Yeah, how is everybody doing? Good, you guys. Don't forget tomorrow, the Cato interview. So that'll be interesting with CDT. So it's gonna be members only as far as the chat, but everybody can watch it. But I just put the members only chat perk on there because I never really use it, and I feel like interviews for this is a perfect time to use something like that. Yeah, so welcome everybody. I think we're going to just start reading because we have a lot more to go through. I cannot wait to get to like Darlie and Darren and stuff. I'm just very anxious because I've never read it yet, guys. You probably already went ahead and read it. I don't even know what she says. I have no idea. I'm saving it.
I'm saving it.
Ahead.
Wow.
Yeah, we promised each other.
Nice.
Yeah, the only thing that I did was verify when we talked about the whole vacation thing. That's the only thing I went through and kind of scanned and verified.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, because she talks about it in like a small portion of her testimony.
Yeah,
so
let me
it's
just
not
clear that
Florida,
up.
it's Pennsylvania.
Yeah, because I messed up. I heard about the vacation and then I saw that video about her talking about going to Florida, so I got them confused. So yeah, it was Pennsylvania. Libra checked it out for me, and it wasn't like a couple days after. It was like a week or so after, or when was it exactly?
Yeah, it was like the 14th of June to the 27th or 28th, I think it was, that she was supposed to return. And she was going out there with all of the family to visit her grandparents.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, that's why. So it's still a possibility that if it was a robbery, that maybe they got the weeks off that they were going out of town, because it's still pretty close enough. I mean, I don't know if that theory's right, but that theory could still hold true because it's only like a little over a week early. So I mean, he could have got the weeks mixed up if that was the case. I mean, I'm still just thinking there's something to do with something got screwed up in the mix. Okay, so I'm just looking at the people I am real quick. So I'm Mulder, Glover, Mosty, and Douglas. All right, so everybody knows their parts, right? I think it'll be you two first, and then I'll be the coordinator. All right, yeah, guys, whenever.
Okay. Would you tell us your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Jody Roselle Cotner. Last name is Cotner.
And how are you employed?
I'm the trauma coordinator at Baylor University Medical Center in Dallas, Texas.
Okay, and how long have you been at Baylor Hospital?
I've been there 11.5 years.
Okay, and tell the jury your educational and professional training that you have for the position that you hold.
Okay. I have 2 bachelor degrees, one in an unrelated field, and I have a Bachelor of Science in Nursing from Baylor University School of Nursing. I'm certified as a provider or an instructor in pre-hospital trauma life support, basic life support, advanced cardiac life support, trauma nurse support course, and advanced trauma life support. I have received specialty training through the Texas Department of Health, Emergency Nurses Association, the America Trauma Society, and Dallas Department of Transportation. Also the U.S. Department of Transportation and the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration.
Okay, and you are the trauma coordinator.
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, tell the jury what your duties are as trauma coordinator.
As trauma coordinator, I have a lot of different duties or jobs. I'm a registered nurse and I do hold a Texas license. I'm part of what is called a trauma team, which is a team of physicians, nurses, and auxiliary personnel that are activated anytime a major trauma comes into the emergency department. That's part of what I do. I don't actually work in the emergency department, I'm just part of this team. I work with the trauma physicians, I work with the trauma patient, the injured patients, and the injured patient's family. I spend quite a lot of time making sure everybody understands what's going on. When people are from out of town, I hook them up with social service to be sure that they have a place to stay. And we hook them up with the chaplains. I have a lot of different things that I do. I make rounds every morning on all the trauma patients.
Are you a little nervous, Miss Cotner?
I'm very nervous.
Just calm down.
I'm sorry.
Just calm down.
Just listen to the question and try to be as calm as you can. If you don't understand any of our questions, we'll be glad to repeat them, okay?
Okay.
If you need anything, you can just ask Judge Toll. How long have you been a trauma coordinator?
5 years.
And what position do you have at Baylor? Did you have at Baylor before that?
Prior to that, I spent 5.5, 6 years as a nurse and a supervisor in the surgical intensive care unit there at Baylor Hospital. After that, I worked for about a year in the emergency department as a staff nurse and then got this position that I have now.
Okay. And the trauma unit, I guess you take the patients after they've been operated on or cared for out of the emergency room. Is that right?
I respond to the emergency department with the trauma team as the physicians.
Okay.
I act as a third nurse in the room and do actual patient care if necessary. Mostly I play gopher, go get blood or whatever needs to be done.
Okay. So your entire 11 years is you have either been in the emergency room or surgical end of the emergency room or in the trauma unit itself.
That's correct.
Okay. Let me ask you, if you came on duty on June 6th, 1996,
Yes, sir.
and about what time did you get to the hospital that day?
I usually arrive anywhere from 7:45 to 8:30.
Okay. Had you been notified earlier in the morning that there was a case coming in that night that needed your attention, that might need your attention?
During the night, the trauma beepers had gone off, and when I'm not in the hospital, I usually just call the emergency room to find out, what kind of patient it is, and was told that we had 2 patients coming in by ground that were stab wounds.
Okay. And when you got to the hospital, did you learn more information at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On the trauma unit, on the trauma unit itself, did you receive a new patient in regards to that call?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall what time that patient arrived on the floor?
I was not there when she arrived.
Okay. You got there after she was there already?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. First, let me show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 53C. Are these copies of the Baylor records concerning Darlie Routier?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you come in contact with Miss Routier soon after you arrived?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you come in contact with her in regards, with your duties as trauma coordinator?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where was she when you first saw her?
She was in bed 29 in 4 North ICU.
Okay. And tell the jurors, how was the ICU set up? How are these patients put in rooms?
Okay, at Baylor, we have multiple intensive care units, and there's specialized units like cardiac or thoracic surgery, whatever. And 4 North is a 16-bed unit that has general surgery, neurotrauma, neurosurgery, and general trauma.
Okay. And the patients there, do they have, how many nurses do you have to each patient?
We have 1 nurse to 2 patients.
Okay. Do they keep, well, how much supervision, how often do they attend to a patient when they are in that particular unit?
The patient, if you're in the intensive care unit, you have a nurse in your room at all time.
Okay. It's not like when someone is taken to the hospital, you call the nurse if you need something, or they come around once in a while.
No, sir. There's a nurse. The rooms have 4 beds per room. So there are 2 nurses assigned to each room. So there's always a nurse in the room.
About what time did you meet Miss Routier? Do you recall?
Sometime in the morning, in the early morning, after I got there, my routine is just to go through the unit, check the patients that were already there, the old trauma patients, and then see if there are any new patients that are there.
And let me ask you this. Do you see Mrs. Routier in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you point her out, please?
She's sitting over there.
The woman here in the green plaid dress?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect, the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, sir.
Did you introduce yourself to Mrs. Routier?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was her condition at the time that you first met her?
She was awake, alert, in the bed, just, laying there in the intensive care unit.
Did you have a conversation with her at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was she able to understand what you were saying?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Y'all didn't have any trouble communicating with one another?
No, sir.
Over your years there at Baylor, I guess you have seen a lot of patients that have come out of surgery recently. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Mrs. Routier, did she seem to be suffering from grogginess from the anesthesia or anything like that?
Not that I recall, no, sir.
Okay. Did she seem fully awake and alert?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as part of your duties, did you ask her questions?
Yes, I did.
Okay. In fact, did you inquire about why she was there?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. What did you ask her?
Well, first I looked at her chart and then I introduced myself to her. I told her who I was and what I did. And I kind of explained to her what I was there for, to be sure that, she sees the doctors or the doctors talk to them every day. And as part of my job, I did ask her, do you know what happened? Can you tell me what happened to you?
What did she tell you?
She told me that she and her sons had been stabbed, that she had chased a gentleman through the house into the garage, and that she picked up the knife in the garage.
Okay. Did she say where she was when she was stabbed?
Downstairs in the living room.
Okay. Did you meet with her periodically throughout the day?
Yes, sir, I did.
Was she allowed to have her family and friends in there with her in the room?
Oh, yes.
Did she have numerous friends and family with her throughout the day?
Yes, sir, she sure did.
And were you in and out of the room the entire day?
I was in and out of the room multiple times on multiple different occasions.
Okay. Did you have another occasion later on in the day to talk to her about what happened?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did she give you some more details about what happened?
Yes, sir, she did.
Okay, what was that?
She told me that Damon, the little one, she had woke up. He was shaking her and saying, "Mommy" or "Mama," and woke her up. And when she woke up, there was blood and that she had been hurt. And she got up to go to the kitchen or something. And he followed her and she told him to lie down.
Okay. Do you recall anything else she told you at that time?
I believe Darren was in the room at that time.
And when you say Darren, you're talking about Darren, her husband?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I believe that's the occasion when he said, "That's when I must have heard you scream or heard you screaming and it woke me up," or something along those lines.
Okay. And what did she say in response to that?
"No, you didn't."
Okay. Now, later on, did you try to coordinate some type of APE exam?
Yes,
I'm going to
sir.
do it like that. Sorry.
Yes, sir, I did.
Why was there an APE exam being conducted or going to be conducted?
I don't know why it was brought up. I don't know I don't know who decided to do that. One of the residents asked me how we were going to set up an APE exam for someone in the intensive care unit. And I called the emergency department and found out who the OBGYN that was on call for the day was and set that up through Dr. Santos and Dr. Grogal.
Okay. Now, did you want to explain that procedure to Mrs. Routier?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay. And what did you say to her?
I asked if she understood what we were going to do. Did she understand what an APE exam was? I explained to her that we didn't do a full APE kit at Baylor Hospital because those are done at Parkland. But did she understand that it would be what it would be like, just like a normal GNY exam? She was okay with that. I had asked her, did she think she had been aped?
And what was her response when you asked her that?
She told me something like, "Well, when I woke up, I felt pressure down there."
Okay. Now, you weren't present when any APE exam was done, were you?
No, sir, I was not.
Okay. At some point during the day, was the defendant's baby brought into her?
Yes, Drake.
And how old was he?
I don't know, like 8 months old or so, 7 or 8 months old.
Okay. And were you present when he was brought into the room?
Yes, sir, I was.
And what happened when he was brought into the room?
Their neighbors, and I don't know their name, brought Drake into the intensive care unit. And they had kind of been waiting for a while because everybody had been there talking about him coming. They gave him to Darren, and Darren was holding him. And she didn't want Drake. She had the big dressings on her arm and her neck.
You're talking about the defendant?
I am sorry. Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Okay.
And she didn't want, she had IVs and stuff, and she didn't want Drake to, grab or pull it or be able to touch those dressings. And so when Darren tried to hand her to him, she didn't really want to hold him herself.
Okay.
And so I took him across. I was standing on one side of the bed and Darren was on the other. And so I took him and papoosed him. And you do that to little kids and make him like a football kind of under my arm and leaned over the bed so that, they could touch cheeks or, she could kiss his cheek or something because he was, like this, wanting his mom.
Right.
And she kind of turned her head.
Turned her head from him?
away from him.
What did you do then?
I picked him up, I kissed him, and gave him back to Darren.
Okay. And what was done with the baby then?
Well, he was given, I believe, back to, I don't know if he handed him to the lady or the gentleman, and then they took him out into the waiting room.
Okay. You've spent a whole lot of time in the emergency room and the trauma unit. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You have seen a lot of different types of cases that come in there.
Yes.
Have you seen a lot of victims that have been involved or been assaulted with knives or sharp weapons?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term defensive wounds?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Tell the jury what defensive wounds are.
In relation to like a stab wound?
Yes, I'm talking about stabbing.
Okay. Generally, if you're trying to defend yourself against someone who's, trying to stab you, you will raise your arms or you will try to grab the knife away from them. And you see a lot of cuts across the palm of the hand, or all of the fingers or the thumb will be cut. You see a lot of puncture type wounds in the back of the arm or to the hand, because you usually defend yourself like this.
You see a lot of them, or just a few, or how does that work?
Well, it depends on the circumstances and it depends on the patient. And usually if someone is really, put up a big fight, then there's a lot of wounds.
Okay, these are things you have seen just in the emergency room itself, basically.
In the emergency room and elsewhere.
Okay, now I guess, how long were you there that day?
On the 6th?
Yeah.
I was probably there a good 8 or 10 hours.
In and out of the defendant's room all day long.
Off and on, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to see her and see the wounds she had received where they were dressed and so forth?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that me? Hold on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It is me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hagler. Okay. While he's going through the exhibits, Your Honor, we'll object on the fact that this witness has not been qualified as a forensic expert. We don't quarrel with her qualifications as a trauma nurse, but under Rule 702 and 705, she is not qualified to give an expert opinion as to the type of nature of the wounds and whether or not they are defensive type wounds.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Let me show you some photographs. States Exhibit 52G and 52H and 52F. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Is that how the defendant appeared in the trauma unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do those appear to have been taken the day you were dealing with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me show you now what's been marked and entered into evidence as States Exhibit 52B. Is that also a photograph of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you see a large bruise there on her right arm?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you seen bruises like that before in your 11 years as a nurse?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What type of bruising is that?
It's a big bruise. Why isn't she naming what type of bruise? It's a big bruise. That's almost a full arm bruise on the underneath side of her arm. It looks like some type of blunt trauma.
And is blunt trauma when something very hard strikes the skin?
Blunt trauma is like car wrecks or aggravated assault with a bat or something like that.
Okay. And would you say that is a little blunt trauma or a lot of blunt trauma?
It's a pretty good blunt trauma.
Okay. And as you said, it covers most of the arm, doesn't it?
Most of the underside of the arm, yes, sir.
Okay. And by looking at the bruise from your experience as a nurse, Can you tell if they're older bruises, newer bruises, things like that?
Bruises have different colorations.
Okay. Looking at that bruise in the particular photograph, does that look like it's been there a few days or a more recent bruise or what?
Can I look at it again?
Let me show you another photograph also.
Okay.
I mean, now looking at a bruise, you can't tell the exact age of it, can you?
No.
Okay, but they have different shades of color.
Well, older bruises have green and yellow. They start changing colors. Newer bruises are purple and red.
And what color is that bruise?
Purple and red.
Okay, you observed Mrs. Routier all day during the 6th, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you see any type of that injury on the right arm during that day?
No, sir. And I changed the dressing on her arm.
You personally changed the dressing?
I changed the dressing on that arm.
Okay. If she had received some blunt trauma at, say, 2:30 in the morning on the 6th of June, do you think you would have seen evidence of that injury that would have been caused that type of bruising?
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that something you check for there in the trauma unit?
This bruise is large enough that it would have been charted over and over and over. This is a massive bruise.
Okay. That's something the nurses would chart in their charts.
Yes, sir, it is.
Would a bruise like that cause a lot of pain?
A bruise like that would be very sore and very painful to the patient.
Okay. You didn't see any evidence of the injury that caused that bruise at all?
I did not see this bruise. No, sir.
Okay. You say that bruise is reddish and
Purple and red.
purple and red, and that indicates what to you?
That it's a fairly recent bruise.
Okay. And when you say fairly recent, what do you mean?
24 hours, maybe 48, but no older than that.
Okay. Now, as a part of your duties as trauma coordinator, do you deal with families that may have to deal with families breaking the news of their relatives' deaths?
Yes. Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. Do you do that just a few times or often?
I do that on a very regular basis. I see the families of my intensive care unit patients every day if I can catch them, either in the unit or in the waiting room.
Okay. And does that take some special finesse, I guess, maybe when you're dealing with people in that situation?
Hey guys,
Yes.
let me pause you real quick. I forgot to put up the title on the thing for people
Okay.
coming in. Just give me 1 second. Let me put that up.
No problem.
Okay.
And it's not like I could do it when you're doing it because I'm sharing my screen, so it would leave the screen, so that's why I have to interrupt. So sorry.
It's
Okay,
all right.
hold on. Hold on 1
We're
second,
patient.
guys. How's everybody in the chat doing? By the way, everybody doing good? Everybody's I feel like everybody's matured so much since think about the first time we started talking about this case. There was so much drama in the chat, and now we have I feel like some of the same people, like we're all just getting along. I love it. It's like everybody just really is being adults and just, it's I don't know, it's really cool. Okay, so hold on 1 second. So she's the trauma coordinator. Is that what I should put as her title?
Yeah.
Jody?
Yes.
Trauma coordinator. Okay. All right, hold on a second.
She had so many things she rattled off. She does a lot.
Yeah. She's a jack of all trades, it seems like.
She's the head nurse in charge.
Right?
So wait, was it head nurse too? Really?
I don't know. I don't
okay.
know. Don't think. She
No,
just does it all.
She's
Okay.
like, I'm a trauma coordinator and a gopher, and I run to get what they need, and I do it all. I'm Superwoman.
Oh, jeez. All right. Early trial. Okay, so save and There you go.
And while we're doing this, everybody go ahead and put a thumbs up if you haven't already, so that everyone knows we're live.
Yes,
Oh, does that
please
help?
do.
Wait, what does that do? I don't even
Absolutely.
know. Oh,
It
okay.
boosts your algorithm so people will know, and it
Oh,
like
yeah.
puts it
So
out
it'll
there.
increases the chances of like it becoming recommended, right? Is that
Yep.
Mhm.
cool?
Yep.
Thanks. Yeah.
People seeing you.
Thanks
Mhm.
for recommending that.
I don't know much about YouTube, but I know that much about lives.
Oh, well, thanks. That's a good idea. Yeah, guys, go give it a like, give it a thumbs up. I know it's like they probably have to back. Oh no, if you're watching it, I'm trying to think if you're watching it on your phone, you don't think you even have to back out anything. You just go hit the thumbs up. Yeah.
If you're in live chat, you have to go back to the other screen to hit the thumbs up, but then you just hit the
Okay.
live chat button again.
You're right. That's right.
Yeah.
You don't even have to leave us.
No.
Oh my god. Okay. Excuse me. All right. Bruise identifier. Yeah, that kind of surprised me though that she just kind of turned her head away from Drake, huh? That's what makes you wonder. Maybe
Yeah.
she was experiencing trauma though. Everybody experiences it different. Maybe she was so depressed. I mean, her other two children died. Maybe she had this like anger and I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, let's say she is innocent and that really happened. Is that a scenario that's possible? Yeah, it is. I mean, people experience it differently. She could just be like upset that like, well, he's the only one left. I mean, I know in the long run she should be thankful, but like, who knows what you're going to feel in that moment because your two oldest just have been murdered. So she might just have this like, I don't know, just this, I don't know what the right word is for that, but I could kind of see.
Absolutely.
I mean, yeah.
Well,
They
we
say
should
the hardest.
go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just about to say, they say the hardest things that you can do is, have to bury a spouse, children, or parents. People react in so many different ways when those things happen.
So true. And everyone, we need to like wait till the defense does their side, because the defense can come out and be like, oh, that wasn't written in your notes. That didn't happen. So we don't know if it's true or just this nurse's opinion.
Yeah, because we know the defense is going to make sure they make sure what was in those notes. So we'll see what's in these. What's in it? Is this a girl Jody or a guy Jody? This time it's a girl, right?
A woman,
this is
yeah.
a girl.
We'll definitely know if she took notes and what was in there. So, oh shoot! All right, guys. Whenever you're ready, we can.
Okay. We're at number 1. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you were in the emergency room, did you have these same dealings with people?
Yes.
People that have lost relatives, people that have lost loved ones.
Yes.
Have you dealt with mothers that have lost their children?
Yes, sir, I have.
Have you had to tell mothers that their children have died?
Yes, sir, I have.
Children that are there in your unit and they come to the unit, have you had those situations?
And they have died in the intensive care unit?
Yeah, mothers that come to the intensive care unit to see their children and they die while they're in your care.
Yes, sir.
And also, have you treated or have you had mothers there being treated in the unit and their children may have died in an accident with them or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Have you done that on a few or many occasions? Or
Many occasions.
I'm sorry. I meant to
No,
say,
you're
have you
good.
done that on a few or many times? Okay.
Many
Okay.
occasions.
Okay. What is the reaction usually of a mother that has lost a child?
People who lose their children have a wide range of emotions, but mothers are inconsolable, basically.
Okay.
You see everything from absolutely being hysterical, falling in the floor, screaming, crying, and you do have some people that are very stoic, but their knuckles are white, and you can tell that they're really hanging on to everything just to be able to survive the minute.
Okay. They react somewhat differently. Is that right?
Everybody is an individual. Yes, sir.
Okay. But are they all inconsolable?
Mothers are. It doesn't matter if her kid is 3 or 53. You're still their mother, and they are inconsolable.
Okay. Did you have the chance in dealing with the defendant on that day to check her emotions and see how she was dealing with her loss of her sons?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you describe her emotional reaction?
Darlie was kind of withdrawn. She didn't cry very often, detached. She just wasn't very emotional, just not overtly emotional.
Not the emotions that you usually see with a mother.
Not typically, no.
Not the inconsolable emotions you see.
That's correct.
Now, were some of her other relatives there?
Yes, sir, they were.
Her mother,
Yes.
whose name is Darlie Key, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Her sister,
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
what were their reactions?
Oh, they were, bless their hearts, they were hysterical. I probably held her little sister. I've forgotten her name. Her mom, her mother-in-law, one of the ladies that was a neighbor. They cried and they cried and they cried.
Is that the reaction you normally see?
That's a typical reaction, yes, sir.
Have you ever seen the reaction that you were seeing in the defendant in any of your previous experiences?
Not in my experience, no, sir.
Okay, that's all the questions I have, Judge.
Mr. Mulder?
Yes, sir. Oh, Mrs. Cotner. Of course, that doesn't mean that Darlie was not grieving, does it?
No, sir.
Okay. And the grieving process is an individual process, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is. There are stages of grief.
Sure. And one of those is anger, is it not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I take it, had never met Darlie Routier prior to June 6th of 1996?
No, sir.
And would it not be fair to say that those who were closest to her would be in a better position than you to evaluate her grief and grieving?
They know her better.
Sure. And that makes sense, doesn't it?
That they know her better? Yes, sir.
Sure. Okay. Now, you had given us your opinion with respect to defensive wounds, for example.
Yes, sir.
And of course, you aren't saying that this is not a defensive wound, are you?
That's not typically where we see a defensive wound.
Well, it depends. And I would guess, and again, I don't propose to have the expertise that you do, but I suspect that it would depend on the position that the person defending themselves was in at the time they were attacked. Would it not?
Yes, sir.
And whether you saw one or whether you saw 101 would be more up to the attacker than it would be up to the person who was being attacked, would it not?
It would depend on how much of a struggle there was. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, and that's generally dictated by the person, the assailant, the person doing the attacking, is it not? The aggressor.
I assume so.
Well, I mean, you don't have to assume. I mean, anybody that is a nurse knows that, don't they?
Well,
In fact, anybody that can come in out of the rain knows that, don't they?
Well, Judge, I'm going to object to that.
overruled. Let's phrase your questions properly.
That's improper.
Thank you. Go ahead.
You know that is true, don't you?
That it depends on the attacker?
Sure, not the person being attacked.
Well, it could. Yes, sir.
Okay, now, did you make any notes, Mrs. Connor? Mrs. Connor?
No, sir, I did not.
Is there a reason for that?
I do not do direct patient care in the intensive care unit.
But yet you changed the dressing on her injuries.
Part of my job is to assist the trauma physicians in what they're doing. And at the time, I was assisting one of the physicians, looking at the wound, checking it, and I redressed it at his request.
Okay. And I would think, again, you're the expert in this, but I would think that part of the nurse's responsibility would be to chart for the doctors anything unusual that you see.
The nurses are responsible for charting their stuff. The doctors are responsible for charting their stuff.
Okay. When you see something ordinary, no point in charting that. Is that right?
And your definition of ordinary?
Well, I mean, you chart the unusual, don't you?
Well,
Well, don't you want to alert the doctor to the unusual or anything that you think is unusual?
yes, sir.
I mean, that's the whole purpose of charting. So the doctor can look and see if the patient's, I mean, there's anything unusual about this particular patient, isn't it?
Charting is so you know what happened to the patient while they were in the hospital.
Okay. Well, did you review her chart?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. That's not within the purview of your duties?
It is. I have my own. I keep a trauma registry, a database on all the trauma patients, and I acquire my own information. And I only get that information out of the chart that I need for that purpose.
Okay. You're, as I take it, really more than treatment. You're kind of, I guess, for lack of a better word, kind of a PR person for the trauma patients?
I coordinate their care. I make sure the patient sees the doctor or the family sees the doctor, or coordinate between all of the different specialties to be sure that the patient and their family have the information that they need.
Okay. Would it be Baylor gets sued? Don't you? Hospitals get sued.
The hospital, yes, sir.
I don't single Baylor out, but I guess all hospitals get sued, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Isn't that your experience?
Yes, sir.
And they get sued. I guess they get sued for negligence on part of the nurses and negligence on the part of the doctors. Isn't that generally what you're sued for?
The hospital, there are a lot of reasons people sue hospitals.
Well, one of them, all right, one of them is that they allege, and I'm not saying it's true, I'm just talking generalities, that they allege negligence on the part of the caregivers at the hospital. Do they not?
Some do, yes, sir.
Okay, that's the most frequent, is it not?
I do not know that answer.
Well, that is frequent, though, is it not?
Well,
Maybe not the most frequent, but it's frequent that you're sued for negligence on the part of the care provider, is it not?
I've never been sued.
Well, I'm not talking about you in particular.
Well, you said you. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, you're talking about you as a representative of Baylor. We've been talking about the hospital. I'm not saying that somebody sued you or somebody's going to sue you, but has it been your experience how long you have been a nurse? Or how long have you been? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
11 and a half years.
Well, haven't you seen a lot of lawsuits that have come through in the various hospitals?
There are lawsuits, yes, sir.
And one of the primary reasons is negligence on the part of the care providers, is it not?
I don't know.
Is that one of the reasons? Have you ever heard that?
Yes, sir. I'm sure that's one of the reasons.
Okay. Well, don't y'all carry malpractice insurance?
The hospital carries malpractice insurance. Yes, sir.
They carry it on you, don't they?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay. And in some places, the nurses have to have their own policies, don't they?
Some nurses do choose to carry their own malpractice insurance.
Okay. Because they don't want to be sued. Or if they are sued, they want the insurance company to come in and defend on them.
Judge, I'm going to object to relevance.
Overruled. Go ahead.
Isn't that right?
I'm not sure I understand the last question.
Okay. Well, I assume the reason they take malpractice insurance is because if they get accused of being negligent with respect to the care that they're providing, they want the insurance company to come in and defend them and pay the damages if there are damages. Is that not fair to say?
You carry malpractice insurance to protect yourself.
Okay. Would it be, in your judgment, malpractice or negligence for nurses not to see and chart evidence of trauma and bruises?
Negligence.
Well, would that be negligent?
We chart those injuries that we wrote.
Okay. Well, I mean, people get sued for negligence because they didn't do something when they were supposed to. They owed somebody a duty because they were charging them money to take care of them, and they didn't handle that obligation. That's why they're sued for negligence, because they didn't discharge the duty that they owed the patient. For example, in the case of a nurse or a doctor, right?
I guess so.
Okay. And in your professional opinion, would it be negligence for a nurse not to note bruising such as that on the chart?
It would probably be noted. Yes, sir.
That's not my question. I'm saying if it was not noted, would that be negligence on the part of the nurse who failed to note it?
Judge, I'm going to object. He's going into legal conclusions.
Sustain that objection.
Judge.
She can state what she knows, but no legal conclusions. Let's ask the next question.
Well, my next question was based on her answer to this question.
Well, ask it.
May we address the court on this issue?
You may certainly address the court on this issue.
Libra, are you there? She
Did we
disappeared?
lose her?
Oh,
No,
there she is.
it was my mic. I don't know why it double clicked. Are we going to address it in front of the jury or outside?
Either way you want to do it,
Come on up here.
you're in charge.
Come on up. Whatever you want to say. All right. Let's take a 10-minute break, please. Thank you. All right. Let's go on the record, please. Please be seated in the courtroom. All right. Let the record reflect these proceedings are being held outside the presence of the jury, and all parties of the trial are present. What was your question, Mr. Mulder?
Judge, let's get the witness back here, Miss Cotner.
Mr. Mulder?
Can we get her back here?
Sure. All right. If you will have a seat, please, ma'am. Yes, sir. All right. What was your question?
Well, I asked her if it would be negligence on the part of the nurse or nurses who were attending to Miss Routier if they failed to chart a bruise that existed. And I held up an exhibit to show her what I was talking about.
Okay. And the state had an objection?
And she said her answer was they charted all of the whatever. That wasn't my question.
Well, Judge.
All right. The court, and your objection was that that calls for a legal conclusion?
Right, Judge.
All right. The court holds that it does call for a legal conclusion. I will not let that question be asked. I sustain the objection. If she wants to answer that, they chart everything, that's fine. But I'm not going to have her make a decision on negligence.
We submit that that's...
You may have a running objection on this if you wish.
Well, I would like to point out that our basis for offering this is under Rule 701 through 705 under the Rules of Criminal Evidence regarding testimony of expert witnesses. She's shown to be qualified in the area of nursing. The state asked her a number of questions about her expertise as a nurse. And so this is an area within her area of expertise as a nurse of what is the proper standard of care of a nurse. And the question is, does it meet the proper standard of care for a reasonably prudent nurse? She is qualified to answer that.
But you want her to say whether it's negligence or not. It's the same ruling. And you may have a running objection.
Well, Judge, no one, I mean, this isn't done as a prelim to some lawsuit or anything. I simply want to know if that's evidence of bad nursing, if a bruise is there and it's not charted. The question is simply, would it fall below the standard care of a nurse? Is it bad nursing?
Well, I would ask, if you ask that question that way, I'll let you do it, but not as regards to negligence. You know the exact words you can use.
How do you want me to ask that, Judge?
Does it fall below the standard of care for proper nursing?
Well, that's not even what we're concerned about.
Well, that's what you said it is.
Bad nursing. Well, I just want to know simply, and I guess I can rephrase it, but I want to know if that's evidence of bad nursing, if you fail to chart something like that. Like I said, this isn't done as a prelim to any lawsuit.
Well, negligence is a legal conclusion. The ruling remains the same as regards to negligence. I'll sustain the objection. If you want to rephrase that question.
Maybe I can ask her if it is unprofessional. Would that be all right?
You may want to rephrase your question. All right? Thank you. Let's finish up our 5-minute break. Are both sides ready to bring the jury back in and resume?
Who's Greg Davis?
I am. He's the
Okay.
prosecutor. Yes, sir. The state is ready.
Yes, sir. The defense is ready.
Bring the jury back in, please. All right. Let the record reflect that all parties in the trial are present and the jury is seated. Mr. Mulder, you may continue.
Mrs. Kotner, if one of your folks at Baylor Hospital, or I guess any nurse at any other hospital for that matter, had failed to note bruises, would that be less than is expected of a nurse, a registered nurse?
You're speaking of the large bruises.
I'm saying that you told us earlier that if someone had sustained trauma to that extent, that you would expect there to be some evidence of that within that period of time.
The bruise on that picture?
Yes.
That would show up very quickly within the first couple of hours. You should see the beginnings of the bruise.
What exactly would you see?
When you have a large bruise or a bruise that is covering a large area or even just a small bruise, you will begin to see skin discoloration almost immediately. Sometimes you will just see a very red area, depending on if there's a lot of bleeding into the soft tissue from the bruise or if it's going to cause a bruise. You'll see it develop very quickly.
Were her arms bloody? Darlie's arms bloody when you first saw her?
She had an IV in one arm and a large dressing on the other arm.
I don't mean to split hairs with you, but I asked you if her arms were bloody.
I did not see in the beginning her arm itself. It was covered with a bandage. She did have some blood on her hands, around the cuticles, on her fingers.
Just around the cuticles?
And on her palms. She had an IV in her left arm, her left hand, excuse me.
Did she have any kind of monitor on her left wrist?
At one point, she had a left radial art line.
When was that?
That would have been while she was in surgery. It was in the chart. I read it. I don't know if she had it when I first saw her, or if I just noted that it had been one of the procedures done to her.
Okay, but you're saying she didn't have blood on her arms, is that right?
No, sir. I'm saying I don't know if she had blood, a lot of blood on her arms, because she had a large bandage on one arm and she had an IV and had been prepped on the other arm.
Okay. You have looked at these pictures, haven't you? State's Exhibit number 52H?
Yes, sir.
In State's Exhibit 52F?
Yes, sir.
Does she have blood on her arm in that picture?
Yes, sir, she does.
Okay. I would think if, again, if I were a nurse and looking at a person with a slit throat and some stab wounds, I don't know whether I would be looking for bruises or not.
Yes, sir, you would.
But if I were, I think I would have the presence of mind to clean the blood off of somebody so that I could make a sure enough examination and I would know one way or the other then.
One of the most important things is evidence collection, and we're very careful not to destroy any evidence.
Well, how do you know, for example, on State's Exhibit number 52, if there isn't some bruising beginning right there on her elbow?
That appears to be dried blood, sir.
Well, I know it does, but there could be some bruising under the blood, couldn't there?
Not.
Couldn't it be? No chance?
That does not look like that to me, sir.
All right. How about 52H? Does that? You said that a bruise, when it first begins to form, will show maybe a reddish color?
Yes, sir.
Does that appear to be on the same hand, that same arm?
That is her right arm. She has an IV and an art line in her left arm. Are you talking about here?
Yes, up there. Can't you see that reddish color there?
It looks like somebody drew blood from here.
No, inside that, on her arm.
No.
That is how it looked later on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of course you know, I suspect. When she was discharged from Baylor, don't you?
I did not see her after she left the intensive care unit.
Do you know when she was discharged from Baylor?
I believe she was discharged the next day, within the next 24 to 48 hours.
After you saw her within the next 24 hours?
24 to 48 hours. I'm not sure which day she was discharged.
Okay. Unlikely that she received that sort of trauma there at Baylor, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have experience in dealing with people who have received bruises?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us, in your judgment, and this appears to be a photograph, does it not, of someone's right arm?
The underside of the right arm.
Okay. Approximately how old are those bruises?
This bruise appears to me to be 24 hours old.
24 hours old?
Somewhere around 24 hours, maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
Not about 20?
Maybe a little more, maybe a little less.
Well, it could be as little as 12 hours old.
Yes, sir.
It could be as little as 8 hours old.
Maybe.
Could it be as old as 36 hours or 48 hours old?
Possibly.
Okay. So you're saying that it's somewhere between 8 hours and could be as many as 52 hours.
No, sir.
Oh, it can't be 52 hours, but it could be 48 hours.
Well, this bruise is turning red, still turning red around the edges here. There isn't a green discoloration or yellow discoloration. So this bruise is not more than a couple of days old.
All right. Well, you said it could be as little as 8 hours old or as much as 48 hours old.
Somewhere around those numbers, yes. You can't date it exactly.
How about the bruise on her left arm? States exhibit number 52. Is that an M on there? It looks like a JM, doesn't it? 52 something?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay. How about the bruises shown in?
On this arm?
Yes.
On her left arm?
Mm-hmm.
This bruise on her left arm appears to be as a result of her left radial art line. It's purple in the middle and it's turning yellow and green on the outside.
Oh, so you're saying that that's a result of what Baylor did to her?
Well,
Didn't you say that?
this could be the result of her arterial line.
Well, I'm not fussing with you.
No, I know. I'm just telling you.
I'm just asking how long.
It could be. I can't say that this is something that someone at Baylor did to her.
Okay.
And I can say this is possibly from her art line.
Okay. Are you saying that in your expert opinion, do you think that was occasioned by some sort of treatment there at Baylor?
Well,
Either by the IV or by the...
the insertion of the art line?
Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm saying this could be the result of the arterial line. Yes, sir.
All right. It could be. All right. That is one thing that could have caused it, right?
Yes, sir.
The arterial line that was hooked up to her while she was in surgery.
Yes, sir. It monitors her blood pressure.
Okay. Do you know whether or not that was hooked up by wheel gauze after she got out of surgery?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Would that show on the chart?
It should be charted on arrival to the intensive care unit where her IVs were and whether or not she had an art line in and what the position was. We also chart when the dressing is changed.
Can you tell us how old these bruises are?
Well, they're several days old.
Okay. So if these were taken on the 10th and she was discharged the 7th or 8th, these could be as many as 72 hours old?
Well, yes, sir.
Okay. And is there some reason that these were caused there by the arterial line or by the IV that they aren't charted?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, maybe I can state it a little more artfully, but I thought you said if you saw a bruise like this, you would chart it.
I would, yes, sir.
Okay. It should be charted. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And there may be nurses that disagree with you.
Well,
Your final word.
I'm the final word for me.
Okay. You said I would chart it.
Yes, sir, I would. If I pulled her art line and she developed a bruise like that, it would be charted.
All right. Would you expect it to be charted or not?
Yes, sir. I would expect it to appear in the charting that there was bruising.
But we don't have any assurance of that, do we? That all of the other nurses are as conscientious as you are or as observant as you.
Well, it's practice in the intensive care units to note just about everything. And ICU nurses are pretty notorious for that.
Okay. Let me just ask it this way. Are you telling me that if you're saying there's a possibility that this is a result of the IV or the art line
Or the arterial line.
or the arterial line?
That's where her right radial art line, her left radial art line was, excuse me.
Matter of fact, you can still see the hole there in her wrist.
Yes, sir, you sure can.
But you're telling me that if this was done at Baylor, you would expect it to be charted.
Yes, sir, I would. If that appeared while she was in the hospital, it would have been charted.
Okay. Could it have happened in the hospital and then appear later?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Would this bruising show fairly soon?
Yes, sir, it would.
Within how many hours?
Pretty close to immediately if it's from an arterial from an arterial bleed. If the art line leaked or if there was some bleeding there, you would note that there was blood under the skin.
But you said this could be as many as hours old as 72.
Well, it could be several days old.
Okay. It's a pretty iffy process, I guess. Just determining when a particular bruise was occasioned there. It's an iffy situation. If we said 8 to 48 hours in one case and we say up to 3 days in another?
Yes, sir.
Anywhere from immediately to 3 days?
The bruise. I'm sorry.
The bruise.
The bruise?
On the left arm.
On the left arm?
Yes.
You would have, if that is from her arterial line, you would have started seeing a pretty close to when they pulled the art line in the intensive care unit.
Okay. And of course, you didn't see any evidence of that?
No, sir.
Did you look for that?
No, sir.
Okay. Does that mean that it may have been there and you may not have seen it?
That's correct.
Okay. Just like the blood on the arm. You may have not have seen that.
I did see the blood on the arm after I removed the dressing. Yes.
Okay. Have you written any kind of statement or report about what you have testified here?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you come down Monday with the rest of the hospital personnel from Baylor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't guess y'all discussed your testimony or anything, did you?
No, sir.
Have you met with the other nurses?
I see them every day at work.
Well, no. You see them every day here too, don't you?
Yes.
Well, when did you first see these photographs, Miss Kotner?
The photographs of the bruises.
The photographs I've been showing you, yes.
Tuesday night.
Okay. Is that when you were first asked anything about bruises?
Yes, sir.
It was, you're talking about just 2 days ago?
Yes, sir.
You have been questioned and told what you were expected to testify to down here, had you not?
I had been talked to, yes.
I mean, you knew what they were going to talk to you about down here, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, they asked you questions before, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
And went over your testimony with you, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you're saying that at no time prior to Tuesday, did they ever discuss any bruises with you? Is that right?
Not specifically, no, sir.
Okay. Who was present when you had your discussions with the district attorney's office?
Mr. Shook and Mr. Basillo.
Okay. And how many times did you talk with them?
3.
3 times?
I believe so. Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that all in Dallas?
No, sir.
You talked to them down here? I know on Tuesday. Other than Tuesday?
Down here?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I said other than Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
You have talked to them other than Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Monday?
No, sir.
Yesterday? Today?
Today.
Well, you got down here Monday night, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you talked to them today about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk about the bruises today again?
No, sir.
Just talked about the bruises Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's when you saw either those photographs or photographs like them.
Yes, sir.
Who was it that showed you the photographs?
Mr. Shook.
Okay. And was anyone present with Mr. Shook at the time?
Yes.
Who?
Mr. Basillo. Basillo was in the room.
Any of the other nurses?
I think so.
Well,
We have met with them, in and out. I mean, you pass as you're going in and out and stuff.
well, I understand that, but part of your training is observation, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And you would know if there's If there were other nurses in there with you, I assume, when you're going through the pictures, wouldn't you?
Well, it's hard to remember every little thing and who is where you are every single time something happens. I believe some of the other nurses, I believe so.
Well, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but as a matter of fact, you were there with the other nurses and you were going through the pictures, weren't you?
Mr. Shook was there and his investigator. One of his
Oh, yeah, that's still
four.
me.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
still me. Sorry. Mr. Shook was there and his investigator. One of his 4 or 5 investigators were there.
Yes, sir.
Was Dr. Santos there?
I don't think so.
You know Dr. Santos, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. I believe that's all. Thank you.
Miss Cotner, is there a difference between a bruise caused by blunt trauma and this arterial line?
Usually when you have a bruise from something like an arterial line or some type of puncture wound, you also have an accompanying hematoma or swelling, where the blood gathers under the skin. So there's a little difference that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. You talked about when you took the dressing off. You did see blood on the defendant's arm. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that dried blood?
Yes, sir.
Judge, we'll
Judge.
object to deleting.
Sustained. Let's rephrase our questions the right way, please.
What type of blood was that?
On her right arm,
Yes.
it was dried blood.
And you said, was some evidence collected during the day while you were there?
Yes, sir.
Who collected that evidence?
There was a Rowlett police officer that came, and I guess I need to explain that we had decided to clean her up, and we weren't sure that all of the evidence had been collected, because in any types of an incident where there is some type of assault, you want to be sure that you don't destroy any evidence. And we had started, not me, but someone had started to clean her up and then hollered at me and asked me, "Do you know if everything has been done yet?" And had saved the wash rag where she had started washing her hands. And so I called the Rowlett Police Department just to be sure that we could go ahead and clean her up. And they asked us to wait. And since they were going to come out and do some fingernail scrapings and collect, fingerprints, they wanted to fingerprint Darlie and Darren. And so I went back and told the nurse not to bathe her, that they were going to come. And I told Darlie and Darren that they were going to come back and that what they wanted to do. And were they okay with that? And did they understand what was going on? And did they have any questions?
Okay. Was that evidence collected
Yes, sir.
that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's why you stopped the cleaning of the arm and the hands?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then later in the day, the medical examiner came and asked Darlie if she could take some pictures and look at her wounds. And that's when we took off the dressing on her neck and they took some pictures and stuff.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Is it hold on? Who was it, Nurse Cotner? Who bathed her or cleaned her up?
I do not know who gave her the bath.
Would that be on the chart?
Yes, sir, it should be.
Okay. And were you there when they gathered evidence, as you said?
I was in the room when they were fingerprinting them.
Okay.
And when the medical examiner was there.
Did the medical examiner take pictures?
There was a lady with her that did.
And what sort of pictures were those? Were they Polaroids? Do you know a Polaroid camera when you see one?
Yes, sir, I do.
Were they Polaroid pictures?
I don't remember. I don't remember if they were Polaroids or if it was a regular camera.
Do you remember about what time they came and took those pictures?
The medical examiner?
Yes.
It was in the afternoon.
Okay. Just so I'm clear on this, and I promise you I won't go into it anymore, but are you saying that you, in your opinion, the bruising to her left arm was the result of either the IV or the arterial line?
I'm saying the bruising in her left arm could be a result of the arterial line.
Okay. Well, I mean, that isn't, but you don't have an opinion that that's what it is?
Well, it's possible.
Well, there are a lot of things that are possible. It's possible that somebody could have snuck in there and done something to her, but it's not very probable. I mean, is that your opinion? I don't care. I just want to know where you stand.
It's a possibility. I do not know if that's what caused it or not.
You talk about along with a dozen other possibilities.
A lot of things cause bruises.
Okay. Does it seem to you unlikely that she would receive bruises on both arms, substantial bruises, such as are displayed in the state's exhibit 52? Does it seem unusual to you that she would receive substantial bruising like that at separate times?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation.
Overruled. He's going to ask the questions again. Go ahead, rephrase it.
Let me see if I can perhaps put it a little more artfully. Do you think does it sound unusual to you that she bruised both arms in different instances?
Judge, again, that's speculation.
Well, I'll let her answer if she knows the answer. I think it's possible that the bruises occurred at different times.
Okay. It's just a big coincidence, right?
Well, I don't know.
I guess it's also a possibility that they occurred at the same time.
Well, I guess it's possible. Anything else?
I believe that's all for now. Thank you.
All right. This young lady's going back to Dallas. Do both sides agree to excuse the witness subject to the usual rule?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you're under the rule, which means you'll have to remain outside the courtroom when you're not testifying. Don't talk about it with anyone who has testified. In other words, don't compare your testimony. You may talk to the attorneys for either side. If someone tries to talk to you about your testimony, please tell the attorney for the side who called you. Okay? Yes, sir. Thank you. Watch your step going down. Your next witness?
Judge, just so I'm clear on what your understanding of the usual.
Well, if they are subject to recall.
All right.
All
Okay,
right.
so that's that. Let me
Woohoo! Another
good job,
one bites
everybody.
the dust.
Yeah, we're getting through them, huh? Who do we have next?
Yeah.
Diane Holland. Let's see who this is. So I can change the.
She's a nurse, it says.
I'm a nurse at Baylor Hospital. Okay. These nurses, man, I don't think I'd ever want to go to Baylor Hospital when they're nurses. No, I don't know. It's just, I think that it's just because they're told to say a certain thing and they're nervous because they're probably pressured to have a certain stance on it, and so I don't know, that's my guess. But you're freaking under oath though, Well, I guess like that brings up an interesting question, guys. Let's say the state approaches you as a witness and kind of pressures you into kind of saying a little bit of things that aren't true. What would you do? Because you have to be the witness, right? I mean, you can't deny that. And then are you allowed to like go against them? I mean, I don't understand how that's set up. Like, what if you say, no, I'm not going to say that? Like, would they just have another witness or would they still have you? Am I making sense?
You mean if you're called by the state and would you have to show up? Is that the question?
Well, I guess it was a couple questions. First of all, do you have to show up? So let's answer that first. Do you have to do it?
I think you have to show up. You're obligated to show up if you're subpoenaed. Yes.
Okay. So then they come and they get you and they kind of coach you and you could tell that they probably want you to answer a certain way. But let's say that you don't answer that way and then they try to kind of like force you into answer in a certain way. Do you have to, do you think? Or how's that? I just wonder how that's set up because obviously some of these nurses are lying about because they have their nurses notes say something different than what they're testifying to. And I don't think that's on them. I think that the state probably kind of pressured them into doing that, right?
I think that they have to be honest, but they get pressured. But you can always, as a nurse, fall back on, well, I was being honest. But they all seem to have some kind of adverse reaction to the defense, you know, like,
yeah, that's what. So you think that's on their own doing, not the state's pressure?
no, I think it's the state's. I think that they met at the Hilton or wherever they met, like how, you know, the defense keeps trying to bring up, like, you guys all met before. He's doing it very subtly. You know, he's like asking, he should just hone it in, but he's just subtly asking. And some of them say they met, some of them say they didn't. And I think they were prepped to say it a certain way. And basically that's the enemy, and we're the side trying to put this lousy woman away.
Okay, but like, but I wonder, like, let's say they ask them, oh, did she show like remorse? Was she crying? And they say, yeah, oh yeah, she was, you know, she cried a lot. Do you think they go on to say, well, no, let's not answer that way. Let's just say, you know, how does that come about where they're saying something opposite of what they put in their notes? Do you know what I'm saying? Or do you think did you already answer it and I missed it? I know we'll probably never know for sure, how each case is probably different, but because all the nurses are on the one side, and it's like, I don't get it.
In my opinion, it does seem coached. They all, even the thing that they said, what was it? What was that term they used? Flatlet. What was it? Flatless, or what was that? Emotionless.
Oh, flat effect. Flat effect.
Flat effect. The fact that two people have said that, a nurse and a doctor, it's, my knowledge in the 90s wasn't a normal, I don't know, maybe doctors say it all the time, but it doesn't seem to be like a normal term. It just seems like something that they like rehearsed. It all seems rehearsed.
That's what I'm saying. So what if you're, as a witness, say, well, no, that's not true. If they say, I want you to say it's, you know, flat effect. Well, no, that's not true. I'm not going to say that. Like, what happens if you go against it? You know, that's what I wonder. They just use a different witness, maybe. I don't know. Just curious. Because maybe they've had to go through a couple because some of them refused. I just couldn't see like every single person just be willing to possibly kind of lie in a way. I don't know. I'm just curious.
I can see that maybe they would just pass over.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe they just won't use them as a witness or something.
Yeah.
Because they've had to run into that, you know, because there's not going to be, everybody's not going to, you know, want to kind of be dishonest in a way. And I'm not saying they're always dishonest, but there's always a motive, and there's always like a way they answer it, like more, you know, and the defense does the same thing. I'm not just saying it's just the state, that both sides do it. They always answer in that, you know, their side, a biased way, in a kind of way. So it's just, I just wonder if with the state, since it's like you almost have to do it, because with the defense, it's usually people that want to do it, I feel like, more so. Isn't it kind of like people that are on the side of the person's like, yeah, I'll be, you know, I'll come up and tell, because it's like they pick people that have a good
that can help with a character witness and things like that for their client to help strengthen their case.
But how does the state? Well, I guess the state probably does the same thing. They probably do just pick it. They probably do go through different people, is what I'm guessing. But because how many nurses? I wonder, because we've already been. There's already this is probably already like the fourth nurse, I feel like, right? So
I think so.
Yeah,
they all are like really on the state side. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
But maybe it wasn't very hard because I feel like a lot of people were against her. Everybody thought she did it in Texas, huh?
At that time, I don't know. I don't know how it was in Texas. If anyone in the chat was around in, you know, 96 in Texas, or remembers how maybe the South looked at it.
Well, I had read some articles, and when it first happened, people were very like behind her and supportive. And then after the whole thing came out and she was arrested, there were a lot of people who were very angry about it, and they felt like they were very, what's the word? Like they had kind of been taken for a ride, you know what I mean? And tricked, and because of that whole Suzanne Smith.
Yeah, Susan Smith. That was
so
big influence on that.
That had happened 11 months prior to this crime. So that was still something very fresh for people as well.
I think if that didn't happen like right before, that they might have found her innocent, because it made it easier to think that a mother could do that to her kids. You know what I'm saying? That's what they said. It made people believe like, well, yeah, because back then it's like, no, mother, it was harder to believe like a mother could do that. But seeing Susan Smith did it, like, well, yeah, just 11 months ago, she did it. Darlie's capable of it, you know?
Well,
So
she came up with this whole like elaborate story and told people
Mhm.
like, this guy who looked like this took my car with my kids in there, and you know, all this stuff. And then come to find out, I mean, she pushed the car into a lake.
Yeah. Didn't she end up, well, which one was it that, what was the other lady that, this isn't Susan Smith, but where she said that she killed her kids in the bathtub and said like the voices, or somebody told her she had like a mental issue, but she
Andrea Gates.
Yeah, the one with the glasses.
And then there was the other one that freaking shot her kids in the car and act like it was a person that came and like, you know, basically came and shot her kids. Remember that girl too? What was her name? There's so many of them actually, now that I'm thinking about it. She acted like that she would like somebody came and basically robbed or like carjacked them or whatever and shot her kids, and it was really her.
God.
Do you remember that?
I don't remember that one.
I'm not sure.
So those are three. Why can't I think of her name? Somebody in the chat will know it. They always. Actually, that was one of the requests. And somebody wanted me to cover that person, and I can't even think of what her name is right now. But yeah, all of them. Yates, we got Yates, and then we got Susan Smith, and what was the other one, guys? She's blonde hair. She did a bunch of interviews. She just really Diane Downs. Yep, Diane Downs.
Oh.
Thank you, Jenny G.
Oh, Jenny G. I see cement shoes. Oh, people have a bunch. Oh, we got Brittany DeVille. Oh, there are people before it.
Everybody. Well, thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. All right, guys. So,
I just happened to see her like on the screen.
Okay, so, are you guys ready for Diane Holland? All right, let me share the screen here.
All right.
Yeah.
All righty.
Tell us your name, please. And
oh wait, I'm
your
sorry.
Last name.
One second.
I'm sorry.
I just have to log back in. It logged me out.
Oh, SpaghettiOs.
That was so cute. Okay.
Thank you.
1 second. Okay, I'm ready.
Okie dokie for Chucky. Tell us your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is Lynette Diane Holland, Hollon.
And how are you employed?
I'm a nurse at Baylor Hospital.
Okay. And could you tell the jurors your educational background and your professional training for the position that you hold?
I graduated from Arlington University of Arlington.
You may have to speak a little louder, ma'am, so everyone can hear you.
I graduated from the University of Texas at Arlington in 1989. I started in Baylor in 1990 in the ICU, neurotrauma ICU. I went then in 92, I became a supervisor. And then I started working in the surgical trauma intensive care unit. In 95, I added on a position of supervisor educator for intensive care nurses in the surgical ICU and the surgical floor.
Okay. Are you a little nervous up there, Miss Holland?
Just a little bit.
All right. Just relax as best as you can. And we'll try to put these questions to you as plainly as possible, okay?
Okay.
So, how long have you been at Baylor now?
6 years.
Okay. And what particular part of Baylor are you employed in right now?
Intensive care, and then the floor is an educator.
Okay. And what does an educator do?
I basically coordinate the orientation process for the new nurses, new ICU nurses, and floor nurses.
And your duties are the typical duties of an ICU nurse. Is that right?
Correct.
Let me ask you, if you were on duty back on June 6th, 1996 of this year, did you come to work on that date?
June 6th? Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. What time did your shift start on that day?
I get there around 6:45 in the morning.
Okay. And did you receive a patient by the name of Darlie Routier during your shift?
Yes.
Do you recall what time that was?
The exact time I don't recall, but it was around 8 o'clock.
Okay. And you keep, I believe they call it focus notes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 53C. Are those copies of Miss Routier's medical records that were kept there at Baylor?
Yes. Well, I don't know if they're all here, but yes, these are copies of them.
If you could, take a moment maybe to locate your focus notes.
Okay.
Okay. Do those notes reflect when you received her as a patient?
She was transferred up to me at 8:05.
8:05 in the morning?
Yes.
And how long was your shift that day?
From 6:45 to 7:15 that night.
Okay. So, did you have her as a patient the entire day?
Yes.
And she was in the ICU unit, is that right?
Yes.
How many patients did you care for that day?
Just her.
Okay. And when you're in the ICU, you get rather intensive care, is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Are there pretty much in her are you there pretty much in her room and by her bedside at all times?
Pretty much. I was in and out of the room all day long, and I was her primary nurse.
All right. And what type of patients do you usually have in the ICU?
More critical, I should say. They're usually hooked up to more machines, ventilators, more monitoring equipment.
Did she have any type of IVs hooked up to her that day?
Yes, she did.
And where was that hooked up?
One was they were both in her left arm. I believe one was in her arm and one was on her hand.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. One was in.
One was in her left arm and one was in her left hand. Yes.
Okay. Now, did you converse with Mrs. Routier through the day?
Yes.
Okay. Describe her condition when she arrived there in your care.
She was calm. She really wasn't, she didn't show a whole lot of emotions. Occasionally she would get tearful as I charted that, but she never did actually burst out crying, sobbing, nothing like that.
Okay. When you say sobbing, what do you mean?
Like a loud cry, loud crying. She never cried.
Have you seen that in patients before?
Well,
Seen the sobbing?
not so much in patients because more of our patients are usually completely out of it.
Okay.
They're not awake, they're not alert.
Okay.
But with families, yes.
Have you seen that with families that come to see their relatives that have been injured,
Yes.
or families that are present when their relatives die?
Yes.
Okay, but you did know throughout the day that she was tearful at times.
Yes.
Okay, and could you describe those tears to us, please?
The times that I noticed her, her eyes welled up with tears is when she was looking at her boys' pictures. She would kind of put her hands over her boys' pictures and say, I can't believe my babies are gone. My babies are gone. And that's almost how she said it.
Okay, in that tone of voice?
Yes.
Did she say that several times throughout the day?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ever ask about the boys? Anything like that?
Ask, what do you mean?
Ask how they died?
No, she.
How they arrived at the hospital? Maybe, or anything like that.
No, she really never said anything about her boys other than touching the picture and saying, "My boys are gone." She told me a story about how the older son, would go over to the neighbor's house and pick the flowers of the neighbor's house, and bring them to Darlie. And she would get upset with, the boy to be going over there and picking their flowers. That was the only thing she said about the boys.
That's the only story she told you?
Yes.
Did you cry when she told you that story like you're crying now?
Yes.
Okay. Did you cry throughout the day that day?
Yes.
Did you cry more than Darlie cried?
It seemed that, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant have her family and friends with her throughout the day?
Yeah. They were in and out all day long.
Okay. During the day, did you talk to her about what happened to her?
Darlie always was bringing it up about the story of the intruder coming into the house, or she had wakened up with the intruder over on top of her. She felt pressure from him. She tried to fight him off and ran out the kitchen, ran out the garage. That's the same type of story that she told me, and the different people that came in throughout the day. I heard that story at least 3 times to me and 2 other people throughout the day.
Okay, so three times just to yourself and then to other people that would come in the room.
Yes,
Friends, relatives.
yes.
Okay. Did you ask her to repeat the story or would she just do this on her own?
No, I never asked her to repeat the story.
Okay.
I asked her to stop talking so much about it.
Okay. Why did you want her to quit talking about it?
I felt that she needed her rest. She'd been up since whenever this happened. She had not slept all day, and I felt that it was better for her to stop concentrating so much on it and start getting some sleep.
Okay. And she said that this man was leaning over her. She fought him off and chased him to the garage.
Yes,
Okay. Did she ever give any type of description of the individual?
no.
Okay. Did she say anything about his description?
I kind of was questioning her about, did you see his face? Was he wearing a hat? Did he have long sleeves? Was he wearing gloves? Do you remember anything about him? And she couldn't remember anything.
Nothing about his face.
Nothing.
Okay.
What color he was? Nothing.
Okay. Did you ask her about why she was downstairs when she was attacked?
I didn't ask her, but she told me that she was. She had been sleeping downstairs on the couches that week after they had bought a big screen TV. Her and the boys were sleeping on the couch too, and they were falling asleep in front of the TV.
Were you present in the room when she was talking about how this man got in?
Darren said something about the garage window. I was on one side of the bed and Darren was on the other, and he was going through the story, trying to figure out, the different events that had occurred. And he said that I'm positive I locked the window. And I think it was him that said, the boys must have unlocked it sometime yesterday or the day before, something like that.
He was saying that to the defendant.
Yes.
Okay. Did you were you present in the room when the baby Drake was brought in?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time during the day he was brought in?
No, I don't know what time. He came in, I want to say, like 2 times that day, 2 or 3 times that day.
What was her reaction to to the baby?
The baby was on her left side, and I don't know who was holding it, one of her friends or her nieces, I don't know, but the baby was facing her and she reached up and kind of played with the toes. Hi, baby, how are you doing?
Did she ever hold the baby?
No, she never reached up. She never held her son.
Did you also ever hear her talk about any suspicious cars around that neighborhood, things like that?
She mentioned that she had seen a car in the front of the house across the street that she had noticed that didn't look like it fit in that neighborhood. She had seen it there before and it appeared to be like watching the house.
Did she say when that had happened?
She said, but I don't remember.
Did she bring that up several times throughout the day?
Yes, to me and to other people that came in the room. They talked about the car, a suspicious looking car.
Okay. Did she give a description of this car at all?
She might have, but I don't remember.
Okay. Now, during your care for her, did you examine her wounds, see how she was doing throughout the day?
Yes,
Did she complain of pain at any time during the day that you recall?
I believe from my notes, I don't really actually recall it, but from my notes, it indicates that she did complain of pain in her right arm.
Okay. Right arm?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any particular part of her right arm?
I assumed it was her laceration. She didn't say, she just said her right arm.
She had a laceration there on her right arm.
Yes.
Okay. And did you examine that right arm throughout the day?
It had a dressing over it, and I took the dressing off twice to show one of the doctors, to show one of the doctors, and I believe we took it off to take pictures.
Okay. Let me show you some photographs that have been marked as State's Exhibit 52E and 52A. Do you recognize those to be photographs of Darlie Routier?
Yes.
And do you see the bruises located there on the right arm?
Yes.
Okay. Have you seen bruises like that before?
Yes.
Okay. What type of bruises are those?
What do you mean? What type?
What would cause that type of bruise?
A severe accident.
Okay. Do y'all refer to that as blunt trauma?
That's more of a physician term. I mean, we would call this more of a hematoma.
Something you see when a person has been in an accident,
Yes.
struck something very hard.
Yes, or broke her arm.
Okay. Is that a pretty bad bruise?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence of that injury on her right arm when you cared for her for those, what it was about 11 hours?
No.
Okay. Do you think you would have seen evidence of that injury had it occurred on the 6th of June around 2:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay. You were with her for a total of 11 hours.
Yes.
You didn't see any sign of that injury?
Nothing that there was nothing on her left arm that would indicate this type of injury.
Okay.
That would leave this type of bruise.
You're talking about her left arm or her right arm?
Her right arm, excuse me.
And is that something that you nurses in the ICU look for and take note of?
Sure.
Okay. Now let me show you some photographs. 52G, 52F, 52H. Is that how Miss Routier? You can just look through those.
Okay.
Is that how she looked when she was in your care?
Yes.
Do you see the right arm in those photos?
Yes.
Do you see any evidence of injury of the kind of bruising that you saw on the other photos?
No.
Okay, nothing like what we see here in 52B.
No.
Okay, and Had you seen that type of bruising or injury that would lead to that bruising, would you have made a note of that?
Yes.
And is that something you would have told the doctors about?
If I thought that they didn't know about it, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Second. First of all, will the gentleman who just came in the first row move to the second, please? Thank you. We just like to leave that row behind the jurors clear. Thanks a bunch. All right, go ahead, Mr. Mosty. All right, let me take a sip of water, guys. No, that came quick. All right. Okay, Miss Holland, I think your notes. Oh God! Are
You're the notes
you guys?
keeper.
Those of you guys that just came in and haven't been following the transcripts. The defense is obsessed with these notes. So every time he brings up notes, we just crack up. Okay, are your notes
They
just
want
on
the handy dandy notebook.
the
Sorry.
whip out? The whip. Wait, what's it called? The whip book or whip?
Yeah, the whip out book.
Whip out book.
The whip out book.
But those are the
Oh, my
detectives.
God. The detectives,
poor-
yeah, the whip. Go ahead.
The poor nurses won't have whip out books.
Yeah. They just have the charts. The charts. You didn't chart it. Okay. Are your notes just on 2 pages?
My written notes.
Yes. Would you show me? I have a little hard time. There's DN, who I thought was maybe you, but who is that?
Here.
Let me see. I don't know where your notes are.
Okay. My notes start right here.
Okay. What is your first? Is that 820?
Yes.
And then what is your last note?
Bottom of the second page.
At 6:45. Or is that yours on the right?
Right.
Where it says anxiety?
1645.
I'm sorry, 1645. Is that your last one?
That is what it looks like. Yes.
Do you sometimes put a D?
DH. Yes.
Sometimes you put a D Holland.
The first note will be my full name.
Okay.
And then from there, I just initials.
Okay. You just solved a mystery for me.
Okay.
Miss Holland, you came on then at first took Darlie Routier into your care shortly after 8 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
And made your first note at 8:20.
Yes, sir.
And at that time, she wasn't just tearful, she was very tearful, wasn't she?
That's what I charted.
And tell us, when you chart these notes, do you try to be accurate and complete?
I try to chart what I see.
Okay. As accurately as you can?
Yes.
And I guess part of that is that becomes something that the later nurses can rely on in reviewing the charts, and the treating doctors can rely on in understanding how the patient is doing.
Yes. If they want to read it, yes.
Okay. And are you trained that you ought to do that right at that time as you observe something?
As soon as we have the time, yeah, we chart it.
And is part of that because everybody's memory is somewhat faulty and you might forget to chart something that is important?
I consider it to be more you chart when you have the time to sit down and chart what has occurred.
Do you agree with me that usually your memory is a little bit better the closer to the event and the quicker you can get that down?
Sure.
And then you go look at it. For instance, you might have a patient in there for months, correct?
For months?
Yes.
Yes.
And so, your memory over that period of time, it's helpful to go back and look at the chart of a month ago, for instance, and see and compare how that patient is doing.
I don't do that.
But you agree with me that that's important and that your memory is better the closer you can do it to the event, the better your description might be.
Yes.
And not only you did that, and then to the right, you have another note. The first note is at 8:20.
Yes.
Is it not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes. And as a matter of fact, there was a chaplain present.
Yes.
At 8:20.
Yes.
And he was counseling with Darlie Routier, correct?
Yes.
You heard that?
No.
Or some of it? Bits and pieces? Or did you stay away from that?
Well, I did not really hear the chaplain saying much to her.
Okay, but he was there to counsel with her in her grief.
Yes, to support her.
And you will, in that kind of circumstance, you would defer from your counseling. You wouldn't counsel someone if the chaplain is there counseling them, would you?
What do you mean by counseling?
Well, what type of counseling as a nurse do you do?
Like when
Other than medical, you do some medical counseling,
sure.
but mine is emotional or spiritual counseling. What? The chaplain is there assisting someone with their grieving process, and the family was there too, weren't they?
Do you think that that was a mistake and they meant to put, like, she says sure, but mine is or no? No.
I don't
She would.
know. Yeah,
So weird.
it is weird. It doesn't make sense that he said that, but
Okay. Sure.
members of the family were there with the chaplain all together.
Yeah.
And if he's sitting there assisting in that grieving process, you would stand back and let them do that, wouldn't you?
If I had to do something to Darlie at that time, yes. Medically, a touch, holding her hand, touching her shoulder, touching a family member's shoulder, I consider that support.
Okay, but in this instance, you didn't. The chaplain was doing fine on his own.
I mean, I don't remember.
You don't remember that part?
I don't remember what the chaplain said to him, whether I was there at bedside when the chaplain was talking to them or not. I don't remember.
Well, that sort of goes back to my point. All of our memories, we remember some things and we don't remember other things.
Sure.
And these happened just almost side by side, didn't they?
I don't know.
It was very tearful when the chaplain was there. That's all at the same time, isn't it?
That's what I wrote, yes.
And you remember part of it?
Yes.
And you don't remember part of it.
I don't remember what was said.
Okay.
Or what I was doing at that time.
So I'm right, aren't I? You remember part of what was happening and you don't remember part of what was happening.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, then again, at 12 noon, you said that the patient had continued. Is that continues or continued?
Continues.
Continues to weep, indicating that she had been weeping all morning, off and on, I guess.
Yeah.
From 8:20 until noon.
Yes.
You noted that she had continuously wept during the entire period of time, off and on, I'm sure.
Using weep for lack of a better term, yes.
Well, you thought that was an accurate term back in June of 1996. You thought that was an accurate term, didn't you?
Yes.
I think you described that she was holding pictures of her children.
She had an 8 by 11, I guess, frame picture of the boys.
Of both boys?
Of both boys.
And part of your training, you learn at least a little bit about grief, don't you? As a part of your nursing training?
Yes.
And you know that first, that everyone reacts different to different emotional events in their life.
Yes.
And that is, there are a number of things that might affect that.
Yes.
Whether you're male or female.
Yes.
Your ethnic background, for instance.
Very much so.
How you're brought up.
Yes.
And you're brought up in a touching family. Some families embrace everyone.
Yeah.
Some families don't embrace anybody.
Sure.
Correct?
True.
Some families are very excitable.
Yes.
And then within a family, you might have some that are very excitable and some who are very subdued.
Yes.
Do you have brothers and sisters?
Yes, I do.
Are you all different?
Yes, we are.
Do you react differently to different things?
Yes.
Okay. And that is something that is common in your nursing experience, isn't it?
Yes.
So going through the stages of grief, for one of those is denial, isn't it?
Yes.
And that's the kind of thing saying, I can't believe my babies are dead. It's a statement of denial, isn't it?
Sure.
One of the phases of grief, correct?
Yes.
And I guess, did you know a little bit about what had happened?
Yes, I did.
And did you know that Miss Routier was present when all this happened?
Yes.
And did you know that she knew and had been hysterical on a 911 tape?
No.
My boys are dead. My boys are dead. Oh my God.
Judge, I'll object. She said no, she didn't know.
Well,
So I'll object to any further questions about the 911 tape.
overruled. Go ahead and ask the questions. Let's just answer them one at a time if you can. Give her a chance to answer, please. All right, go ahead.
Well, one of the phases, at least in the people that you have seen, sometimes if they have seen the traumatic event, they block that. And some parts of it are sketchy in their memory. You've seen that, haven't you?
I can't say that I've seen that. No.
Never seen that in people?
No.
Have you ever been, for instance, in a severe car wreck?
No.
Have you ever had any kind of traumatic event like that?
No.
So you have no personal experience of how you might react.
Not to something that traumatic. No.
Do you deal sometimes with, for instance, automobile accident
All the time.
people?
Victims. Yes, sir. All the time.
And for instance, do they sometimes say, I looked up and there was a truck and that's all I remember seeing was the truck?
No.
You never heard anything like that?
No.
Okay. They just describe part of an event
The kinds of patients we have usually do not remember.
at all?
No.
Don't remember some bits and pieces.
No.
Is that because they're so, particularly when you got them, they aren't very communicative at all, I guess?
True. Most of the time.
Do you ever spend any time with less severely injured people? Do you ever spend any time in, for instance, ER? Somebody comes in and is cut up and is treated or held for observation and let go?
I mean, I haven't spent any time in ER, but I have had patients that are not severely injured that can talk, but that is not something that that's not discussed ever, really. The events of something.
What happened?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, it seemed like that's part of what you had said, that you did not want her talking about it, about this event.
Right. Usually they don't talk about it.
And you had said that you had encouraged the family not to talk about it and her not to talk about it anymore.
Yes.
And then, but she had in that sort of described on, I think you said that she had told the same story several times to either you or family members,
Yes.
that someone was on top of her.
She felt pressure.
Felt pressure. I thought I wrote down on top of her when you testified the first time, didn't I?
She woke up with someone on top of her and she felt pressure. I guess that's what I said.
Well, you didn't say felt pressure the first time, did you?
I believe I did. I don't know.
Judge, we can check the court reporter's notes.
Your Honor, this is my cross-examination. Oh.
I understand. There's no objection. Let's just let the witness answer the questions. Go ahead. I believe I said that that's what she said.
Okay. Just now, when I asked you what happened, you didn't say on top of her, you said pressure.
She felt pressure. That was one of the terms that she said to me. She felt pressure. Because I remember that distinctly, because we were asking her, or I was explaining to her that she was going to have a V exam done. Do you remember anything about do you remember him doing anything like that? And she said she felt pressure. She doesn't remember anything else.
And then you also talked about a description of the assailant?
I was asking her earlier if she could remember anything about it, yes.
Why? If you didn't want her to talk about the event and you're telling her not to talk about it and the family not to talk about it, why were you questioning her about the assailant?
Because this was earlier in the day. It was earlier in the morning that she was trying hard to remember what happened, and she was discussing it with me. And I started asking her some questions about it.
So you questioned her at that time?
Yes.
And at that time, she didn't describe the assailant at all?
She couldn't remember him, no.
It was entirely gone from the halls of her memory, as Mr. Mulder would say.
Well, yes.
Now, one thing that I noted that you said when we were talking about your chart. I think Mr. Shook asked you about pain.
Mm-hmm.
And if I remember what you testified to, you said, I didn't remember the pain until I looked at my notes. Is that right?
I remember her giving her something for pain. I do not remember her specifically saying, I'm hurting. May I have something for pain?
But you know,
But I know I gave her something.
the point of that was until you reviewed your notes refreshed your memory on that question about the pain, didn't it?
No, I remember giving her medicine for pain.
Did you testify earlier that you didn't remember it until you did remember some question about pain? And I'm not sure which one it was, but that you didn't remember some question about pain until you looked at your notes and then you remembered it. Isn't that what you testified to?
I do not recall back on June 6th her telling me that she was hurting. I remember giving her something for the pain, though.
Well,
I know she told me because it's in my notes.
Well, when you look at your notes at 11:30, for instance, patient complaining of pain.
Yes.
And that's something that you don't have any independent recollection of, but you know from your notes that it must have happened.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when did you come down? When did you come down to Kerrville?
To Kerrville on Monday night.
Have you written out any report or affidavit or anything for the police or the district attorney in this case?
No.
When did they tell you that? When were you called and said you need to come to Kerrville to testify?
I think I was subpoenaed. I don't remember, either after Christmas or before Christmas. I don't remember.
Okay. And when did you receive instructions to, you need to be in Kerrville on such and such a day?
When I was given the subpoena.
Okay. It said come Monday, January 6th?
Yes, it came with the subpoena.
Okay. And how many times have you visited with the district attorney's office or any district attorney representative?
From the start?
Yes.
5 times.
5 times? And who would those be with?
I met with Toby and Anita and Basilo.
Okay. And how long ago was that?
Well,
months?
Yes.
What do you recall about that conversation?
Which one?
The first one.
The first one, we went over my notes. We went over different things that she said to me that day, different things that I noted that day to myself that I could remember, that is not written down anywhere, just bits and pieces, the things that I recall.
And there were 4 other visits after that one? When were those?
Again, one was at the hospital, like a month after the first. And we basically went over the same things.
Same people?
No, Toby was with us this time. It was Anita and Basilo the first time, and then Toby and Basilo. And I only spoke with Anita that first time.
Okay. The third time?
The third time, they were at the hospital again to talk to somebody else. And since I was there, I talked to them again.
Okay. And who was that?
Toby and Basilo.
And the fourth time?
The fourth time was, I believe, Tuesday night this week.
Okay. And the fifth time?
Wednesday night.
Okay. Wednesday night?
Yes.
Okay. Now I don't think I asked you the fourth time.
It was this morning. Excuse me. This morning.
Okay. 2 times since you have been here.
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple of questions about these exhibits. Let me show you 52H. And do you notice a redness upon Miss Routier's upper arm?
A little bit.
Okay. Is that consistent with some kind of...
I don't know. I mean, it could have been a blood pressure cuff. Probably was there because we wouldn't have put the blood pressure cuff over here.
Wait, where? Oh, okay. Oh. Do you think that blood pressure cuff at this stage would still be showing as a redness on her arm by the time she is up in the ICU?
It could, yes.
Okay. Is that your opinion that that's what it was?
I don't know what it is.
Okay.
It could be.
You don't have an opinion?
No, it could be.
It could be. It could be a number of other things.
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you 52N. And do you notice any bruising on that?
Yes.
And is that sort of around the wrist?
No.
That part, is that consistent with something being around the wrist and causing bruising?
It doesn't look like it.
Do you have an opinion as to what would cause that bruising?
She had an arterial line in the left radial. This is from her arterial line here.
Okay. All right.
This
The hole right there?
this hole and this yellowish looking stuff up here, this could be from an arterial line. I don't know. That could be.
Okay. Now, do you not note a bruise that appears to go like that, of a different color, sort of a different bruise across what I would call the bottom part of the wrist? Since I don't know better, do you notice a difference in that bruise or a separate bruise or?
I mean, it looks like there's two different bruises there, but I don't know.
Okay. So you can't draw any conclusions from those bruises.
No.
Okay. Now, when did you, at the meeting Tuesday night, that was with Mr. Shook?
Is that Toby's last name?
Toby, I mean.
Yes.
You didn't know his last name?
I couldn't remember it.
All right. And besides you and Toby, who was there? Who was in this meeting?
Her.
Her. Miss Wallace?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't remember her name at all?
No.
All right. Who else?
That was the first night I had met with her.
Okay. Tuesday night?
And that is the only time I have talked to her.
Who else was there?
Basila was there, but I wasn't talking to him. I talked to those two.
Who else was there?
Pardon?
Who else?
Just them.
Okay. And in the meeting on Wednesday, who was in on that meeting?
Excuse me. It wasn't Wednesday. It was this morning.
I'm sorry, this morning.
Yes.
Who was in on that meeting?
Just Toby and I.
You weren't in on a meeting then with Miss Contner and a number of other nurses that other night?
Was that when they brought the pictures? Is that what you're referring to?
Well, actually, I'm not referring to anything. I'm just trying to inquire. Were you in a meeting with the prosecutors and Miss Contner and Nurse Contner and several of the other nurses?
We were told to meet, I believe, at 12 noon in their room. Wednesday, I guess it was.
Who told you?
I don't consider that a meeting because it wasn't, we weren't going over our testimony, really.
Oh, okay. Let me make sure that I'm clear. When I talk about meeting, I want to talk about any time that you were present with Toby and y'all conversed about the case. I don't need to know about when you conversed about lunch or other things, but when you conversed about the case. I'm not trying to quibble about what is a meeting or what's not a meeting.
Okay, fine.
Okay. So can I call, who summoned you to this meeting? Is it okay if I call it a meeting?
Sure.
Okay. Who summoned you to this meeting Wednesday at lunch?
I got a call from the operator of the hotel saying that, they left a message with her.
They meaning Toby?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a message that you were supposed to meet Toby in Toby's room?
We were supposed to meet at 12 noon in Toby's room.
And who's we?
Everybody, all the Baylor people.
Okay. And who do you recall being at this meeting Wednesday at noon?
The Baylor nurses.
Okay. Do you remember? Can you give me names?
Jody Cotner.
Cottner?
Yes, Jody. I don't know his last name.
Male ER nurse?
Yes.
Fitz or Pitts?
Yes.
Okay.
Chris, the 2 ICU.
Wheelgoss?
Yes. Paige Campbell and Denise Faulk.
Okay.
Denise Faulk.
Okay.
I believe that's it. Pat Dillon, I believe, was there too.
Oh, the doctor?
Yes.
What about Dr. Santos? Was he there?
No.
Okay. And so y'all met with Toby.
I believe Basila was there too.
And Basilio.
Yes.
Okay. And that, I take it, is that the first time you ever saw these pictures?
Yes.
These 52 numbers?
Yes, for the first time.
And did you all look at all of these photos?
Yes.
A handful of photos of Miss Routier in the ICU unit?
And the ones that were not in the ICU unit.
And some later ones?
Yes.
And I guess y'all sat around. How long did this meeting last?
45 minutes, an hour maybe.
Okay. And did everybody participate in it?
We were all passing pictures around and looking at them.
And discussing?
And discussing them, yes.
What they showed or what they didn't show?
Yes.
Okay. And for instance, did Dr. DeLon express his opinion?
Sure.
Put in his 2 cents worth?
Yes.
Did you put in your 2 cents worth?
Yes.
Did Nurse Contner put in her 2 cents worth?
Yes.
Did Paige put in her 2 cents worth?
Yes.
Was Phyllis Jackson the security person there?
I don't remember her there.
Okay.
Because she wouldn't know what.
Wheelgoss threw in his 2 cents worth?
Yes.
And y'all talked and sort of brainstormed about what these pictures showed and didn't show?
We talked about what we saw.
Okay. And you sort of, I see this and somebody else didn't see that.
We talked about basically what we saw in Darlie the day we had her and that it wasn't there.
Okay.
Those bruises were not there.
And y'all talked about bruising in general, didn't you?
Yes.
And Dr. DeLong gave you his opinion of bruising and how long bruising takes and things like that, didn't he?
I don't recall him saying anything about how long bruising takes, but yeah, we discussed all that.
All right. And did Toby throw in his 2 cents worth too?
Yeah.
And did Basilo throw in his 2 cents worth too?
I think so.
And at the end of the day, did you all reach a consensus about what your collective opinion was?
No.
You had just discussed it all.
Yes.
And then everybody just happens to draw their own conclusion.
Yes.
Okay. And that conclusion was what? As to the age of those bruises?
My conclusion?
Yeah.
Those bruises were not consistent with the injury that I saw on her right arm.
Okay. What about her left arm?
The left arm, I was not sure.
Okay. So you think on the left arm that those bruises may have been consistent?
They could have been consistent with the arterial line causing that type of bruise.
Okay. So your opinion was, at least, that the bruises on the left arm could have been inflicted on June 6th of 1996. Isn't that right?
It could have, yes, sir.
All right. Okay. And so if someone had sustained blunt trauma on their left arm on June 6th, 1996, that would be consistent with your idea of the age of that bruising.
On the left arm?
Yes.
Bruising was here on a wrist, and that would be consistent with the arterial line being inserted, yes.
Okay. Well, of course, there's a lot more bruising on the left arm than just there at the wrist, isn't there?
Well, I thought it was the right arm that had the large bruise.
You don't remember any large bruising on the left arm?
This chick is like confusing everything. The left arm, the pictures are the left arm that was like huge bruises. So is she really this confused? Like, okay, I'll just go. I'm getting confused like the way she's so okay. I didn't see any bruising on either arm the day I took care of her.
I'm talking about the pictures you looked at the meeting when you all had the brainstorming session on Wednesday.
She had a bruise on her left wrist.
Okay. And whatever it was, the bruising that you saw on the left arm, it was your judgment that could have been inflicted on June 6th at the time of the arterial injury.
Yes.
So whatever the bruising was on her left arm, when it's photographed on June 10th, in your judgment, could have been from 4 days old.
May I see the pictures again?
Sure. Now I don't know that these are the pictures that have been introduced in evidence.
Okay.
So I don't know that these are the ones that y'all sat around and talked about. Do you want to see the left arm, the right arm, or all of them?
Well, if you're referring to the left arm, there's a bruise down here. I don't remember seeing a picture with her.
You know what? Maybe I should bring up the picture so people can look at it real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, guys. Let's do that real quick. Actually, I'll do it like this. I'll open another page. Okay, so you guys can see the bruising that they're talking about. I don't know if it's under the. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is there. I thought there was other pictures too. So this is the left. No, this would be her right arm, right?
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
And then the
So,
left arm is just more like by her wrist, I guess.
okay.
Because the right arm is like all upper arm, and the left
Okay.
arm is more concentrated right here. And that's that mark they were talking about in that last testimony. Remember, they were talking about
Yeah.
from the
Arterial line.
Yeah. They said they could even see the I forget what he called that, but yeah. So all right, so you guys, there's the pictures, just so you guys, that's her right arm.
So the only one that this particular nurse is saying could have been there or caused by them at the time she was in the hospital is the left wrist area.
Left wrist area. Hold on, let's bring that up. Where is it? Right here, this area. She said could be from the arterial line. But I see the point that is this Mulder or Mosty or whatever? I see the point that the defense is making, because he's saying if you're saying that it could be from 4 days ago on the 6th from the arterial line, then it could also have been from the freaking attack. If you're saying it could be that old, right? Isn't that where he's going with that? Like that was on June 6th too. So yeah. But yeah, that's
yeah.
But that looks like, oh yeah, that does look probably older, right? Since it's turning like a yellowish, or what were you going to say?
Yeah, like maybe there's, because I think that this nurse said there was 2. She sees 2 bruising, but she's not sure when she looks at that picture on the left arm.
Okay.
So is that what she's talking about? Like there might be the yellowish part and then there's like a redder.
Yeah.
Because the coloring kind of seems off. Look at the palm of her hand, like the lines in the palm of her hand. That doesn't look natural, right? Like the coloring of this picture. I don't know.
Okay, I see. So you're saying, because then this, it looks even darker. That, let me look at the other side. I mean, you could definitely see in these pictures, you don't see a bruise yet. But look, it kind of looks like it could be a little bit red starting. I mean, it's just too hard to tell, but it's definitely not quite there. I wish we could see, like, I wish you lift up her arm, we could see totally under it so we could see. But so is there anything up there? I wonder. Is there something under here?
It looks like it.
Yeah, so this is her left arm, and they have the arrows. Wonder if if there is something under there.
Looks like it.
Is there any other pictures we could look at that online? I feel like there other ones, or is these basically the only ones?
These are the only ones that I remember ever seeing, but maybe, and this is from the case file, so. But so there's a right.
This is her right arm. Okay, look how it kind of goes in. But that just might be the lighting, how it goes like.
True.
But so this is really dark, like purplish. So I forget what purple means. What? How old of a bruise would you estimate?
They said purple is 24 to under 24, like 8. It could be like immediate to 24, maybe 48 hours. Okay. Right? That's what they said, right? Purple, red is new. Yellow, green is older.
Okay. So that's why the wrist is kind of starting to turn a little bit yellow. So I think that's on that one picture, at least. It looks yellow right here. All right. So that's what we're all talking about, guys. So we'll go back to. All right. Now I forget do you remember what number we were on?
On 11. So I'm up.
Okay.
It's right here.
Okay. But in this picture, it shows to be taken on June 10th.
Okay.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So in your judgment, that bruise on her left arm could be 4 days old.
Could be.
From whatever the source of it. Let's don't quibble about what the source of it is. From whatever the source that is consistent in your judgment with a 4-day-old bruise.
It could be, yes.
Okay. Now, did you say that the right arm you didn't think was consistent with the 4-day-old bruise?
I would have noticed something the day I took care of her on her right arm that would cause that kind of bruising and not just the laceration that I saw on her arm.
Okay. So you're making your judgment not upon the pictures, but upon what your memory is.
Well,
I mean, you say you would have seen something that indicated that bruising. Is that what you're telling me? On the right arm?
Yes, there would have been something on her right arm.
Okay. But so just looking at the pictures, can you draw any conclusion at all that setting aside here, your personal involvement, looking at the pictures, can you draw any conclusion as to how old the bruises on the right arm are?
No,
None at all.
no.
Okay. Does it seem odd to you that a person would have these kind of severe bruises on both arms that are different ages?
Judge, I'll object to speculation.
Sustained.
Do you feel you're not qualified to answer that?
Judge, I'll object to speculation.
Sustained. Go on to the next question.
Well, nurse, if I understand the reason they had you in this brainstorming session on Wednesday was because the state apparently felt that you had some opinions.
Judge, I'm going to object to sidebar.
Overruled.
Given his opinion as to what he felt.
Overruled. Go ahead. I'll let him ask that.
Well, you were invited to this meeting you were instructed to come to this meeting by the state, weren't you?
Yes.
I assume that they thought maybe you had some Libra.
Maybe she's muted.
Yes, I was. Where?
Right here.
Judge, I'm going to object again to what he thinks we thought. It's totally irrelevant, and it is speculative. And it also, sidebar.
I'll sustain that objection. Let's ask another question, please.
Well, did you express your opinion, or did you express opinions about those bruises at the brainstorm session on Wednesday?
I express what I'm expressing today. I did not see it. A wound on her left arm or her right arm that was consistent with that type of bruise.
You feel qualified to make some estimation of ages of bruises, apparently.
No.
No, you don't?
I mean, I really don't.
Do you think that's something that the nurses really aren't qualified to do? An RN?
Well, it depends on what kind of injury. If I knew it was a horrible injury, it would be consistent with that type of a bruise.
And as a matter of fact, it depends upon the person too, doesn't it?
Sure. Yeah, it does.
I bet I bruise differently than you do.
Yes, you do.
And that's a function of, all kinds of variables go into that.
Bleeding time, her hematocrit, how much blood she's lost, her clotting factors, all that type of stuff.
Things like age.
Yes.
Size of a person.
I don't know.
Would that have any effect?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know. What about skin coloration? Dark complected people, light complected people?
Well, it's harder to see on dark complected people.
And if you talked about one of the things was the hematocrit. Hematocrit, yeah.
Woo! Thanks, Libra. Yes.
If, in other words, if you have lost blood, then there's less blood in the entire system to flow and to start bruising.
Well, it's a lot of different factors of what your blood is doing at the time. Is it clotting? Is there more of this substance or that substance? I can't answer all that.
Volume of blood, quantity of blood.
Yeah.
Things like diet. Can that affect it? I mean, what you've been eating?
Yes, if you're anemic, yeah.
I'll pass the witness.
Mrs. Holland, when I called you and asked you questions about any bruises you saw, did I ever ask you to?
I think now it's 4. If we're going to stay until 5 o'clock, I think we'll take another brief 10-minute break. Thank you. All right. Are both sides ready to bring the jury back in?
Yes, sir. The state is ready.
Defense is ready. All right. Let the record reflect that all parties of the trial are present and the jury is seated. All right, Mr. Shook.
Thank you, Judge. Miss Holland, in regards, well, I've met with you obviously several times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Bugged you with a lot of questions, didn't I?
Yes, sir.
Usually the same ones, sometimes repeat. Sometimes I'll come up with new ones.
Yes.
This week, calling you at around noon. Do you remember if that was Wednesday or Tuesday?
It might have been Tuesday. I don't remember.
Okay.
I'm kind of lost on my days this week.
Okay. Could have been Tuesday instead of Wednesday.
Yeah.
And asked you some questions and showed you some photos.
Yes.
Okay. Did I at any time suggest to you to get together with the other nurses, come up with a story, come up with a lie, anything like that?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did I ask you questions about what you remembered?
Yes.
Okay. And what you saw on her arms?
Yes.
And the same type of questions I have asked you in front of this jury.
Yes, sir.
I also told you we were a little behind schedule.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Okay. Well, did I talk about other things other than those photos and bruises and things like that?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. Give you any idea about maybe when we could possibly get you out of here to testify?
I don't remember.
Okay. I haven't ever told you to make a story up, anything like that, have I?
No, sir.
Okay. As far as what you saw on Miss Routier's arm and what you didn't see, you stand by what you have told this jury.
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't see those type of injuries that would cause.
Objection. Object to leading.
Yes. Let's rephrase our questions the right way, please.
Now, defense counsel talked about certain patients that you have seen that might not remember things that have happened to them, like a car wreck.
Correct.
Okay. Have you come across that before?
Yeah.
Okay. Do they remember parts of it or they just don't remember the whole event?
To tell you the truth, usually people don't talk about it. And if they do, they don't remember it. There's nothing to talk about because they don't remember. They don't remember being in the ICU.
Okay. It's just all a blank to them
Yes.
entirely.
Yes.
Okay. You made notes in your nurse's notes, the focus notes about the defendant being tearful. Would you describe those tears to us, please?
Her eyes would well up with tears, basically just like I did when I started. But I never recall tears running down her face.
Okay.
I never recall her using a tissue to wipe her tears off. I don't remember her doing that.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Mosty, anything?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Well, have you ever heard the phrase a roller coaster of emotions?
Maybe. I mean, yes, probably.
That's not unusual.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, that's part of the 4 stages of grief. Is that from anger to denial to.
Judge, I'm going to object to counsel's testifying again what he says the 4 stages of grief.
Overruled. I think that maybe within the lexicon of trauma nurse, all right, go ahead.
And that's the kind of thing you see that, people's mood changes. People laugh at funerals.
As a stress relief, yes.
And did you express an opinion about whether or not people usually block out a whole event or selected portions of one? Did you express an opinion on that subject?
State the question again, please.
Mr. Shook was asking you about what you saw in terms of people who have been through a trauma and what their memory was. And as I understood, he was asking you if people block out the whole event or parts of it. Did you express an opinion one way or another on what one would expect on someone who's been through a traumatic experience in terms of memory?
Usually people don't remember the traumatic event, the car wreck, or whatever it was.
Well, what kind of amnesia is that called?
Short-term memory loss? I don't know.
But it's called localized, isn't it?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, tell us what selective amnesia is. Do you know the 4 types of amnesia?
Nope.
Okay. Do you know the difference between circumscribed amnesia, sometimes called localized amnesia?
Judge, I'll object. The witness already answered. She doesn't know.
Well, I'll let him ask that question.
About the 4 kinds of amnesia?
I know, but let him ask this question. I think that will clear it up.
Do you know the difference between localized, sometimes called circumscribed amnesia, and selective amnesia?
I've heard these terms before, but I don't know the medical definition of them.
And one is where the whole event is blocked, and the other is...
Judge, I'm going to object.
I'll sustain that objection.
Do you know whether or not circumscribed amnesia is blocking of a whole event?
Judge, the witness has answered. She doesn't know.
I'll let her answer this question.
Do you know that whether or not circumscribed amnesia is blocking of an entire event?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether selective amnesia is the blocking of part of a traumatic event?
The term selective means it's selective amnesia, selecting part, yes, but I don't know the exact definition of it, no.
Do you know that those types of amnesia are oftentimes associated with traumatic events? Do you know?
No.
That's all I have.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much, ma'am. You're under the rule, which means you don't talk about your testimony with anybody who's testified. Don't compare it. You can talk to the attorneys for either side. If someone tries to talk to you about your testimony, please tell the attorney for the side who calls you. Okay. This young lady will be excused, subject to recall. Is that agreed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Your next witness?
Another one down.
Yeah, we're getting through them.
Mm-hmm.
Who's next now? Paige Campbell.
She must be a nurse.
Yeah, because I heard them talking about her. Why do I feel like I thought we already did a Paige, but maybe not.
Yeah, she does sound familiar, but it's probably Phyllis.
Oh, or maybe they were just talking about her and some of the because I know that her name came up when they were talking about the meeting, right?
Yeah.
So she is a registered nurse. Okay. Yep. Let me change the thing real quick.
And the last nurse was lame, not remembering like to put doctor in front. Like people work so hard to become a doctor and then not remembering like to say doc, like wouldn't even remember anyone's last names. Like how'd she ever get a job?
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Not Mr. Shook, even like it's Toby.
Yeah.
She didn't remember that lady prosecutor's name either.
I know.
That was not important to me. It was the man I was talking to. I'm going to keep it moving.
Oh, you guys are funny. You guys are great with the accents and stuff. You really come into the characters.
Thanks.
You got to bring it to life.
I don't know how to, though. I feel like I can't. Since I'm usually basically the same person, I guess I'll just.
I like how you do it. I almost like I will read Mulder in your voice if I read it ever. I think it'll trip me out if I see Mulder and it's like a dude talking.
That's funny. Oh my God.
I like how the witness, not this lady, but the lady before, when she was answering Mr. Shook, she was like, "Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes, sir."
Yeah. That was good.
That was
She's nervous.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Nerves.
Yeah, a lot of them are probably nervous, I bet. Oh.
Who wouldn't be having
Yeah.
to testify in a trial like this?
Definitely.
This is pretty heavy, especially when it involves 2 children.
Yeah.
Yep. And the whole town's like already have been talking about it. It's like it was probably like the all over media, I'm sure, or the news stations. I know media was different back then, but I'm sure the news was just, especially a small town. Yeah, it was probably like,
They're probably like, grab your torch and pitchfork.
Man.
Yeah, I'm sure it was like that even in like wasn't the closest big city, Dallas. So like, I'm sure even in Dallas, it was like the talk of the town, all that you could see on news.
Probably.
I found it interesting that that particular witness met with the prosecution 5 separate times too. And she was the only one who really kind of talked about their meeting in that room.
And everybody else lied, though. That means everybody else was lying because they said, no, they didn't meet. And she said they met that day, like even. So, yeah, they
Yep. And they passed around the pictures and they talked about it and gave their opinions. So that was very interesting.
Yeah, that made everybody else look like a liar. All the other nurses are probably like, what the heck? You ratted us out.
They wouldn't know because they're not allowed to be in there while she's testifying.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not allowed. She's not allowed to go out there and discuss it.
That's true.
So, I mean, unless somebody that was like affiliated with them walked out the courtroom and was like, hey, your buddy gave you away, Just say, you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
How's the chat doing? Everybody doing? Yeah, chat's being pretty awesome. You are not pretty awesome, really awesome, guys.
Really?
Wow, yeah.
Yeah.
There's
it's
hasn't
a lot
been
more
any
chill.
Yeah, no issues at all or anything. So
that's awesome.
Good. So yeah, I guess whenever this one's not as long, 21 pages. That's actually one of the shorter ones, I feel like, huh?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Oh my god, yeah. 21 pages. Nothing.
Hey, we got a lot to get through though.
I know, we do.
I don't know about y'all, but I can do this for a while. I enjoy it a lot, personally.
I do too. It's almost like, it's kind of like relaxing. And plus I feel like I'm learning a lot more about the case that I wasn't even aware of, as we're reading through it.
Yeah, definitely. It gives you a lot more insight.
Yeah, it does. Oh, all right, whenever you guys are ready. I'm not tired, I promise, but it's just yawn for some reason.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Rejuvenation. That's your yawn. It's
what? After this one, let's take a break after this one. We'll get through this one. And can you guys hold off until this one and then we could take like a bathroom break and stuff? Or do you guys
Well, yeah. Are you going to get some coffee?
Yeah, I'm going to get coffee too. Are you sure you guys are all right until then, though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Could you state your name, please, and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Allison Paige Campbell, Campbell.
And how are you employed?
I'm a registered nurse at Baylor, and I'm in Dallas.
Okay. And could you tell the jury your educational and professional training that you have for the position that you hold?
I have 2 degrees. My first degree from Texas Tech in zoology. My second degree I got at UTA, and I have a Bachelor of Science in nursing.
How long have you been at Baylor?
2 years in February.
Okay. And what part of Baylor are you assigned?
Well, I'm with ICU and just a neurosurgical trauma.
And what are your duties there?
To put it in a nutshell, I monitor patients, critically ill patients, and that sounds like a small thing, but they're changing constantly. So we monitor them, make sure they are hemodynamically stable, and kind of coordinate the family and doctors. That's kind of it in a nutshell.
Okay. Let me ask you, if you came on duty on June 6th, 1996.
Mm-hmm.
What time were you working that day?
I came on at 6:45 in the PM in the afternoon.
Okay. And was Darlie Routier one of the patients there in your wing?
Yes,
Okay.
she was.
In fact, were you assigned to her nurse for some time during the evening?
Yes,
How long were you her nurse?
for 4 hours.
Do you see Mrs. Routier here in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Okay. Would you point her out, please?
she's over there, right there.
Seated here at the end of the table.
Right.
Your Honor, if the record could reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Yes, sir.
And what time did you first meet Mrs. Routier?
I would say I took reports at 6:45 and I met her, I would say like 7.
And how was she when you took over?
She was calmly laying in a bed. She was laying in bed, no complaints.
Okay, not in critical condition, was she?
I wouldn't say she was in critical condition, no.
Okay,
She was stable.
okay. And did you tend to her through the night?
Yes, I did.
Were there other people in the room with her?
There were friends in the room with her when I was there.
How long were they in there?
I would say until 9:30.
Okay. And did you speak to her?
Yes, I spoke to her.
Okay. Did she seem to be alert and lucid?
Yes.
Know what was going on?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask her about what happened or did that ever come up?
Yes, I asked her about what happened.
Okay. What did? What do you recall her telling you about it?
The main thing that stands out in my head from what she said was that a man was over her and trying to stab her.
Okay. At some point during the night, did you ever look at her left hand and examine some injuries there?
Yes.
Okay. How did that come up? Do you remember?
I noticed some cuts on her left hand and I said, "What is that from?" And she said, "This is where I try to grab the knife." Something like that.
Um, Hold on. It scrolled
4.
up a little too far. It's okay. Okay. Now, could you describe the cut?
I can. They look like paper cuts to me. They were scabbed over and just right on surface, not oozing, or there was no redness around them or anything.
Nothing serious at all?
No.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28D. Do you see the type of injuries you're talking about?
Yes.
Point them out to us.
Right there and there.
Okay, right along the fingers there, right?
Right.
Okay. Were you also present when a pelvic exam was done by some doctors?
Yes.
Okay. And did she make any statements about what happened during the exam?
All I remember, the thing that stands out in my mind during that time was that the doctors asked if she could identify the man, and she said, "No, I never saw his face."
Never saw his face?
Hmm.
Okay. Did you make notes throughout that evening whether Mrs. Routier was crying?
Yes, at the first of my assessment, I made some notes.
Okay. And could you describe how she was crying to the jury, please?
She was whining. She was saying, "My babies, my babies." And I never saw a tear run down her face. I never saw anything like that. She never asked for a Kleenex. I never felt the need to offer her a Kleenex. She was just whining.
Okay, she said the same thing.
My babies.
My babies.
My babies.
Okay. Did she make any other statement? Well, let me ask you this. Did you try to get some of the people out of the room from her?
Well, in consideration of what had just happened earlier that day, I said, okay, you know, I will just be the bad guy here. If you need whatever you want to be alone, if you need me to get these people out, I will get them out. I'll kick everybody out. And she goes, I just need a lot of friends and family here in this difficult time.
Okay. Is that how she said it?
Yeah. I mean, just
In that same tone of voice.
no.
Okay. What kind of tone of voice was it?
Well, I need a lot of friends and family here during this difficult time.
Was she crying at all
No,
when she said that?
no.
Okay. Now, later on in the evening, did you bathe her?
I helped Denise bathe her.
Okay. Who was there with you uh,
Denise.
when that, sorry,
It's
is she
okay.
another nurse?
She's another nurse, yes.
About what time did that take place?
I think probably around 1.
Okay, and did Mr. Tier have some blood on her?
Yeah, she had a little bit of blood. She had a little bit of blood on her forearm.
Okay, and did you wash that off at that time?
Yeah, I washed it off.
Did you also wash her feet?
Yeah, I washed her feet off earlier.
What time did that take place?
That happened probably around 8 because her feet were covered in blood and that caught my attention. And so I washed that off after I assessed her.
Okay, did you notice any cuts on her feet anywhere when you washed her feet off?
No, I asked her about it. And, I asked her, did you get cut here? Is that where all this blood is from? And she said, no. And then I inspected her feet and there were no cuts.
Okay, when you helped bathe her later, was her arm bathed?
The part that wasn't dressed.
Okay, and when you bathed the part that wasn't dressed, did you have to move it around?
Yes.
Okay, did Mr. Cheer ever complain of any pain to her arm when you were moving around it?
No.
Specifically, I'm talking about her right arm.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Never complained of pain.
No.
Okay, and during the 4 hours you had her, did you examine her and hold on, take careful note of her medical condition?
Yes.
Is that one of your duties as a nurse?
Yes.
Okay, let me show you some photos that have been marked as States Exhibit 52C and 52B. Do those photos show some bruising, extensive bruising to the right arm? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, did you see any evidence of that injury for the 4 hours you had her in the evening hours?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's pretty extensive bruising, is it not?
Yes.
Objection, leading.
Sustain. Let's phrase this question the right way.
Well, could you describe the bruise that you see there in those photos?
It's in It's a long bruise covering most of her arm, one that looks like, because it's purple coloring. It looks like it could have happened recently. It looks like one that I might see after blunt trauma to the chest, after a person has come in right from the ER.
It's the type of thing that you see when a person comes up that has been in a car accident. Is that right?
Object to leading.
Well, I think we're talking about blunt trauma. Go ahead and answer it if you know. Can you repeat it?
What type of trauma causes that type of bruising?
Judge, that's been asked and answered. She said she would expect that when somebody had blunt trauma to the chest and they came from the emergency room.
Thank you. I'll let her answer that question. Go ahead. The type of bruising that I see here is the same type of bruising that I see from blunt traumas.
Okay, and what's blunt traumas?
Like a hard blow to part of the body.
Okay, did you see any evidence of that injury on her right arm in any of the 4 hours when you were with her?
No.
Okay, what time did the next nurse take over for you?
11 o'clock.
Did you stay on duty at that time?
Yes.
What did your duty switch to at that time?
I became charge nurse, and then I gave the reports to the next nurse, Denise.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have for her, Judge.
Mr.
Mr.
Mosby?
Sorry.
Mrs. Campbell, then you were in Mrs. Routier's presence from maybe 6:45 to 11?
Right.
And I guess you were doing your, did you have another patient?
No.
You were doing your ordinary bookwork and paperwork and making your notations and doing your other responsibilities.
Mm-hmm. Here it comes.
I know. It's crazy.
Yes.
And when you
Sounds like
came
the
on,
Twilight
there was
Zone.
family there. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, there were friends there.
Friends there?
Yeah.
And they were there until you went off or not?
No, they were there until about 9:30. I went off about 11 o'clock.
Okay. So the first hour and 45 minutes, 2 hours, were friends. Was it just friends or was it family or both?
Well, most of the times it was friends. I believe her mother came in for a few minutes at the very end.
And they were consoling each other there?
Right.
Amongst each other?
Right.
And Miss Routier had pictures of her children?
Mm-hmm.
And she was grieving over her children.
Yeah.
My babies, my babies.
Saying my babies.
That's kind of a denial, isn't it? Maybe as if my babies aren't dead or missing them.
Well, I don't know what it was. I don't know what it is. That's just what I heard her say.
Okay. And you have seen any number of people react differently to different events, haven't you?
Yes.
I mean, people react differently, don't they?
People react differently, but there's kind of a commonality when someone experiences a major, or when I see a family member watch another family member die, there's just kind of a commonality.
So you think all people who see a family member die react the same way?
I didn't say that. No.
Okay, that wouldn't be a true statement, would it?
No, I didn't say that.
We all react differently to the same events, don't we?
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, one of the most traumatic and stressful things that a person can endure is the loss of someone close to them, is it?
Sure.
Isn't it? And particularly if they see that, right?
I would say so.
And it can absolutely just put them right into a funk, can it?
Yeah, it can.
And you have at least some psychological and psychiatric training as a nurse, don't you?
Not really. I mean,
You don't get some of that in nursing school?
we learn how. We learn how to listen.
Okay.
And
so really, you don't feel like you're qualified to judge psychologically how someone ought to be reacting.
I'm just talking to you from my experiences.
Okay. And there might be situations where somebody is in a very stressful effect. Have you heard of, for instance, combat stress, post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yeah.
Those kinds of things
Yes.
can cause depression,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
And you know a depressed person has what's called a flat effect. You know that from your training, don't you?
Yeah.
And if someone is reacting in the stupor of a stressful event, they might have a flat effect.
Yes, they might.
Okay. So, and the point of that is, do you have brothers and sisters?
Yeah, I have a brother.
Okay. And are you all different?
Are we different?
Right. Personality wise.
Well, we're different people.
Right.
But we have different personalities.
Well, you react different to things than he does.
Because we're different people, yes.
And you react different than other nurses do to things.
Yeah.
For instance, one nurse might get up there on the witness stand and have tears in her eyes as she testified, right?
I haven't seen any other nurses.
So do you think that would be unusual for a nurse to do that?
I mean, I'm not in a... I mean, it's fine if they do. I mean...
Well, some might not, right?
Right?
Okay, sort of. That's sort of how I feel and how I react and what my emotions are in life are unique to me, aren't they?
Right?
And there is nobody in the world that would react the same event the same way. Or I said it all messed up, sorry.
Right. You want to do it again? No?
Not really.
No.
Just keep it trucking, she said. Keep it trucking.
No, I mean...
Because of my upbringing, of my age, of my sex, of my ethnic background, all of those things.
All I was saying, though, I really wasn't saying that. I was just saying there's commonalities, and that's why it stood out in my head.
Okay. But you aren't saying one thing is usual or unusual or proper or improper, are you?
Well, all I'm saying is that it stood out in my head because I haven't seen this in the past. I haven't seen the way she reacted in the past.
All right. Well, you have no clue as to what her background is, do you?
No, I didn't.
How was she brought up?
No, I'm no clue to anyone's background that I take care of.
You don't have any idea what her life experiences have been,
Nope.
right?
No.
How she was typically reacted to, or how she has typically reacted to events in the past.
Nope.
And so you have no basis whatsoever to decide what her past behavior was and what her current behavior ought to be.
That's not even what I was saying, though.
Okay, that's exactly what you weren't saying any of that, were you?
No. All I'm saying is there's commonalities that I see in people grieving.
And you weren't here at all to pass judgment on how someone ought to react in a stressful situation.
I didn't say anything about should or shouldn't.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page. No pun intended by that. Now, in your notes, you didn't describe her as tearful, did you?
I described her as tearful.
As very tearful, didn't you?
Yes, I described her as tearful.
Well, no, actually, it was very tearful, wasn't it?
Yes, I did in my notes.
More so than tearful. I mean, there's a reason for putting the word very there, wasn't there?
She was whining, my babies, my babies.
Well, your words. But these notes are important notes, aren't they?
Yeah.
I mean, these notes can have life and death implications if they're not accurate, can't they?
Well,
I'm not saying in this case, but these focus notes are that important, aren't they?
the purpose of focus notes is to have a way of communicating to the next nurse. You know, it's a way of continuity of care.
And so that everyone knows as accurately as possible what that patient's history is when they walk in and take over the patient.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And so you don't put words down here that you don't want the next nurse to rely on, right?
Right.
You know she's going to, as a matter of fact, don't you?
But the next nurse is also going to do an assessment of her.
Sure.
I mean, she shouldn't rely just on the notes.
No, I would never suggest that she should. But the point is that when you make that note, you know that patients care. that the next nurse is going to take that note, and then of course she's going to take that and she's going to plug that into her own observation, and she's going to make notes to the next nurse, right?
She'll probably do her assessment first and then read the notes.
Okay. And then she will look for my assessment consistent with the last one. Or have we got some change here? Is there something I need to be worried about or something going on with this patient here?
That's what I do, yes.
Okay. So you think it's very important that you accurately portray what is happening for that next nurse.
Right?
Okay. And you choose the words very tearful, didn't you?
The reason why I choose the words very tearful is because I saw her whining.
Okay.
And if I say whining a lot, and this is a very important document, like you say, I mean, that gives a negative connotation to the patient.
And you didn't want to do that?
And it was for lack of better words.
Okay, but you didn't just put moderately tearful, sometimes tearful.
She was
very tearful.
Whining a lot.
Okay, very tearful is the phrase you used, right?
That is the phrase I used, yes.
Okay, let's settle down. Oh, wait. That's the core. Where? It looks like there's a black spot.
Does where?
Okay, let's settle down. Let's go on to the next question. Very tearful. Okay. One of the things that you said was that you asked her about, did she want to be alone? Did I remember that right?
I just said, you let me know when you want these people to leave, and I'll be the bad guy, and I'll get them to leave.
Because the fact is that people who are in a stressful situation sometimes want to be alone.
Right.
Sometimes they want people with them.
Right.
Their emotions are going maybe like a roller coaster, right?
Right.
And you recognize that?
Right.
And you're sensitive to it, and you want the patient to cope with that situation in a way the patient is comfortable with, don't you?
That's right.
I mean, you don't want that patient to cope with it in a way that Miss Campbell would cope with it, do you?
I just want her to let me know if she wanted them to leave.
And you didn't want, for instance, another person imposing their will on her of how she ought to be handling this, did you?
I really just thought of it as, as I just really thought of it as if you want me to, if you want these people to leave, I'll tell them to leave.
If you want to work through it by yourself, that's fine. If you want to work through it with people around you, that's fine. Whichever you want to do.
I didn't say that. I said, if you would like these people to leave, I will tell them to leave.
That's the same thing, isn't it?
You don't have to worry about offending someone. I'll tell them to leave.
Well, that's the same thing, isn't it? Let her work through it however she thought it was appropriate.
Not really. I mean, it was a lot simpler than that. It was just, if you want these people to leave, I'll tell them to leave.
Okay, you didn't give that much thought to it, I guess.
Actually, no.
All right.
I just wanted to let her know that.
Okay. Now you said, I think, that you bathed her?
I helped to bathe her, yeah.
Okay. When?
Around 1 o'clock.
Okay. But earlier than that, you had bathed just her feet?
I washed her feet.
Washed? Just washed her feet while she was in the bed.
Right?
And I think you told Mr. Shook that she had some blood on her forearms that you noticed?
Right.
And did you wash that off the second time when you bathed her?
Right. The only thing I washed off was her feet.
And that was blood on what forearm?
It was her right.
Okay. And so everybody knows the forearm is from the elbow down. Oh my God.
Right?
Wasn't any blood up on the upper arm, was there?
Well, I didn't see anything.
Well, you notice those things, don't you?
Right?
If there were dry blood up on that upper arm,
Yeah.
you would have noticed
Yes.
and you would have cleaned it, wouldn't you?
Right?
So there wasn't any dry blood on her upper arm, was there?
I didn't notice any.
Okay, Miss Campbell. Have you been down here since Monday too?
Yes.
Did you get summoned to a meeting the other day?
Which time?
Did you get instructed over a lunch the other day to come meet?
Which meeting? I mean, yeah, we only met one time.
Who? How did you know that? Who is we?
The other nurses that I'm with.
Okay. Did you all come down together?
They flew us down. We came on the same plane
To where?
to Kerrville.
They flew you to Kerrville.
We came on the same plane to Kerrville.
Is that a private? I just assume y'all came on Southwest Airlines. Y'all came on a private?
No, we came on Southwest Airlines.
Okay. I hadn't seen them land in Kerrville lately. So you got me.
No, I'm sorry. We went to San Antonio and drove to Kerrville.
You got me a little confused. All right. Did y'all rent a car together, all the nurses, and come up together? How did you do that?
Well, we took a van to Kerrville.
Okay. A state van that picked y'all up?
Yeah.
And when do y'all come in? When did y'all come in? Monday evening?
Yes.
Okay. And that was all of the nurses who came in here and testified before? And I guess Denise, who was after you?
Yes.
Okay. And now this meeting is it okay if I described that as a meeting the other day? What would you call it?
Well, I mean, people met. I mean, people came together. I guess it was a meeting.
A gathering. How about that?
Yeah.
Okay. At this gathering, how did you know about this gathering?
I think I was told by one of the nurses to show up there.
What did she tell you?
To show up and to show up at 12.
Where?
To meet at 12.
Where were y'all meeting?
In a room at the hotel.
Okay. You don't remember what room or whose room?
Room 109. I don't know whose room it is.
Okay. And who all was present there?
I mean, Diane, Denise, myself, Toby, Chris.
Toby, the district attorney?
I mean, yes. No, I'm sorry. Yes, he was there.
Okay.
I don't remember. I mean, there were several people there.
Okay. It was a good sized gathering.
Yeah.
Dr. DeLon there?
Yeah, he was there.
And did Toby tell y'all the purpose of that meeting?
No.
Did he sort of start it off? And I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with this. I'm just trying to find out what it was about. Did Toby tell you why y'all had been?
I had no idea why we were going to go there.
Did anybody tell you why you were summoned there?
Why we were asked to come to the meeting?
Yes.
I didn't know why we were going to come to the meeting.
Well, when you got there, did somebody explain the purpose of the gathering?
Well, yeah, somebody explained the purpose of that.
Was that Toby?
I think so. Yeah, he was.
Okay. Up until this gathering, had you seen any pictures of Miss Routier?
No, I hadn't seen any pictures.
And did you at the gathering see pictures of Miss Routier?
Yes.
Did you all have a table and you spread them all out or what?
Yeah, there was a table and there were some pictures of her there.
Okay. And were y'all just standing around?
Yeah, we were standing around.
Okay. And was one person talking or were several people talking at once?
Several people were talking at once.
Okay. Would you be looking at the one picture with one nurse and somebody else be looking at another picture with another nurse or with Dr. DeLon or with Toby?
We were just all kind of looking at the pictures.
I mean, was it like a group discussion?
Well, I mean, we weren't all talking. It wasn't like a big group putting an input to one discussion. We were just all.
Well, for instance, did you say, well, I noticed this? And somebody else would say, well, I noticed that. And somebody else would say, well, look at this. And somebody else say, well, what's that? And what do you think this is? And what do you think caused that?
Well,
I mean, were those kinds of questions being brainstormed around the table?
we were just saying like how this is a bruise, like what kind of bruise this was.
You had expressed your opinion, I guess.
Yeah, I expressed my opinion.
Did everybody express their opinion?
I don't know, because I wasn't really listening to everyone.
But you heard some of the people expressing their opinions about what it was that they were looking at and what those pictures meant that they were looking at.
I heard some people say things, but it was just kind of jumble. Everybody was talking one time.
Well, was it, you've been involved in like brainstorming sessions. You know what that is.
We weren't in a brainstorming session.
Okay. Were you all sitting there and saying that, for instance, I noticed this? Did you say, look at this? Did somebody point something out to you and say, look at this?
Not really. We just looked at the pictures and I was like, we just kind of made comments on it. We didn't really say, did you see this? Look at this. Or
you were verbalizing what it was that you saw.
Yes, verbalizing what we saw.
And everybody else was verbalizing what it was that they saw.
Yeah.
Okay. How long were you all doing this? How long did this meeting take?
It was like 15 minutes, not very long.
And what day was that?
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
I think it was probably like Tuesday.
Okay. Have you sort of lost track of all the days while you have been down here?
Yes, I have.
So I'll pass the witness. I'll let you go. If you can figure out what day it is and get back to Dallas. Oh my God, what? Wow. I think that's what I was wondering. Libra?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought you were that black.
I was in the show, and then all of a sudden, I got kicked to backstage, and I was like, "Damn, I'm in timeout." I have to admit, like that right there, her answer just like threw me because the witness before her, didn't she say the meeting was 45 minutes to an hour?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what did she just say?
Saying 15 minutes?
Oh,
she said 15 minutes.
Man,
she's like lost though. Like she doesn't even know what date.
I know.
Oh my God! And your Valley girl is killing it.
I know.
Because it makes me feel like I'm back home in my hometown. I'm like, oh yeah, okay. It's been a while since I've heard that.
I'm a Valley girl.
Yeah.
You do that good. Why do I want to quit yawning, but yeah, you do that good, the Valley girl.
Lots of practice making fun of people.
Well, I'm originally from Las Vegas, and people do that stuff out there all the time. So
I'm from the Valley, like where the movie Valley Girl was made. That's where I'm from. Mm-hmm. So like totally, like oh my God, it was the 80s.
I was trying to contain myself laughing.
I hope I thought maybe I got put in time.
I thought maybe I got put in time out for giggling.
I hope she's I hope she's a nice lady, because maybe I'm making her sound really weird or something. Maybe she's actually nice. Sorry, Mrs. Campbell.
But I think that some of her answers were just kind of I don't want to say rude, but it was like insensitive. Like when she's whining.
I was when she's saying she's whining, I was like, man, that's the first.
I mean, how would you expect somebody to feel when they're in a hospital bed and they just lost their 2 children and they're like cut up and banged up, and you know what I mean? So
that's not whining. You have every right to be whining, basically, Right. And then she's like whining about nothing. Yeah, right. What?
Yeah. And she's like, I didn't even offer her a Kleenex. I'm like, what kind of a comment was that?
Right. She definitely doesn't like her. She's on that side.
Yeah, I can
Mhm.
tell. Yep, makes sense.
All right.
All right.
Redirect. Mrs. Campbell, this wasn't a real long meeting, was it?
No.
Did I ever ask you to make up some kind of story or lie about what you were going to say?
No.
I just asked you questions about what you remember.
Right?
Okay, that's all I have, Judge.
All right, you may step down, ma'am. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody who has testified. In other words, don't compare it. You may talk to the attorneys for either side. If someone tries to talk to you about your testimony, tell the attorney for the side who caused you. You may be excused, subject to recall. Is that agreed?
Yes, sir.
Both sides? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, thank you. You may step down. I played that was like 3 people.
Oh,
Do we need to
right.
read all this? I don't know. Yeah, we don't think I need to read this. Just tell
Mm-mm.
people to go stretch. And we are going to take a break. Stand up, stretch. Well, maybe I should read it for all you guys. You could stand up, stretch.
Right.
Don't go out there until the jury's gone. So yeah, just
Don't discuss the case with anybody. And if
yeah.
somebody tries to discuss the case with you, go to the side that called you and let them know.
Hmm. Oh, look, wait, defense motion for a mistrial? Wait, this is in the middle. That's when they come back, they do that?
Yeah, I'm looking.
Yes.
It's before Denise, who's like the I think the last nurse, maybe. And so they like something. I wonder what it is. It
Wow.
might be this
Ooh.
chick
Oh, it's only
answers.
The
okay.
suspense.
Wow.
Suspense.
And after that, it's what you said, Denise. I'll get her thing ready. Wow. Okay. So this is, let's see, Denise is the next nurse. I can't wait to be done with these nurses, to be honest.
I know. We're bored with these nurses.
Wow. All right, let's take a break, guys. I'm gonna get a coffee. I gotta go to the bathroom. So everybody take a break, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
You don't have to,
Alrighty.
guys. If you're still here, like you guys could talk if you're still here, but I'm just saying if you need to take a break.
Yeah, I'm gonna charge the laptop and stretch my legs a little bit, drink some water.
Yep. I'm going to take a minute too.
All right, y'all.
We'll be
I'll see
right
you
back,
later.
guys.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. We'll be back in a minute.
Hi guys. How's chat doing? Anyone can hear me?
The chat seems to be doing very well.
Ah, you're there, Libra.
I am. You're welcome. I think it's, I don't know, is that Sucker Girl 420? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that
Yeah,
correctly,
it looks
but
like
you're
Soccer
welcome.
Girl.
Yeah, unfortunately, during this trial, there were no um, outside media cameras allowed in, so nobody really got to see like what was going on there. So this is why we're reading the transcripts so that we can um, get a better idea of what was going on in there, um, and make some decisions for ourselves, I guess.
Kevin, we're coming back to this. There won't be a part 2. We'll just continue with this video. Sorry.
Yeah,
If
we're
I cut
working
you
on
off.
it. We had to take a break real quick. So how was your week?
My week was good. I have a really bad sinus infection. I'm gonna need
Oh no.
I'm gonna need surgery, but it's like in a month or something.
Oh
Yeah, so
no.
it's so bad. But it happened from a crown in my it's the most insane story. But yeah, one
Oh,
side is so full, and yeah, it's really annoying. But as
I'm
long as I
sorry
don't
to hear
sound.
that.
Yeah, thanks. So yeah, I just got the surgery scheduled, but it's like outpatient. It's called a balloon rhinoplasty. So they go in and with just local and open up your sinus cavity so it can drain.
I bet it'll feel better once it's all said and done,
Oh,
much better because
hell
I'm
yes.
sure that's got to be so painful.
Yeah, it's been going on for so long, but yeah, I can't really bend over. It's
Hmm.
the weirdest thing, but yeah. And thank you, Dark Sea. Yeah, thanks. Finally gonna be better.
Yeah.
So tell me about your vacation.
Well, it was awesome sauce. Awesome sauce.
Did you get
Although,
stuff?
no.
Cat-
So we ended up not getting to Waverly, because my husband didn't purchase the tickets in time, and when we went to go purchase the tickets, it was the date wasn't available till April 27th. So it's okay. We decided that we were just going to go to Caesars, Southern Indiana. And so it's this casino that's out in the middle of nowhere. And on the Google, it said that they have the largest gambling boat on water, right?
Wow.
Go figure. We get there, they sold the gambling boat. But the hotel casino, yeah, they were we just recently sold that boat. It's no longer here.
Our Google isn't
So,
updated.
yeah, Google's totally not updated. Don't believe Google about that. Um, so, and so they were they sold the boat, and they were I think they sold it to Florida, and this other guy was no, they sold it somewhere else because they didn't think they could get it all the way to Florida. I'm okay, that's okay. So we booked a hotel room and we went down to go gamble for a little bit, and we lost. We lost.
It's okay.
Um,
It's okay. It's
which is
money. Yeah.
yeah, but but we had fun. You know what I mean? We
Right.
relaxed. And so, the only thing I can say that was kind of disappointing about the whole casino thing is, how they have restaurants in there that you can eat while you're there.
Yeah.
It was $50 for two people to eat in one of those restaurants, right? And the
Okay.
food was not very great. Okay. So,
Ugh.
like, I kind of got sick a little bit after I ate the food. And I was like, I don't feel well. This is not cool. And my stomach had started bothering me. So I went back up to the room. And a little bit later, I started to get hungry. And my husband's like, they have room service here. I'm like, what?
They have what
He's like,
service?
room service. He's like,
Room.
he went out the door to go get some ice. And he's like, somebody's got a tray outside. There's room service here. I was like, okay. He's like, let's order room service. So we ordered room service. The room service was half the cost of the restaurants down in the casino.
That's
Believe it or
crazy.
not. And it was better food, so much better food. So
Wow.
we had room service, and then we kind of chilled out for a little bit, went back down, did some more gambling. And like, when it was said and done, my husband's like, okay, so I'm ready to go home.
What
After the
day was
first
this?
day.
First
This
day.
the first day after. And I was like, okay. And when we got here, my daughter and my son-in-law were here. And my daughter's pregnant, and my son-in-law is, I mean, we're really starting to get to know him more and more. Like, he's super awesome. And he's from India.
Mm.
So, um, like, he always, like, we talk about like what his culture's like, and like how he grew up, and like what the difference is between like where he's from and where we're from. And so, like, he had never had barbecue before.
Oh my gosh.
So we made him barbecue on the grill. And then, like, I had never eaten Indian food before.
Mm.
So he totally talked me into like going and eating at an Indian restaurant. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I'll try it, because I was at first I was like, no, I really don't want to do that. And my husband's like, aren't you going to get to know your son-in-law's, don't you want to know where he comes from? He's like, it'd be kind of disrespecting his cultural difference if you don't try it at least once. And I was like, yeah, I probably should keep an open mind. So we went and had Indian food, and it was really good. Although my stomach was not very happy with it, like the next day, but my daughter was like, you'll get used to that. And so we just had a really great time because I got to spend the whole weekend like with my family, you know what I mean? And to
Yeah.
me, that was like the best because, like,
Your
my daughter
husband works a
comes.
lot of hours. You
Yeah,
get to
he
spend a
works
lot of
a
time with
lot of
him.
hours. Yeah, he works 6 days a week, 16 hours a day. You
Oh
know
my
what I mean?
gosh.
And even though he's what they call a local truck driver, and he goes like and delivers like cars out of state, picks up cars, from the other state, brings them back. He works so much that like by the time he gets home, it's time for him to go to sleep. Then he gets
Mhm.
up, get his lunch ready, and he's out the door again. So,
Yeah, that's tough hours. 16-hour days. Like, you don't have
yeah,
time to socialize with
yeah,
your wife.
yeah. And so it was just really nice to just have him here. And then my daughter and my son-in-law were showing me their got a
Oh,
whole
good.
bunch of the baby clothes and stuff, right? So like because the baby's coming and it's going to be a boy, and everybody is
Oh.
like getting all the stuff together, and they're just like falling over the baby clothes. And my son-in-law is like holding these things up, and he's like, the baby can wear this for a while, right? He's like, or he'll hold up another thing. He's like, that's too big. And I'm like, you will be so surprised at how fast your baby is going to grow, you know?
Right.
And so the doctors were telling them, because my daughter's father is 6'5",
Mm.
and her or my son-in-law's dad is like 6'2".
Oh my
So
gosh.
they're like, he's gonna be a super tall baby. I
Oh
mean,
my gosh.
my daughter, she's like 5'11", and I'm 5'1". She
That
towers
is
over me.
hilarious. So you're 5'1" and your ex
Yeah,
is 6'5".
6'5". Yeah.
That's like my parents. My mom is 5 feet tall and my dad is 6'4", and they're
Yeah.
hilarious. Yeah.
Yes. And the doctor was saying, like, it depends upon how the height of your fathers and, your grandfathers, whatever. And each generation, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, you know. And then, like, we were
Wow.
talking about the differences because my mom was explaining to my daughter, that every pregnancy is different. And she's like, when I was born, I was 6 pounds, 4 ounces. And I have a brother and I have a sister. When my brother was born, he was 10 pounds, 8 ounces.
Oh my
and my sister
gosh.
was 12 pounds, 6 ounces. So she's like,
Were they
freaking out.
cesarean? Were your
Yeah,
were your
both of
siblings
them were
cesarean?
both of them were cesarean. But like she was explaining that to my son-in-law, and my son-in-law's eyes got wide, and he's shaking his head back and forth. He's like, "No, no, no, we need natural childbirth. We are not doing that. No,
Oh no.
no."
Oh no, you're not having them. Like if she needs to have cesarean, you better support that. Holy
Yeah,
moly.
but he was like, "No, we do not want that. We do not." He was
Oh my
hilarious.
gosh.
So
You're
At
pregnant?
12.
That's deep. I didn't know you were even having a baby. I just
no, my daughter is pregnant. I have a daughter. My daughter will be 21 in April.
Okay.
And then I have an 8-year-old son. So my daughter is actually expecting her first child. So I will be a grandma.
Your first time being a grandma.
Yes, my first. Well,
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you so much. So I mean, we're really excited, and it's been such a crazy, crazy roller coaster about all of it. But like, because my daughter, she told me on New Year's that she was pregnant. She called me on a video call, and she's like, "So, Mom, like, I'm pregnant. We're having a baby," and I'm like, "Okay." And then like, I didn't want to be like weird. Thank you guys. I appreciate the congratulations. It's so awesome. And so, I didn't want to be weird, like, because I didn't, I just assumed that she had just been dating him, and everything. And so, like, I waited a couple days and I called her and I'm like giving her the talk. I'm like, okay, what is going on here? Like, are y'all gonna like just be together, like in a relationship? Are y'all gonna get married? Are y'all engaged? And she's like, well, Mom, we got married a while ago. I was
Oh
like,
my gosh.
she's like, yeah, we got married. She's like, they're gonna have like a formal, like a big ceremony after she has the baby. But she was like, well, I didn't want to tell you everything all at once, Mom. Like, okay.
Most important pressing information first. Babies do.
Yeah. And so also like he's here on a work visa, and so they're dealing with like the whole immigration ordeal, like when you marry somebody
K1.
and then uh, I don't know the formal terms for it. Just Kiyomi was talking about it, but I didn't quite pick it up. But it's like when people get married to people from other countries, immigration really like checks on their marriage and make sure that it's like a legitimate marriage. They're not just like doing this stuff for, citizenship,
to get a green
like
card. Yeah.
Yeah, and just being basically they're looking for people who are deceitful, you know. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of red tape, and so like his renewal for his visa is coming up, and so I had to fill out like an affidavit for him to like talk about like our relationship and talk about like our family and how he does with our family and stuff. So I mean it's cool. Like he's an awesome guy, and I totally have not seen my daughter happier with anybody else, and I could not have asked for a better upstanding man to be the father of my grandchild.
You couldn't ask for anything more than that. Like, her
No.
happiness and him being good to her. That's the most important stuff.
Yeah, and
That's
I mean,
good.
like the last several years, my daughter will she got married when she was like 17, and that it really went south. Um, and her first husband ended up getting into some big trouble. I'm talking about some big trouble. And so, like, at that point, you know, she was going down a path that I wasn't crazy about, you know what I mean? And I was like, listen, you know, this is the time to look at your life and say, okay, is this what I want to do for the rest of my life? Is this who I want to be? Is this where I want to be at? And I'm amazed at the growth and complete difference that she has made within the last 3 years. I mean, you wouldn't even recognize her as the same person. I'm serious. It's been awesome.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. So
it's good that she matured.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm proud of, you know, the difference that she's made. And I mean, I can't say like I haven't been there before, that I haven't made any bad choices, because when I was younger, yeah, I made some really stupid choices, and I served a consequence for it, you know. But I know that like I learned from it and I grew from it. And looking back, like, even though I had to go through that, I would not change any bit of it, because it has opened my eyes to so much more, and I've learned so much more. So it's just a part of growing and evolving as a human being. So
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, sulfur music. Thanks.
Thanks, Diana. That's nice of people to say that we're doing good reading.
Yay. I'm so excited that we are. I'm excited that everybody is enjoying it, and that, you know, we're having fun with it too. That's the most important part as well.
Yeah. True that.
Yeah, definitely.
And I am sitting on the edge of my seat because I really want to know what Darlie is going to say.
I know, me
what
too.
Darlie's going to say. I'm like, let's get through it. We're going to mow down the witness list. I'm going to kidnap Tiff and make her stay on live for like 4 days straight. Let's get it, Tiff. Come on.
I'll try. I just can't. I don't know why tonight, and I think last time too, I cannot quit yawning, and it's so annoying. I don't know what it is. It's driving me nuts.
Maybe it's going to be a thing with Darlie.
Should we change up our accents again? Will that help keep you awake?
It's not that I'm like, it's not even that I'm tired. I don't know. It's like I can't get enough oxygen or something. I'm not sure. But no, you guys are doing great. I feel like I'm this boring one that's not doing an accent.
You are not boring at all.
Well, I mean, I don't have like I feel like I haven't taken on a character as much as you guys. Like I'm just doing my regular voice. Like, and you guys are, it's all good though. I can't do an accent like every word like you guys do. You guys are good.
I keep reading.
What's that?
Go ahead, Libra.
I said, I think I'm going to try to keep it fresh. And this next witness, I'm going to do my Southern accent. So.
Yes.
Do it up. Those jump starts, get the blood moving, do some jumps, do some star jumps. I don't even know what a star jump is. God, I'm already feeling like I have to yawn again. I even got a little snack, but all right, let's just.
Did you get your coffee?
Yeah, I have my coffee too, and I'm already halfway done with it already. So
what do you mean? Where's Zeke? He needs to come and give you some kisses.
No, he's in bed. I know he's in bed already.
Hey, do you ever possibly drink like the B8 Splash with like the antioxidants and all that stuff in it?
No, I never have.
You should try it. Like vitamins and stuff will help you so much with energy.
I've been trying to take like I have these gummy vitamins I take because the regular ones like upset my stomach. So I forgot to take them the last couple of weeks. Maybe that's it. I don't know.
It could be. It could be.
Yeah, Soulful Music. Yeah, we're already in almost 4 hours. Oh my god, we already went through. We probably been through like 3 or 4 witnesses, I think. But yeah,
Yep.
maybe Libra. I don't know what it is, but it's been about like a week or so that I just can't quit yawning. So anyway, it's all good. So the first thing is the the defense motion. This is only 2 pages, so I think it'll be. I'm John Hagler, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. You are.
And then yeah, so I guess let's do it if you guys are ready. Are you guys ready?
Absolutely. Let's get this party started.
All right. Yeah. So who's the court? I don't know whoever wants to be the court.
I could be the court. I mean, if it's you guys are on here and there's no witness, I could. Okay, sorry. What you mean by that is, are you gonna start? Okay. Hold on.
No, I was just I meant what you were. I didn't know who was going. Okay, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
All right. All right. Let's go on the record. Today is Friday, January 10th. All right. Let the record reflect that these proceedings are being, well, where's Mr. Hagler? Well, there he is. Everybody, please have a seat. All right. Let the record reflect that these proceedings are being held outside the presence of the jury and all parties of the trial are present. Mr. Hagler.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, we would move for a mistrial based on a violation of Rule 613. Wait, do you guys hear the echo? Does somebody have it on? Somebody have it not turned down? I could hear myself
Not
talking.
to my knowledge.
Hello?
Hello?
It went away.
Hello?
No,
Yeah.
I can still hear it.
Mm-hmm.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, so
It might have gone away.
I'm seeing if the echo's still there. Okay. It's very hard. For some reason, I get distracted when I hear a echo. I have trouble reading. Like my brain is thinking about it, and then I can't focus on the sentence. I'm just weird like that.
I understand. I don't hear it though.
I hear it now again.
Well, why don't you mute, Libra? Mute it, and when you're not talking, and maybe do you still hear it? Violation of rule. Hello? Yeah, it was. I guess it is you, Libra. So I think
I'm sorry.
I just mute when you're not talking. I think when you're talking, it'll be fine. It's like it's just my echo. It's weird. I only hear mine. That is weird. We should be able to hear everybody's, but oh well. Okay.
Roger that.
All right. Yes, Your Honor. At this time, Your Honor, we would move for a mistrial based on a violation of Rule 613 in the Texas Rules of Criminal Evidence. Your Honor, at the beginning of this trial, the rule was invoked, and this court admonished those witnesses who were sworn that they were to comply with the requirements of the rule. Now, during the first day of testimony, some damaging testimony was elicited brought out by the defense in this case regarding the bruising and the age of the bruises on the defendant's arm. After that, testimony was brought out in front of the jury through cross-examination of a number of witnesses. We were able to, and I might say the court noted, I would suspect, the reluctance of the witnesses. I'm referring to the Baylor nurses and employees. Their reluctance to mention that there was a clandestine meeting that occurred at the Holiday Inn. Now, Your Honor, I might note again that although these witnesses, again, the Baylor personnel, were not sworn in at the time of the commencement of this trial, Your Honor, still the spirit of the rule, the purpose of the rule is to avoid either party from shading, influencing, or manipulating the testimony of witnesses that will come out during the course of the trial. These Baylor employees, I might add, were here. They were obviously going to be witnesses for the state, and we would submit that they likewise fell under the scope of Rule 613. Now, Your Honor, again, with great reluctance, did the witness disclose the nature of this meeting, and as those witnesses testified, it became readily apparent that there was the clandestine meeting in which the nature and scope and age of the bruising was discussed. And if the court will recall, these matters were never brought out earlier until damaging testimony was offered on the first day of the trial. Now, Your Honor, it seems, and of course, the court heard the testimony, but it's extraordinary that all of the testimony of the Baylor employees has now been conformed as to the age of the bruising. And we should submit, Your Honor, that it's readily apparent from the testimony of those witnesses that they were influenced, that their testimony was molded, and for lack of other words, was cooked up by the state in order to confront the damaging testimony that was offered the first day in this trial. For that reason, Your Honor, at this point in time, we have no way of knowing what their original testimony would have been regarding the age of the wounds. The harm has been done on an important issue in this case, and we would ask that this court grant a mistrial due to the damaging nature of such testimony. Your Honor, just one thing I might add. Both sides were admonished once the rule was invoked. The court admonished us to make sure that our witnesses, make sure that we conformed our conduct to the rule of evidence, and they were likewise admonished. So the rule was in effect. It was in effect for all witnesses, not those just sworn in here. I mean, reprehensible.
All right, motion denied. Thank you.
Oh, that was a waste of time. That was well, I don't know. I mean, because that's like still assuming and saying that they were molded, because they could deny that. You know what I'm saying? The state could still deny that that's what happened. But I mean,
that
it is
was quick.
Yeah, that was quick.
He
what do you guys
blink an eye?
I know. What do you guys think of that? Do you think that the defense had any grounds to try to get this mistrial or whatever for this reason? I don't know.
I mean, if they were meeting before the trial, all of them together like that, you know, I think that's tainting and prejudice, you know, towards the witnesses.
But so they're not allowed to be doing
or
that,
prejudicial.
So why
I
were
mean,
they?
they can do that, but it's a different when you meet with each witness by themselves versus putting them in a room in a group, because they can talk about things. Say, oh yeah, this is what I experienced. This is what I experienced. And that person may take what that other person experienced and say, okay, you saw that. This is what you felt like. Hey, listen, that's what I felt like too. And then it pretty much taints the witness.
Yeah, I could see that.
No, that is true. I mean, they're meeting with their lawyers, which is in the rule of evidence, but you can basically now tell what each witness is going to, like how they're approaching it. You can get, even if they don't talk about it, you get a vibe for how they feel towards it.
Exactly. And like, if you are testifying in a case, you know, if the prosecutor's calling multiple witnesses, do you see a prosecutor calling those witnesses down to their office to take their statement from them, like all together, like, hey, y'all, come on down. You're the next contestant on the prosecutor's right. No.
But if they're not allowed, then it should be. I mean, it should just be excluded. I mean, that should just be a known thing, right? If that's a law, then I feel like then why wasn't there a trial? Or if it was illegal? I mean,
I don't think it's a law, but it does put.
Okay, I see.
Like, you know what I mean? It does place like prejudicial.
Definitely it does.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
I mean, what I was kind of like, that part's wrong, but what I was kind of asking, I mean, the whole thing where he brought up the bruising and his issue with, because they couldn't tell the age of the bruise. And I know the bigger picture is what you said, though, I guess, but like they couldn't tell the age of the bruising now because they were all basically what do you call it, like tainted, you know what I'm saying? They all
because they're all sitting around looking at pictures, they're giving their opinions, they're like, this is what I think, this is what I feel. I mean, it's just straight up prejudicial. You know, you're allowing them to discuss that together. And then you got to think, you know, when they go in to testify, what is the judge ordering them to do? Do not talk to anybody else in this case. Do not talk about what you see. Do not talk about what you hear. If somebody tries to talk to you, you know what I mean? And it just, I don't know. Well, that's just how I feel about it. I mean, I don't know if it was necessarily like the right exact thing to do, you know, but well, for the defense, I think that it was something that they they should have done. They should have made that an issue with the court. Absolutely.
So it's crazy they just dismissed it so quick, though.
Yeah, he didn't even like say, let me think about this.
Yeah,
He was
I
just
know.
he was like, keep it moving, Bucko. We'll see you next round.
That's kind of how I felt with the judge on the Peterson case, though. How he kept, like, he was always for the state, and some of the things I just felt he was wrong on it, how he what his conclusions were, or whatever, on some of the stuff he let into the trial and stuff. He was making me mad, but oh wait, oh Bella, she must have been out. I didn't even know she was out. Oh,
yeah,
Bella.
he was not.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, he didn't let anything. Not even when they went back for the retrial hearings, nothing. He always went against the defense. It was like, man, I think he had it in against number one, Peterson, and number two, the lawyer, the David Rudolph. I feel like I don't think he liked him very much.
Right. Hey, did you get my text last night about David Rudolph? About the article that I saw?
Remind me real quick.
So I found an article that was put out by Oxygen. And so the attorney went to CrimeCon and people were asking him about, hey, do you still see Michael Peterson? Are you still keeping in contact with him? And he says, yes, I have since kept contact with him since the end of the case. He has returned to Durham. I don't know why he's returned to Durham, but I can report that he is now living in a residence with no staircase.
Yeah, I remember that. That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
Alrighty, yeah, that is funny, but yeah, they seemed like they had a relationship that they formed that was going to go beyond the. I kind of liked him, but I understand he's like one of those. I don't know. All right, yeah, let's continue. Excuse me. All right, so we're at Denise Faulk. Yeah, I can't wait to be done with the nurses, you guys. I really can't, because they're all saying the same thing, and they're all being questioned basically the same way about these stupid bruises. Not stupid, but they're, the defense really wants to know about these bruises, and I understand, but it's like none of them are budging really, So
I feel like I could recite the prosecutor word for word in my sleep by each witness. He starts out the same question. So
yeah. All right, let's do it.
All right.
Go ahead.
State your name, please.
My name is Denise Renee Faulk.
Would you spell your last name, please? Oh, last name, please.
Faulk.
And how are you employed?
I'm a registered nurse.
And where do you work?
I work at Baylor Healthcare System.
Okay. And tell the jury your educational and professional training for the position that you hold as a nurse, please.
I attended Texas Tech University and did some undergraduate work there. And I have my RN diploma from Methodist School of Nursing in Lubbock.
Can everyone hear the witness okay?
Okay. How long have you worked at Baylor?
A year and a half.
And what section of that hospital are you assigned?
I'm assigned to the 4 North ICU, which is trauma neuro ICU.
And what are your duties there?
I care for the critically ill, and I make sure that my patients are hemodynamically stable.
All right. Let me turn your attention to the 6th day of June of 1996 and ask you if you came on duty that day.
Yes.
What time did you come to work?
I came to work at 6:45.
Okay, in the evening?
Yes.
And how long was that shift you were working?
I worked 12 hours.
Okay. Sometime during the day, did you have Darlie Routier as your patient?
Yes.
What time did you get her as a patient?
I had her at 11 o'clock that night.
Okay.
Until 7 in the morning.
Until 7 o'clock the next morning?
Mm-hmm.
And were you her nurse the rest of the evening and all through the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have any other patients?
Yes.
How many other patients did you have?
I had one.
Okay. And did you speak to Miss Routier while you were there through the morning hours?
Yes, I did.
Describe her condition at that time.
She was very stable and very much in her right mind.
Okay. Were you able to understand her and she able to understand you?
Yes, sir.
Y'all had no trouble communicating?
No.
Sometime during the evening, did you speak to her about what happened to her?
Yes.
Okay. About what time was that?
It was around 4 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And where were you?
I was at her bedside.
Standing or sitting?
I was sitting in the chair.
Okay. And what position was she in?
She was laying on her right side in her bed, just kind of. We lay patients propped up with pillows, laying on her right side, looking at me, talking.
How far away were you from her? Oh, from her were
Po-
you?
Probably from like here to the end of this right here.
Okay. About 2 or 3 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You'll have to answer yes or no.
Yes.
Okay. And you had her. Was she propped to one side, you say?
She was laying on her right side, kind of propped in bed.
Okay. During the day, do y'all move patients from one side to the other, prop them up?
Yes, we do.
What is the purpose of that?
The purpose of that is so they will have circulation to their skin and they won't have any skin breakdown.
Okay. And was she there on her right side talking to you? Did the subject of why she was there and what had happened to her come up?
Yes, it did.
How did it come up?
I had asked her if she remembered anything that happened.
Yeah, uh,
25.
whoa. Sorry.
It's
Okay.
okay.
And was she able to relate to you what happened?
Yes.
Okay. What did she say or where was she when this all started?
She said that she was downstairs in her house, sleeping on the couch, and her two boys were downstairs, and they had been watching TV, a big screen TV. And that what started waking her up was her little boy started crying.
Okay. Did she say where her husband was when all of this was going on?
She said he was upstairs with the little baby.
Okay. So she had been downstairs with her two boys watching TV.
Yes.
And then what woke her up was her 5-year-old crying.
Yes.
Okay. Then what did she say happened?
She said that she felt a struggle like at her neck,
Okay.
and the man started wrestling with her.
Okay. Did she say where she was when the struggle at her neck and the wrestling occurred?
She was on the couch.
Okay. What's the next thing she told you?
She said that she started yelling and that she ran off and he dropped the knife and she picked it up.
Okay. Did she say which way he ran?
No, sir.
Okay. Did she describe to you where she went to pick up the knife?
No.
Did she tell you anything that happened when she was running away after she yelled out?
She said that he ran into a wine rack holder
Okay.
and that it made a big crack noise.
He ran into a wine rack holder?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened when he ran into the wine rack holder?
Well, that's when she really, I think that's when she started really waking up. That's what she said.
She heard a loud crack noise.
Mm-hmm.
And then he dropped the knife. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Did she? Well, what's the next thing she told you?
She said that she remembered that it was The knife came from her butcher block from her kitchen because it had a white handle on it.
Okay. Now you were asking her questions during this.
The only one that I asked her was how she knew it was hers. She said because it had a white handle.
Oh, okay. Regarding the knife,
Mm-hmm.
what did she say she did then?
She said she turned the light on and she saw her two boys laying on the floor and she screamed. And when she was telling me this, she kept saying that there was blood everywhere. And then she said her husband came downstairs, and that's when she had realized she'd been stabbed. And he started doing CPR on the little boy, and she called 911.
Her husband came downstairs after she screamed
Mm-hmm.
and did CPR on the little boy.
Mm-hmm.
And she called 911.
Mm-hmm.
Did she tell anything else about what happened?
Well, she just said when her husband was doing CPR that he kept saying, "Hang in there, babies, hang in there." And she said that there was just blood everywhere.
Okay. And when she told you this story, what was her demeanor?
She was pretty calm when she was talking. I just remember looking at the cardiac monitor and her heart rate had just gone up just a little bit.
Okay. Was she crying at all when she told you this story?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you see her cry some during the night when you were with her?
I saw her eyes would get a little wet, but I never really saw tears go down her face.
Okay. Have you dealt with people before that have lost loved ones or close relatives?
Yes, sir.
Children?
Yes, sir.
And have you come in contact with them and observed their reactions?
Yes, sir.
What is the usual reaction in a situation like this?
The usual reaction when someone loses someone, close family members, they can be ballistic or just beside themselves. Usually they're in disbelief or in denial, and a lot of people get very angry.
Or okay, did Darlie Routier's action reaction differ from what you had seen in your experience?
Well, it was different in that she didn't portray those characteristics.
Okay. Now, during the evening, did you say that you bathed her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time did that take place?
That was I had I had got her at 11 o'clock that night, and we bathed her pretty soon after that, probably around midnight.
Okay. And during your shift, did you take careful notice of her injuries and care for her?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever notice, well, was there an injury to her right arm?
She had a stab wound to her right arm. I'm
Okay.
sorry. My dog's in my face. I need to get off the ground because he, like he's gonna knock like the mic. You're gonna
Oh,
start like
Okay.
hearing. Just 1 second. Sorry.
you're fine.
You're good.
Oh,
You can come up here, bud. You can
oh.
come up here. Yeah, he needs to eat, and the SO needs to get in and feed him. So he's gonna like be in my face. So hopefully up here he can't really reach my face. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry about that.
You're good. No problem. Um, so okay. Did you see any other injuries to her right arm?
What number are we on?
21. 21.
No, sir.
Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52B. Do you recognize that as a photograph of the defendant?
Yes.
Do you see her right arm there?
Uh-huh.
Do you see that large bruising down the right arm?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see any evidence of that type of injury at any time during your shift?
I didn't. I did not.
Okay. And when you bathed her, was her right arm bathed
Yes.
and was it moved about?
Mm-hmm.
Did she ever complain of any pain other than the cut that she received?
No, not through the night.
Okay. That type of bruising. Have you seen that type of bruising before in your nursing?
Working in trauma, I have seen blunt trauma to the face in car accidents, but not that big to the arm.
That's a pretty large bruise, is it not?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. You didn't see any evidence of that whatsoever.
No.
That,
Okay, sorry. Object to leading.
Overruled, go ahead.
is that the kind of thing you look for when you're caring for someone in ICU?
Yes. In our assessment, we do a head to toe assessment.
Okay. And if you had seen something like that, do you take note of it?
Yes.
Okay, now, Mrs. Faulk, after your shift or sometime after your shift, did you make some personal notes about what you talked about with Mrs. Routier?
Yes, I did.
When was that?
That was the weekend after I took care of her
Okay. And where did you make those notes?
in my apartment.
Okay. Did you do that at anyone's request?
No.
Just did that on your own?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And why did you decide to make some notes?
I got home and started thinking about what she had said, and I thought it was weird that when she was telling me that she was laying on her right side, that the way her stab wounds were, she had a dressing on them most of the night, so I didn't look at them until the morning when the doctor had come in to take the dressing off. But I didn't get a very close look at it. But from what I heard, they were pretty straight cuts. And I just thought it was weird that she'd be laying on her right side the way her cuts were.
Okay. So you made these notations of the story she had told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you call up the police and tell them that you had some notes for them or anything like that?
No,
Where did you keep them?
I kept in my little safety thing in my closet.
Okay. When's the first time you brought those out again?
I brought them out, well, when y'all had contacted me.
Okay. And when you say y'all, are you referring to myself and investigator Basilio?
Yes.
Do you recall about when that was?
Around October.
Okay.
Libra.
Did, can,
Did we lose you?
Libra? No, she's still on there.
hold on.
Oh, maybe.
Oh.
Hello?
Yeah, we could hear
What
you.
happened?
I don't know. Did we lose you?
We just lost her now. Yep, it just went off. So she must be having oh, there we go.
She back.
Oh yeah, here we go. There we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, the Verizon lady again. Okay. And did we come and visit you there at your apartment?
Yes, sir.
And then did you show us the notes that you had made and turn those over to us?
Yes, I did.
And we have talked to you on a couple of other times, have we not?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how many times that I have met with you?
Probably about 4 times.
Okay, a couple times in your apartment?
Mm-hmm.
And then since you were down here in Kerrville, we have met?
We met on Tuesday around noon and then Tuesday evening.
Okay, and Tuesday at noon, there were other nurses, other people from Baylor there, is that right?
Hold on. Okay. Object to leading, Judge. If he's going to continue to lead and just ask the witness to agree with him, he ought to be sworn in one way or the other.
The leading objection is sufficient, Mr. Mulder. Thank you. Sustained. Let's rephrase our question.
About how many people were there Tuesday at noon?
About 10.
Okay. And did I ask you what went on? Were questions asked at the meeting?
The pictures were shown, and we were asked if we had ever seen the bruise before.
Okay. Did I go over some of the same questions that you answered to this jury?
A little bit at noon.
Okay. Did I talk with you at greater length that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who was all present when we talked later that evening?
Tuesday evening,
Yes.
you and Mr. Bastillo.
Okay. Mark this, please. Let me show you a 3-page document that has been marked States Exhibit 57 and let you take a look at those 3 pages and see if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
Are those the personal notes that you made in regards to the things that Mrs. Routier told you that evening on the shift as you cared for her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, we'll pass the witness.
May I read this?
You may indeed.
Mrs. Faulk, how are you this morning? Well, I said that.
Fine, thank you.
How long have you been in Kerrville?
I've been in Kerrville since Monday night.
Are you anxious to get home?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me make sure that I understand where your where your notes are. No, Mrs. Faulk, I'm going to show you what is in evidence as hospital records, and I just want to see if I know where your notes start
Okay.
and where they end. And I think I have handed you one that
Mm-hmm.
when you first sign in your notes, do you put your full name?
Yes, you put your initial and last name and RN or whatever your license is.
And do yours start by we agree the shift assessment done by P. Campbell?
Yes.
Is that your first notation?
Yes.
And that's Paige Campbell,
Yes, sir.
who was immediately before you?
Yes.
Now, is she your supervisor or is she over you? I didn't understand that.
Paige Campbell, she was just charge nurse that night, and she's a fellow employee
Okay.
with me.
She's a charge nurse?
She was that night, just on my shift from 7P to 7A.
So is that who you report to, for lack of a better term, your superior on that shift?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, then show me where your last note is then.
The next page where I discontinue her Foley catheter.
Okay. Is that a 7:10 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
And then I guess you went off duty then about 7:10 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yes.
So that's all within 24 hours. And the first 24 hours of her stay in the hospital.
Yes, sir.
And if I understand it, sometime in that evening you bathed her?
Yes, sir.
What time?
It was around midnight.
Okay. And when you bathed her, she stayed in the bed?
Yes, sir.
And oh wait. Was she laying down essentially?
Yes, sir.
And I think you said that part of your duties were, in fact, to move her to different positions.
Yes, sir. We help assist patients if they're not mobile.
You want patients to move around so they don't get bed sores and things like that, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you said, I think you used the phrase, she was in her right mind.
Yes.
So I take it by that you think she was acting appropriately
Yes.
to whatever the circumstances that were going on. You thought that her behavior or her responses were appropriate for the circumstances.
No, I didn't think her responses were appropriate. I thought she was coherent.
Okay. And is that because how did you say on how she reacted, not emotionally?
I just remember when I was bathing her that there was no remorse, no tears, that just really stood out in my mind, that we were cleaning blood off from her feet and she was very unemotional.
Okay. And I think you said something about that she was making some kind of statements of denial about, how did you say that?
I said that that's normal for people to be in denial.
To make,
But she never said any statements about being in denial over the loss of her sons.
was she holding, did she have those pictures there of the boys with her?
She asked for them one time when we were bathing her.
And she would look at them.
She looked at them and kind of whined a little bit.
Kind of whined? Where does that word whine come from?
Pretty subjective.
It's pretty subjective?
Yes.
Sort of, would you think it unusual that two or three, or however many people might choose that subjective phrase whine to describe what happened?
Not if that's what she was doing.
And do you think that I might think that whining was different than what you think think whining is?
I'll object. That question calls on what Mr. Mosty thinks is improper and speculative.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Now, you have some training in grief, don't you?
Dealing with families that are grieving.
And you understand that people do different grieving. They grieve in different ways, don't they?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that there are different sort of been identified as stages of grief?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how many there are?
There's about 4 stages.
And do you have to get that? I feel bad. Is that your phone
No.
ring? If you have to get it, don't feel bad.
No,
like,
is it loud?
No, it's totally fine, but I don't want to be keeping you if you have to
No,
get
no,
it.
no.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Let me turn it
No,
off.
you're fine,
because-
but I just want to make sure I'm not like you're not thinking, man, I have to get that, but I don't.
No,
I don't
no.
Okay.
No. I'm sorry. This microphone picks up everything.
No, it's all right. I know it does. It does. I'm still confused why Libra, like I only hear myself echo in Libras, but I don't hear you guys. It's weird.
I hear everything echoing.
Oh, you're hearing everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So maybe that's, wonder why it's doing that on hers. I don't know, Libra. We'll have to figure that out. It's not, I don't really hear it when she's talking, when you two are, because I think when she's talking, it's not, but like if she's not talking, I don't know what it is, because when Libra, when you're up talking and you're doing it, I don't really hear it that much. But then when I was doing it and you didn't have it muted, then I could hear it. So
I don't know. I mean, I'm in my room with the door shut and I don't have anything else on. And I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't hear your echo. It's just our echoes, I guess. But no, it's fine. Just keep it muted when we're talking, and then when you do it, I think it's working out fine.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Yeah. All righty. Now where are we?
I don't know.
I forget because we did do that. Did this? Okay, so yeah, right here. Do you remember how many there are?
There's about 4 stages.
And people go through those in different ways, don't they?
Some people, yes, sir, they can.
And sometimes they do them in different orders?
Not necessarily.
You disagree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, what is the first stage of grief for all people then?
Well, the first stage would be disbelief.
Disbelief. That's true in every circumstance?
Yes.
Okay. What's the second one?
It would be that they would get angry.
Okay. And what's the third one?
The third one is they would come to acceptance.
To acceptance?
Yes.
All right. And what is the fourth one?
The fourth one is that they console. Oh, that they would have some kind of resource.
Okay.
For comfort.
Is that it?
That I'm aware of.
And everyone goes through those in the same order?
Well, in my opinion, yes.
And how long does each of them last?
I don't know.
Well, is that the same for everybody?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. Let me talk to you a little bit about that then. Let me show you what I have marked as Defendant's Exhibit 18. Have you seen, in part of your training, have you seen pamphlets like that on dealing with grief?
I have, yes.
Okay. Let me ask you if you agree with this statement, that in shock and denial.
Judge, I object to him reading from a document, not an evidence, and also she hasn't recognized this particular pamphlet as anyone that she's used or is familiar with.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you agree with the statement that shock and denial often follow grief, follow the loss of a loved one?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with the statement that that is especially true if a loss occurs suddenly?
Yes.
Do you agree with the statement that an emotional numbness may set in that shock and denial stage?
Yes, I do. But I don't think starting out.
Okay. You don't think that emotional, when does that emotional numbness set in?
I honestly don't know.
But you know it doesn't set in within 24 hours?
I don't know.
Okay. You don't know when someone might go into emotional numbness, do you?
No.
And do you agree with the statement that emotional numbness may last from hours to weeks or longer?
You're saying that emotional numbness can be...
That it might last a matter of hours, might last an hour of days, might last weeks.
I don't know how long. I think it's very individualistic.
All right. And so if someone is emotionally numb, is that sort of what you would characterize as, how would I say, stone-faced?
Yes.
That's emotional numbness?
Yes.
Sort of like in a stupor, right?
When I think of stupor, I think of close to comatose. And I don't think that's normal for someone that's just lost.
Okay. And that's sort of, you agree that the emotional stupor might be sort of a blank look on someone's face?
That stupor is?
Emotional numbness might have just sort of no reaction?
Yes, they can.
If I'm emotionally numb,
Yes.
and that's in nursing terms, you would call that a flat effect, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what she was exhibiting that night, wasn't it? A flat effect?
Yes.
A numbness.
I would say flat effect.
Okay. Well, you agree with me a minute ago that was that numbness, that stone face, that lack of expression, all of those are indicative of flat effect, aren't they?
Characteristics, yes.
Okay. Just one point of clarification. In this description, you talked about the TV. And is it your understanding that the TV was on? That they had fallen asleep while watching TV?
I do not know what that...
Oh.
She didn't say.
So you don't know whether it was on or off?
No, sir.
Now let's talk a little bit about stupor. When someone is awoken, I guess people awake differently, don't they?
Awakened from sleep or...
Well, just this morning, probably. Everybody here woke up somewhat differently.
Yes, sir.
Some pop right out of bed, some don't.
Yes, sir.
And that depends, no matter whether you're a heavy or a light sleeper. There's something known as when you get into a deep sleep.
Yes.
Even people that sleep just 3 or 4 hours a night have some time of a deep sleep.
I don't know. I know that deep sleep is called REM, but I don't know exactly how long that takes to take place.
Yeah, okay. And if someone wakes from a deep sleep, have you ever woken up in the night sort of walking around and not knowing what room you were in?
Yes, sir.
You've gone, and I've ended up like in a room and I'm feeling around, and then in a little while you sort of wake up and realize where you are and go back to bed.
Yes, sir. How
Okay.
often does this happen?
I know that's sleepwalking, right? That's not very common. I mean, not everybody does it. I never did that. You guys,
when I was a kid,
I
but never
did
again.
sleepwalk. Wow.
I cannot say that I have experienced that though.
Yeah. So why is he like saying it like it's a common thing almost? It's like, what? That's not common. I mean, some people do sleepwalk, but it's not like a
Well, maybe he means like if you're half asleep and you get up to go to like the restroom or the kitchen or something like
oh.
that. You know what I mean? Like you're not fully awake, but
But
you're
I'm
not
usually
like
but I'm usually aware. Like when
sleeping.
I'm going to the bathroom, like I
Yeah.
know I'm in the bathroom. I'm not feeling around and being like, where the heck am I? I've been like that, woken up like drunk and stuff, but not like under influence, but not like a normal.
Yeah, I've never like woken up and been like, how did I get in this room? What the
Yeah.
hell?
That's kind of troubling there. What the
Well,
That
she's
is.
agreeing. She's
I
like, yeah,
know.
I've
That's
done
why I'm
it.
surprised that she's agreeing. I'm like, what the heck, dude?
Mm-mm.
Wow.
Well,
Anyway, oh, here I go. Oh, man. All right.
almost in a stupor.
So that's either she really has, or she just like agrees with people, like when she's like maybe intimidated and she feels like she's supposed to just agree. So she's like, oh yeah, I've done that. Oh yeah. And she probably never has. Who forgets? This is weird. This is a little bit different than the other nurse interviews, actually. I'm like, this one's a little bit more entertaining.
Yeah.
She's not as combative with him. Like she's not like correcting like every word that he says. I mean that, I meant this, but yeah.
Yep.
Kind of like a go with the flow answers.
Yeah, but like, gee,
Yeah.
let's just see where this goes. What number are
Okay.
we on? I forget now.
16.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Okay, and that I would sort of call that like almost a stupor, would you?
No, sir, I wouldn't call it a stupor.
Okay. It was just as you wake up, sometimes you're not real clear on what you're doing.
Exactly, yes.
As a matter of fact, what you said was that what Darlie described to you was that it wasn't until she was already up and moving that she really sort of woke up and figured out what was going on.
I would have to look at my notes.
You don't remember testifying to that?
I would have to look at my notes at what she said.
I'm not going to ask you about your notes. I'm asking you if you remember. Wow, just
Judge, the witness has asked if she could review her notes to answer his question, and I submit that she should be allowed to do that.
Well, I'm not asking about her notes, Your Honor.
Well, let's go on to the next question then.
I'm asking you if you remember that less than 15 minutes ago, stating that he ran into the wine rack holder and there was a big crash, and that's when she really woke up.
She told me that she...
Wait, Mrs. Faulk, my question is, do you remember testifying to that not 15 minutes ago?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that is consistent with someone who wakes and is not fully awake, who in a moment really comes awake, right?
Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Okay. Well, what Mrs. Routier described to you was that something was happening before she was fully awake.
Judge, I'll object to speculation. He's trying to go into an interpretation of what Mrs. Routier told the witness. She's only repeated what she told her. She can't interpret what she meant by it.
Well, I understand. I'll overrule that objection, but I'll answer the questions as succinctly and accurately as you know how. When a question has been answered, Mr. Mosty, please go on to your next question.
That's what Mrs. Routier described to you, wasn't it? Being awakened with something happening, but not fully awake.
She could have been, but I don't know her state.
Well, I'm just asking you what she said. That's when she really woke up.
Yes, that's what she said.
So until she really woke up, she was not really awake. Is that right?
Correct.
Oh.
Correct.
All right, where are we? Wow.
8.
8. Okay. Okay, so what happened? While she was describing what happened on the couch was a time when she was not fully awake.
Judge, I'll object again. He's going into speculation.
All right.
It's just his interpretation.
I'll overrule that objection as the question is couched. If you know that question, if you know the answer, answer it. But let's get brief questions, brief answers. Move on to the next question. Go ahead, please.
Could you answer the question?
Can you repeat the question?
Before the wine rack, Miss Routier told you that she was not fully awake.
Yes, sir. She said that what kind of woke her up was her boys crying. And then what really woke her up was a loud crack noise.
All right. And that's sort of like when you're walking around your house, you're kind of awake and you kind of know, but until you're fully awake, you don't really know where you are and what you've been doing. What you've been doing? What the heck? This could be dangerous. Common that people are doing a bunch of stuff when they're sleeping before they fully wake up. Like it's oh my gosh. Wow. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Now you told me you bathed her about midnight. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you bathed her, were her feet bloody?
Yes, sir.
So it's fair to say that when you bathed her at midnight, no one had washed her feet at that point.
No, sir.
You were the first person to wash those bloody feet.
Yes, sir.
And you know that for a fact, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
You remember that you were by yourself?
I was with Paige Campbell.
But Paige Campbell had not washed her feet off earlier, had she?
No.
I guess Paige was helping you?
Yes.
And you were sort of in charge of that?
Yes, of the bath.
Okay. But you were the one who washed the blood off her feet.
From what I remember, Paige and I, usually when you have somebody helping you bathe, you just kind of both take one side of the body. So she took the one leg and I took the other one.
Okay. But there's no question that her feet had not been washed before that, had they?
No, sir, they had not.
And that's the kind of thing that sort of stands out in your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, blood on someone and having to wash it off.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not something that an ICU nurse would get wrong, would they? I mean, you wouldn't forget.
Again, I'll object to speculation as to what.
The sustained. Please answer the questions as precise as you can. Give precise answers and move on to the next question.
Well, for instance, do you think that you know what nurses do in the ICU, don't you?
Yes.
And you know what the people that you're with do, don't you?
I know their duties. I don't know exactly what they do all the time.
Well, I understand, but you know that they're accurate and that they're very attentive to detail.
Yes, sir.
ICU nurses are, aren't they?
Yes.
And record things in these notes that are significant, don't they?
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, that's part of your training is to be very accurate and very observant of your patients.
Yes.
And that's one of the reasons that you only have one or two people is so that you don't have time to devote to those people. So you do have time to devote to those people.
Yes.
And to be observant of what they're doing.
Yes.
And you know Paige Campbell to be that same way, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you washed her, did you notice any blood on the right forearm?
I don't remember. I'm sure she had blood, but from what I remember, when I got report, they had said that they kind of cleaned off her hands and her arms, I believe.
So you don't remember any blood on her arms?
There could have been, but I don't remember seeing it specifically that stood out in my mind.
So there are some things of this visit that you remember and some things that you don't remember.
Some things are vague, some things stand out.
But on the blood on the arm, you can't be clear about that.
Correct.
Now, do you know, after your shift, did Miss Routier stay in the ICU? Can you tell that from the notes?
After my shift?
Yes.
Yes, she stayed. I don't know how long.
Okay. Now, I guess part of what you do with trauma people is you want to observe and see if they start feeling some pain that they didn't feel before. That kind of thing?
Yes, we monitor their comfort.
What's their progress, and do they have some different complaint or a new complaint or something?
Yes.
And is it your experience that sometimes as people are in the room for a while, they complain about, something else is bothering me?
Yes.
If a person did have an injury to the right arm or so, would you expect them to complain of pain in that arm?
Yes, I would.
And at various times, Miss Routier complained of pain in her right arm, didn't she, in your notes?
No, I remember asking her a couple of times through the night if she was hurting, and it wasn't until that morning. Her mother came in the room and she was asking for some pain meds.
Okay. And that's not unusual unusual that someone has been giving pain medication earlier in the day. They do well, it wears off, and they ask for more pain medication.
That's normal, yes.
So a person will have a period where there's no pain, they're moving fine.
Yes.
Now, for instance, do you not that right after your shift that Miss Routier did complain of pain in her right shoulder, didn't she?
No, I did not know that.
Don't know that from the notes?
Not after my shift. I didn't read.
You didn't read the next. Who followed you?
The next nurse after me was Angus.
Is Agnes this first note 720?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Read the note at the bottom of that page that Agnes made. What does the D stand for?
Data.
Okay. And the CO?
Complained of.
And that's the patient complaining of something.
Yes.
And what is the patient complaining of?
Complained of right shoulder pain.
Okay. And earlier in the day, she had been complaining of pain in her right arm when she got the Demerol. You knew that, I guess, when you took over.
When I took over from
Mrs. Campbell.
Well, I don't remember right now.
Well, when you took over for Mrs. Campbell, did you review the focus notes?
I remember glancing over them, yes.
But you don't remember any specifics of that at this time?
I would have to look.
Okay. Of your own memory right now?
My own memory right now, I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. Now, when is the first time you ever saw these pictures of Miss Routier in the hospital and afterwards?
Which pictures exactly?
I think Mr. Shook showed you some of. I'm not sure how many he showed you of these. 52A, B.
I saw them Tuesday.
Had you ever seen them before that?
No, sir.
Where were you when you saw them?
We met in the hotel conference room.
How did you happen to meet?
What do you mean exactly how?
Why did you go to that room?
Because we were called to meet them.
Who called you? Who told you to go?
From what I remember, there was just a message at the hotel to meet in a room so-and-so at noon.
You're not real clear about how?
I don't remember exactly who left the message, but there was a message at the hotel from me.
And where did you go to meet?
We met in their little conference room off one of the hotel rooms.
And who was present at that meeting?
Me and the other nurses.
Who? Give me their names. Tell me everybody whose name you could remember in there.
Mr. Shock. Mr. Basilla was there. Paige Campbell. Diane Holland. Judy Cotner. Phyllis. And I don't know her last name. I'm drawing a blank.
Phyllis. Where does Phyllis work?
Phyllis is one of the Baylor police.
Okay, so Phyllis. And did you all get the pictures out and put them on a table?
Yes, sir.
Who told you what the purpose of that meeting was when you got there?
Remember that the other nurse said Phyllis was not there, and she started to say because Phyllis does it, and then she was cut off by the lawyer, by the defense, so she didn't get to finish her thought. So that was a lie, because this nurse is saying
wow. I don't
Phyllis was there.
Wow, man.
Tripped up.
It's crazy, man.
Okay, I don't remember.
You don't remember who did that?
I don't remember.
Okay, did you all lay out pictures on the table?
Yes, sir.
Everybody talked about them?
We looked at them and discussed what we saw.
Discuss what you observed?
Yes, sir.
And did you point out what you observed?
I just was really kind of quiet and just kind of sat back. I saw them, but I wasn't very verbal.
Did other people point out what they observed?
Yes, sir.
Was this a square table or a round table?
I don't remember.
You don't remember the shape of the table?
No.
Now, did Phyllis Jackson, the Baylor security guard, did she also look at the pictures?
Yes, sir.
When she came down here the other day, she was in her uniform. Was she in her uniform then?
Well, I really don't remember. I don't think so.
You don't think she was in her uniform?
I don't remember.
I guess you have known Phyllis Jackson for a while because of working at Baylor?
No, actually, I just met her this week.
Okay. But that is all you could remember being there at the meeting?
Mm-hmm. Just looking at pictures.
You don't remember Dr. DeLon being there, do you?
Yes, sir. He was there.
Oh, you do?
Yes.
You forgot that a minute ago?
Yes, now that you say that.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Ooh, boy. This is going. When Miss Routier told you this story in the hospital, you didn't cross-examine her or question her on anything like that, did you? And to its truth or veracity, did you?
No. The only question that I asked her was how she knew it was her knife.
Okay. Did I, at any of our meetings that we have had and gone over your testimony and questions I've asked you, did I ever try to get you to lie or your testimony in any way?
Object to leading.
Overruled. Go ahead.
He's bolstering the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Mulder. Ask your
Oh.
question.
Whoa,
Have
you
I
guys
ever-
hear that? It's
What?
even, wow, that sounds weird. The echo, but go ahead. We'll try to do this.
Is it me?
I don't know. Yeah, I think it is, but try it. Now I don't hear it.
Hello.
Just do it quick. Go ahead.
Hold on. My husband's calling. Give me just
Okay.
a second.
It seems like when it's only when I'm on with her at the same time, I feel like. But then when it's just you two, it's not that bad. So I don't know why. Is that what you're hearing too? It's just when I'm on, it's the worst. When she's on,
I hear it.
What do
I
you
hear
mean?
it the whole time when we're talking, yeah.
Oh, when it's just you and her are too?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot. Well, if she doesn't have the volume up, I don't understand what we're hearing.
I don't know.
Maybe through her headphones or something?
Maybe, yeah. Might be.
So how can we
Yeah.
fix this? Because a lot of people, like for something like this, the whole purpose is to hear. So people aren't going to want to listen if, you know what I'm saying, if there's a disturbance when like, I don't know. Or do you think it's that bad?
Well, it matters what the people listening think.
Yeah. What do
right?
you guys think? I know when I'm trying to read and I hear it, it distracts me from reading, but then maybe that's why when I'm just listening, it's not as bad. But let me see what do you guys think? Because we could probably figure out, let's brainstorm why that's happening. There's got to be a reason, right? Wait, why is it? Let's see. Are you guys hearing that? Is it really annoying?
Okay. Let me grab.
But is it hard for you to, when you're reading with her, is it distracting to you?
I mean, sometimes, it depends on how bad it gets, like how bad the echo is. It can be very distracting, but like, there's not much that I could do. So it's like,
Well, yeah, it's not
I mean,
bad right now, guys, because she's on mute. But when she was reading, we're talking about when Libra scales, there's some echo with her, and I don't know what it is because she said she has everything muted. I
but
guess
she's getting the new headphones from her hubby, hopefully like soon. He's gonna get her those new headphones. So maybe by like next week or something, maybe it'll be fixed.
Okay. Yeah, I hope, because when she wore those headphones last time, it was good. Remember, that was like at the beginning of the last live was really good, and she had those on. but she said
Yeah.
he has them at work now, so she can't use them.
It's like when you like something that like your significant other uses, and like they find out you like it, they like hide it from you or use it.
Okay, I'm back.
Oh,
Yeah.
My husband was listening and he's like, I don't know what it is. He's like, but I don't hear an echo. And then when I roll my window down, I hear an echo. And I'm not on two devices. I don't know. But he said that he is going to buy me the new pair of headphones on the way home.
Yay.
on the
So
way
no
home?
worries.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yeah, so
Oh.
he's gonna stop when he fuels up his truck. He's gonna stop and get me a pair of the blue parrots. So we shouldn't
Where
have
That's a
can
had.
he
good
get them?
man.
I mean, you could. Where does he get them at this time?
My husband's a truck driver, so the truck stops are open 24 hours.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll just try to do it. Yeah, let's do it. Just keep it muted when you're not talking, and then besides that, it's not as bad when you're actually talking. When you're talking,
Yeah.
because it echoes when we're talking.
I
So
don't know why it's doing that. I don't understand it. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't have anything on. I'm not logged into another device. I'm just,
that's
it.
weird. I don't understand.
I don't know.
It's probably just the headphones.
It might be. Yeah, we might be hearing them from your headphones. You know what I'm saying? Coming out of your headphones. That's what I'm thinking. But you need to have them. I mean, you need to hear yourself. It's not like you can turn it off your headphones. So
I can turn it down though. Like I can turn the volume of them down. Maybe that might help.
yeah, it might help if you could. Are you going to be able to hear it though?
Yeah, I can hear you. I just turned the volume down. So let's see if that makes the difference.
Okay.
Because I have you on full blast on these.
I don't
okay.
hear an echo.
I don't right now, but sometimes we say that and then it comes back. So let's see.
Oh man.
I don't remember where we're at actually.
Let me see.
We're at
Okay.
6.
All
And we're
right.
almost done.
Okay, so
You're
I see
objecting.
Yep, go ahead. Oh,
Oh.
go ahead. Yeah. Court.
Oh, did you do? Oh, sorry. Overruled. Go ahead.
He's bolstering the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Mulder. Ask your question.
Have I ever tried to get you to do anything like that, Miss Faulk?
No, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Nothing further.
You may step down, ma'am. Okay, nurse is done.
Yes,
Yay!
I'm glad. I'm so
Moving
glad.
on. Doing the
Yeah.
Cabbage Patch. Showing the road.
Let's see, who's this guy? He's is a peace officer with the city of Rowlett. Or is a peace officer? Police
Yeah,
officer.
the police.
Oh, how long have you been a police officer? Okay, police officer. Okay, so let me put that in real quick into the thing, and then.
Oh my God, 53 pages, guys.
Whoa, are you gonna be able to do it? This might have to be our last one, huh?
Holy
Yeah, this-
guacamole.
You think you'll be able to do it, Bella? Libra? Let me know.
I'm down.
I
What
can
do
do
you,
it, but
Bella?
this will have to be the last one, though.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Yeah, we've already been going almost 5 hours. By the time this is over, it's probably at least going to be another hour. So I understand. Yeah. Okay. So let me put this in really quick. Hold on.
Bella's gonna leave us.
I hope
Oh,
next time my
no.
yawns go away, guys. It's so annoying. I don't know.
Welcome.
Testimony of police officer Thomas Dean Ward, right?
Is that loud? Is my chewing loud?
I heard the chips. Are you a chip fiend like I am?
I love chips, but
chips.
these are pretzels.
Oh, you know my favorite are the jalapeno kettle corn. Oh man, I can't get enough of them.
Oh, really?
Wait, what do you mean jalapeno?
They're kettle corn chips, jalapeno flavored kettle corn chips. Oh man, nothing like them. Nothing like them in the world. One of my favorite things to snack on. I'm a chip girl. I love chips.
My favorite is Lay's chili lemon.
Ooh, those are pretty good. We've tried those.
I love those.
They also make this really yummy like dip for chips.
with cream cheese and sausage and salsa. And we use the lime flavored Tostitos to dip it into. Oh my goodness, so good.
Oh my God, I'm getting hungry.
Yes, guys, I'm not like a chip person. I'm really not. So
What do you like, Tiff?
like I like sweets. I'm a bad sweet person. But I would prefer like I got in a habit of I haven't had it in a while, but sometimes I'd get like in a binge of like eating like popcorn. I like the sweet and salty popcorn, like kettle popcorn and stuff. But no, once in a while I have chips, but it's not like I crave them that much, you know. I guess I crave sweets too much. I need to probably not do that so much, but yeah.
I love blow pops.
Oh, I love blow pops and Tootsie Pops. I like both of them. Oh, God, the big ones you can get at the gas station, like the big blow pops. Forget those.
Ooh, we buy they sell a box set of the Tootsie Roll Pops and the Blow Pops and stuff. We have a Sam's Club membership, and you get a box of 100 of them for $10. Best deal in the world. In fact, I am holding a Tootsie Pop in my hand right now.
No.
Yes, I am. I totally am.
Jealous.
And when I was a little girl, like back in Vegas at the 7-Elevens, I used to love like unwrapping it or whatever, because you know the stars, like the Indian, be pointing his little arrow at the stars. The particular 7-Eleven that we lived by, if you had a star on there, they would give you a free 6-pack of the Tootsie Roll Pops. You know what I mean? And it was just the owner of that particular 7-Eleven. He was so awesome.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's like there's this bag of chips that I used to get when I was a little girl that they sold exclusively at 7-Eleven. And when I was little, because I'd worn glasses since I was 18 months old, I used to have to go to the optometrist like all the time. So they would always put like these drops and stuff in my eyes, and I would be bawling and squalling and didn't want to go. So my mom would take me over there, and on the front of this package, it was like an alligator on the front of it, and they're like a hot bag of chips. And my mom would get me those alligator chips, and they don't make them anymore. Believe it or not, they do not make them anymore. And she would get me a Slurpee, so that would be like my little treat. That and Tootsie Pops. So yeah.
I really am jealous of you with the Tootsie Roll Pop. I wish I had one so bad right now.
Well, when we were on break, I ran to my mom and was like, "Mom, can I get some Tootsie Roll Pops?" And she's like, she looked at me and she's like, "I guess." Gave me a couple of them, and I was like, "Thank you." Run away.
Well, I might have to get some tomorrow, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Get a couple blow pops. I'll just go to the gas station and get the big one. Like, they sell them singly for like $0.25. You get like, and they're like the bigger ones. I just get like, a couple of each. Because it'd be dangerous if I got a box like of like 100 or a couple hundred. If I got a big box of them, I would just keep eating them. Like I would just consistently like eat them all day. I feel like it would be dangerous for me to have a box. I feel
but the value is so
I
good.
know
Like
the
$10
value.
for 100 of them. I love a good value.
That's true.
I love the blow pops. I can't live without them. Like I have to have them, and sometimes I have them in bed right before I fall asleep, and I'll wake up and there's like a stick stuck in my hair, and I have like really long hair. And my friends are like, "You're like a child." And so I always take pictures of like I'm like, "Look what's in my hair now." Like, yeah. So
at least you're sleep eating and not sleepwalking.
Oh my God.
Maybe I have to sleepwalk to get blow pops if I didn't bring one in my room every night. Maybe I would be like, how'd I get here? Why is my hand in the cupboard?
Oh my God.
I don't know. I like sweets. I'm a hummingbird. So.
Oh, you go into torpor?
Yeah.
They call it torpor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aw.
Alrighty. Well, man, 50
Wow.
that does seem like a lot. Well, if you think about it, it's only double what the last one was, and the last one was really short, really, though.
Yeah.
Like,
That is the best way to look at it. That was hilarious. Okay.
Mhm. All right. You ready?
Phew. Okay.
Keep it trucking. All right. Sir, would you please tell us your full name?
Okay, sorry. I just got a new water
Oh,
to get
you're
ready
It's
for
okay.
this. 1 second. Sorry. Okay. Okay. My full name is Thomas Dean Ward, Ward.
Mr. Ward, how are you employed?
As a peace officer with the city of Rolette.
And how long have you been a Rolette police officer?
10 years, January the 8th this year.
Are you a sergeant with the department?
Yes, sir, I am.
How long have you been a sergeant out there?
8.5 years.
All right. Now you have been with Rolette for 10 years before going to Rolette. Were you a peace officer somewhere else in Dallas County?
Yes, sir, I was.
What department did you serve at that time?
Mesquite Police Department.
How long were you a Mesquite police officer?
14 years and 8 months.
So you've been a police officer now going on 25 years, is that right?
April 17th of this year is my 25th year.
Okay. Just a few things first, Sergeant Ward. When did you get when did you get to Caryville this week?
Sunday.
Are you staying at the YO with the rest of us?
Yes, sir. Why are they calling it the YO and they keep saying the Hilton? Like, what is the YO?
I have no
Yeah, I
idea.
don't know. Huh.
Okay.
They might as well be singing YMCA for all
I
we
know
know.
that's what I think.
Yeah, that's what I
every
keep
time.
thinking too when they say that. Yeah. It's weird.
Okay. Prior to coming to Kerrville, Sergeant, did I have an opportunity to talk to you about this case?
Yes, sir.
How many times have I talked to you about your testimony prior to coming to Kerrville?
Prior to coming to Kerrville, twice.
Okay. Do you recall where those meetings took place?
Both of them were at, first one was at your office and the other one was there in the building.
Okay. My office is in the courthouse in Dallas, is that right?
Yes, sir, in the courthouse.
So that was the first meeting. The second one, did we meet in the courthouse?
The first one was in the courtroom, but the second one was at your office.
Why is he so professional with him meeting the other chick at her apartment and this guy had to go to the formal places? Come on now.
Right about that.
Right. All right. And when we went to the courtroom, were there other Rolette police officers present?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, did we discuss the testimony that would be presented in this case?
We did.
Are there some Rolette police officers who have never testified in court before?
Yes, sir.
So we've met twice in Dallas. Have we met to discuss your testimony since you've come to Kerrville?
Briefly.
All right. And when did that meeting take place?
This morning.
Were we back in the workroom, I guess, back in the old jail where we got the office, right?
That's correct.
And did we meet back there sometime after 8 this morning?
Yes, sir.
Have I asked you to look at a certain photograph that will be offered as exhibits in this case?
You have.
Have I asked you to look at other items that may be offered?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if we can, let's go back to June the 6th of 1996. Sergeant Ward, let me ask you whether or not at 3 o'clock in the morning, were you on duty or were you at home?
No, sir. I was at home in bed.
All right. Were you sleeping?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive a phone call?
Yes, sir.
And was it concerning this case?
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to do certain things in connection with this case?
Yes, sir. I was instructed to report for duty.
All right. Did you, in fact, get up and go to the police station there in Rolette?
Yes, sir, I did.
And do you recall about what time that you got to the police station that morning?
It was shortly before 4 o'clock. I would say somewhere around 15 till, 10 till, something like that. 3:45, 3:50.
All right. And what was the purpose of you going to the police station that morning?
I had to pick up a squad car, a marked car, and when I got there, I was also asked to pick up other equipment. The officers on the scene, their flashlights were running out, and they wanted new flashlights. And I had some equipment to round up.
About how long did that take once you got up there to round up all the stuff that you needed to round up?
Not long, probably within 10 minutes, I was en route
Okay, en route to where?
to Eagle Drive.
All right. Would that be 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, when you got there, did you meet with someone from the Rowlett Police Department?
Yes, sir. My supervisor, Lieutenant Grant Jack, met me in the front yard.
All right. And did somebody give you the supplies that you had brought up there to the location?
Yes.
Okay. And after you did that, were you given any instruction on what the folks up there at the scene wanted you to do out there?
Yes, sir. My lieutenant instructed me to supervise the outside perimeter.
Okay. Just what does that mean, supervise the outside perimeter?
This was something like 2 hours after the crime had been reported, and to supervise the perimeter, that was my instructions. And from what that from that, what I did was I placed an officer at each end of the alley simply to stop people that would be going to work, the residents that would be going to work. We wanted to find out if they had seen anything. And then I was to make a sweep of the neighborhood.
Okay. Do you know an officer, David Waddell?
Yes, sir, I do.
Was he one of the officers that you assigned to the alley?
Yes, sir, the north alley.
And do you remember, just by chance, do you remember the other officer that was assigned to the other end of the alley?
Yes, sir, it was Dale Stevens, who was assigned to the south end of the alley.
Okay, so you had the alley covered, right?
Correct. That's correct.
Anyone else that you gave instructions to concerning the outside perimeter?
Yes, sir. There was another officer at the scene. His name is Steve Ferry, and I had instructed Steve to go with me while we looked through the neighborhood.
All right. Now, do you recall at some point while you were going through this neighborhood, do you recall you and Officer Ferry actually going down the alley that's behind 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir.
About what time that morning would you and Officer Ferry have gone down that alley?
Approximately 4:30, a little after.
And do you recall how you started? Just let me ask you, is 5801 on one end of the alley?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you start on the end of the alley closest to 5801, or did you start from the opposite end of the alley?
Directly behind 5801.
And what direction would you have been going then?
South.
Is it just you and Officer Ferry?
Yes, sir.
Is it still dark outside?
Yes, sir, it is.
Were y'all using your flashlights at that point?
Yes, sir.
Just tell us what you and Officer Ferry began doing as you go down that alley. What are y'all looking for?
By this time, it's 2 hours after the offense, and we're not really expecting to find our suspect. What we're looking for is evidence, and evidence that would be left by the suspect when he fled. It might have been his hat, maybe it blew off his head, maybe he dropped something, maybe he was bleeding. Maybe he left a track. Just anything that would lead us back to that crime scene.
Did you see any blood in the alley that would interpret to be the start of a trail?
No, sir.
Did you see any blood at all in the beginning of that alley, sir?
No, I did not.
And that would have been behind 5801 Eagle Drive, is that right?
That's correct.
Just if you would describe for us then what you did back in the alley to look for evidence.
You look in every backyard. If you can't see in the backyard, you get to where you can. There's a lot of wooden stockade fences. You check the ground for blood. You look in the shrubs. You look in the gutters. You look in the storm drains. You open every trash can. You open every container. You look in the boats. You look under the cars. You search that alley.
Okay. Were the garbage containers back there in that alley?
Yes, sir.
Are they cans or are they rubber containers? What sort of containers does Rowlett use for their trash collection?
They're large rubber containers with a lid on them.
All right. And did you start looking inside each one of those containers?
I did.
Were there boats nearby the alley close to 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir.
Did you look in those boats for evidence?
Yes, sir.
Did you find any evidence in the boats?
No, sir.
The backyard that you started to look at as you went south, did you actually look over the fence to determine whether or not you could see evidence there?
We did.
Did you find any evidence or anything that you thought might be connected with this offense?
We did not.
And as you continued down the alley, sir, did you find any blood on the pavement of the alley?
No, sir, we did not.
Now, at some point, Sergeant Ward, did you come to the portion of the alley that's behind 5709 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir, we did.
How many houses down from 5801 Eagle Drive would 5709 Eagle Drive be?
I believe it's the third house.
Okay. And as you came to that particular location, let me ask you, had you found any evidence prior to getting to that location?
No, sir, none at all.
Any hats, any clothing, any weapons, anything at all that would make you believe that anything at all that you would believe to be connected to this offense?
None.
Had you checked all garbage containers and all the backyards and any vehicles that you could check back there in the alley prior to getting there?
Yes, sir, we had. What?
Trying to find the number. Hold on.
What? On one.
One.
Uh-huh.
Okay, sorry. Okay,
Okay.
now when you got to 5709 Eagle Drive, did you notice anything unusual at that point?
Yes. This is a rear entry. This is rear entry houses, and the alleyway in the drive to 5709 are right there. And the trash was out. And beside the container was a white athletic tube sock type of sock. White sock.
Okay, and were there any lights on back there in the alley to help you find that item?
No, sir.
Okay, were you using your flashlight still?
Yes, sir.
Officer Ferry still got his flashlight?
Yes.
Okay, so you actually saw it as you were scanning the ground there.
That's correct.
Okay. Sergeant Ward, if you would please look at the State's Exhibit 20, 20A, and 20B.
Yes, sir.
Are these three photographs, first of all, State's Exhibit 20, is this a true and accurate depiction and aerial shot of the portion of Eagle Drive in the alleyway that you have just been testifying about?
That is correct, sir.
States Exhibit 20A and 20B, do they truly and accurately depict the white sock that you found, as well as the garbage container there in the alleyway, as they appeared on June the 6th of 1996?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, will offer States Exhibit 20, 20A, and 20B.
Sorry, hold on. Where am I? Oh, no objection.
States Exhibit 20, 20A, and 20B are admitted.
I'm not Greg Davis, am I?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
No, that's me. Your Honor, may the witness please step down for a moment?
He may. Please step down. Watch your step there.
All right, Sergeant. If you'll step back here to my side here again, if we could just stand back so that all the jurors can see what we're talking about here. Again, the top photograph, this is okay. Looking at States Exhibit 20, again, this is an aerial photograph of a portion of Eagledale Drive and the alley behind Eagle Drive. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and we have labeled 5801 with the red designation of 5801 right here. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
And Eagle Drive runs to the front of the house and then it bends around to the side. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Can you just point out the jury oh, my bad.
The jury can't. Can you see the people down there may not be able to? See,
Again.
hold on. I just want to tell. So let me just tell. Do you hear the echo? See, I just want to clear this up real quick because, and it's fine. Don't worry. I mean, we know the issues, but I want to just clear up with sister. The reason you could hear it when I talk is what I'm saying. It's not coming from me. It is coming from Libra, but I could hear my echo. It's only like when I talk, I feel like sometimes I could hear my echo through hers, but I think it's coming through her microphone because I probably just talk louder. So I think people are saying they could hear it when I come on, but it's fine. Go ahead. It's when I see it's every time I come on, so they think it's coming from me, but it's actually the echo from you because when you have it muted, it doesn't do it. Do you see what I'm saying? So I just think I'm louder. I think I'm louder, so it's coming through your headphones because I have a big mouth. But it's all right. We're getting it fixed. She's getting those soundproof. What are they called? Like
they're called blue. They're called blue parrots.
Yeah, where then it's echo, or what do they call those type that I forget the word they use where you can't hear anything?
Noise canceling.
Noise canceling. So therefore you're not going to be able to hear because we won't be able to hear through your headphones. So it's going to work is what I'm saying. It's going to be good.
Yeah.
So just put up with it for now, guys. I don't think it's that bad. Once in a while I hear it, but it's a lot better since you turned it down actually. So sorry, I was trying to type up the response. I was having a conversation. I just want to say it real quick instead of try to type it because I keep missing when I need to come in. All right, let's go. Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. So again,
yeah, you're right.
Okay. Again, if you'll stand back just a little bit, sir, right down here.
All right.
Now, if you would, just point out for the members of the jury where the alley is back there.
The alley we're speaking of, this is 5801, and the alley is a rear entry alley, and it runs right here.
All right. And where on this alley did you start your search that morning?
We began the actual search right here at the door. We came out, checked the alley, and then turned and went south.
All right. And I understand then that whatever containers, boats, vehicles, backyards that you would have searched would have been then from the beginning of this alley to 5709 down here. Is that right?
and beyond.
All right. Now, when you got down to 5709 Eagle Drive, does States Exhibit 20A, does that show the trash container as well as a white object next to it that turned out to be a tube sock?
Yes, it does.
And States Exhibit 20B, is that a closer photograph of the tube sock as it laid on the ground next to the trash container?
Yes, sir.
A white tube sock, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Could you determine whether or not there was any or appeared to be any blood on that sock?
This stain here appeared to be blood.
Okay. And you're pointing at this red area here, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Sergeant. Was that the only blood that you could see on the sock?
That's it.
Could you tell the members of the jury about how big this red spot was on this sock?
Maybe half the size of my thumb from the first joint, and I don't even know if it was that big. It was a small one, 1 inch by 1.5 inches, 3/4 of an inch.
Okay. Let me just about the size of a dime, a quarter.
An elongated nickel, perhaps, probably.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead and have a seat back up there. When you had an opportunity to look at this sock, did it appear that this sock was a new sock?
It didn't appear to be a brand new sock. It appeared to be one that was in good condition.
Okay. And when you actually saw it, did you look on the ground surrounding this sock to see whether or not you could find any blood in that area?
Yes, sir, we did.
On the ground.
Yes.
Did you see any blood on the grass where the sock was actually found?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you look at the garbage container that was right next to the sock?
Yes, sir, I did.
Could you see any blood on the trash container there?
No, sir.
Did you look inside the garbage container?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was inside that morning?
The grass clippings.
Okay, was the garbage container empty? Just a few grass clippings on the bottom, or did it appear that it had been waiting to be picked up?
Half to 2/3 full.
Half to 2/3 full.
Yes, sir.
Had you found trash in the other containers?
Yes.
All right. It appeared that they were ready to be picked up that morning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you see any blood inside the trash container?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you find anything else inside the trash container besides the grass clippings?
Just grass clippings.
Find another sock in there?
No, sir.
Didn't find any shoes inside the garbage container?
No, sir.
How about just in the area surrounding the garbage container? Did you find any other socks?
No, sir, I did not.
How about shoes?
No, sir.
Just this one sock.
That is correct.
Now, if I may, let me just step back so that you and the jury can see what I'm going to point at here. Does there appear to be a storm sewer drain right here next to the garbage container?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay, is there a manhole cover right there?
Yes, sir.
Right next to it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me ask you, Sergeant Ward, did you ever have an opportunity to look inside that storm sewer?
Yes, sir. We didn't have a key to it at the time, but I laid down and shined my flashlight down looking at the base, and then it kind of runs off at a funny angle. It doesn't run true with the alley. The drain doesn't. And I looked down the drain as far as I could.
Okay, when you looked inside the drain, did you see any blood?
No, sir.
Did you see any other socks?
No, sir.
Did you see any shoes?
No, sir.
Did you see anything inside that drain when you looked in it that morning?
No, sir, I did not.
This sock that you located by the garbage container, did you take possession of it at that time?
I did not take possession of it. I stood guard over it.
All right. Do you have an officer by the name of David Main with the Rolette Police Department, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is he in the physical evidence section?
Yes, sir.
Did Officer Main come to the scene and actually take possession of the sock?
That is correct.
Did you stop your search of the alley after you found that sock?
No, sir, we did not.
Okay, how far down the alley did you go?
All the way to the end?
All right. Did you continue? All right. Did you continue searching garbage containers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue searching vehicles or boats?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you continue searching the alley itself?
We did.
Backyards also?
Yes, sir.
What else did you find in your search of that alley?
On this particular search,
Yes, sir.
nothing.
Now, let me just ask you, besides the elongated nickel-sized blood spot on this sock, Sergeant Ward, did you ever see any other blood in the alley all the way from the start to finish of your search, sir?
No, sir, we did not.
Do you know about how long it took you to search the alley?
Probably till 5:15,
Okay.
5:20, something like that.
So you started about what time?
Shortly before 4:30, 4:25 maybe, something like that.
And you went to what time?
It was almost an hour. I think we probably finished up 50, 55 minutes later.
All right. And was Officer Ferry with you the entire way?
With inside of me, yes.
Basically helping you search.
Well, yes, sir. We kind of split it up. He took one side and I took the other.
All right. Now, after you finished your search of the alley, Sergeant, what did you do at that point?
We began canvassing the neighborhood and waking people up.
And when you were talking about canvassing the neighborhood, what's the purpose of canvassing the neighborhood?
To just see if anybody throughout the night had seen or heard anything suspicious, if there was any unusual activity, had been any strange people in the neighborhood, that sort of thing.
Do you remember which house that you went to personally to canvass?
I don't remember all of them, sir. I probably went somewhere around 12 to 15 houses.
Okay. And in relation to 5801 Eagle Drive, do you remember where some of those houses would have been?
Yes, sir, I do. Now, the
Now,
ones immediate, oh, sorry.
go ahead. No, you're good.
Now, the ones immediately south of and behind the house, I personally made contact with those folks.
Okay, let me just show you if the witness could just step down a moment. Again, Sergeant, if you'll stand back here so that all of the jurors can see here, you said that you started canvassing the houses right behind to the south of 5801, is that right?
Yes, sir.
What area of this photograph, which is State's Exhibit number 7, where would you see those houses?
This is 5801, and I made contact with these houses through here.
So you have showed us the 3 houses that, let's see, it would be to the south on Eagle, is that right?
Uh-huh.
And then you have shown us the first 5 houses on Willowbrook Drive, beginning Eagle, and then going south, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, when you say canvas, did you actually talk to the occupants of these houses?
Yes, sir, we did. We woke them up.
Okay. What kind of questions were you asking these people?
Did you see anything through the night? Did you hear anything through the night? Has there been any unusual activity? Have strangers been in the neighborhood? Is there anything that you would be able to tell us that would help us with this?
Okay. I just want to ask of the, I guess, the 8 houses that you went to right here, did you get any information that would help?
No.
All right. You did these 8 houses here?
Yes.
Did you ever canvass any other house houses in the neighborhood, Sergeant?
Right here where Linda Vista comes in, I talked to all of these people that were immediately next to them, about 5 houses here and over here. But there were other officers that were canvassing the neighborhood also. And we went to where Linda Vista came in, these houses around here.
Okay, let me just ask you, you personally, let's just deal with people that you dealt with personally.
Okay.
Of all the houses and all the occupants that you talked to out there, did you personally ever get any information concerning what might have happened out there that night?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, Sergeant, you can go back up there. Sergeant, let me ask you if later that morning, still on June 6th, later that morning, if you ever had another occasion of going to the alley behind 5801 Eagle Drive.
Yes, sir. We wanted to redo the search, and the reason being, in the middle of the night, you're operating by flashlight and you miss stuff. So as soon as good daylight came, we went back through the alley and repeated the procedure.
Okay, now it's daylight. Did you do the exact same thing that you have done between 4:25 and 5:20?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you go back and look at the garbage containers again?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at the boats again?
Yes, sir.
Did you look at the vehicles again?
Yes, sir.
Did you look in the backyards again?
Yes, sir.
Did you look in the alleyway itself, the paved portion, and the grass that surrounds the alley?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you, did you ever find any other blood in that alley in either the paved portion or the grass that's right next to the paved part of the alley?
No, sir, we did not.
Did you ever find any other item either in the alley, garbage containers, in backyards, in vehicles, boats, any other item that had blood on them?
No, sir.
Did you find any other item of clothing during that search?
No, sir.
Specifically, did you find any sock that might be a match or mate to the sock that you found there at 5709 Eagle?
No, sir, we did not.
Find any socks?
No, sir.
How about shoes? Did you ever find any shoes back there during your search?
No, sir.
Let me ask you, at some point in your search of the alley, Sergeant Ward, did you again come to the part of the alley that's there at 5709 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the next street over would be Willowbrook, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Did you have occasion to look into the backyard that would have been across the alley from 5709 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir.
And when you looked over there, could you see any knives in that backyard?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Describe for the jury exactly what you saw when you looked over into this backyard.
The backyard had a hedge that kind of ran around the back of it. There was some rubber edging or molding that people use to outline their flower beds. It's like maybe 4 or 5 inches wide. It comes in a roll and you unroll it. It's plastic. You put part of that in the ground and you bury part of it. And then right at the end there was a string that was on the ground, a screwdriver, a yellow-handled screwdriver, a metallic knife that was laying on the ground between the screwdriver and the other knife. The other knife was in the kitchen butcher knife, and it was sticking in the ground.
Okay, now as I understood it, there are hedges back there.
Yes, sir.
And this rubber edging for flower beds, is that back there also?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, part of that had been buried. And when you got to where the knives were, it came up out of the ground and it was just a loose end that hadn't been worked with yet. It was laying there by the knives.
Okay. Was there also a string back there?
Yes, sir.
How close to the edging was the string?
It's kind of parallel. The string was more to the center side of the yard, lawn, and it was loose. It wasn't packed or anything.
Have you ever heard of using a string line to line something up?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. How about the knife that you saw? Were they just laying loose in the backyard when you could see them, or how were they located back there?
Well, the metallic knife that was solid metallic was laying on the ground, and the kitchen butcher knife was sticking in the ground, about half of the blade buried in the ground.
All right. How close to the string and to the other rubber material were the knives?
Right adjacent to them. I mean, a couple of feet.
All right. You say that one of them was laying down, the other one was actually stuck in the ground.
That's correct.
When you looked at them, the light was good at that time, right?
Yes, sir.
Could you see any blood or either on either one of those two knives, sir?
No,
Either on the handle or the blade portion of those two knives.
no, sir.
Sergeant Ward, if you would look at States Exhibit 21, States Exhibit 22. Have I shown you these two knives before your testimony this morning?
Yes, sir, you have.
Okay. Have I asked you to look at them and tell me whether or not these two knives look like the two knives that you saw that morning?
Yes, sir, you have.
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer States Exhibit 21 and 22.
No objection. States Exhibit 21 and 22 are admitted. Which is which?
21 is going to be all steel. 22 has the wooden handle. Sergeant Ward, which of these knives was actually stuck into the ground?
This one.
All right.
As they appeared to me on the morning of June the...
Let the record reflect that the witness is referring to States Exhibit 22.
Right.
As they appeared to me on the morning of the 6th, the screwdriver would have been in the right-hand side, and it was sticking in the ground. It was a yellow-handled screwdriver, and this knife was laying with the blade away from me like that. And this knife was stuck in the ground here, with about that much of the blade in the ground.
Okay, the first knife you referred to was
21.
21. Was the knife where the blade edge was pointing away from you, correct?
That is correct.
And you're holding State Exhibit number 22, and you're indicating to us, if you would, approximately how many inches of the blade was into the ground itself.
3.5 to 4 inches.
All right. Now, the handle of the screwdriver, could you see it?
Yes, sir.
Was there anything on the handle that you could see?
It appeared as though somebody had been using it with muddy hands.
Okay, why? Why did it look that way?
When they were installing this, it looked as though they had used these items or these utensils to install that rubber edging for digging, for cutting it, that sort of thing. The screwdriver was sticking in the ground, and there was mud on the handle.
Okay.
There was mud on all these items.
Okay. Did it appear to be fresh mud or dried blood? I mean, dried mud.
It was fresh.
Let me just ask you, let's talk about States Exhibit number 21, okay? You had a chance to look at both the handle and the knife blade, correct?
Uh-huh.
Could you see anything on the knife, number 21?
No, sir, I could not.
Okay, all right. No blood?
Nope.
All right. Any mud that you could determine that you could see on that?
Yes, sir, there was mud.
All right. What portion of States Exhibit number 21 could you see mud on?
There was mud all over the knife. I mean, it had been used by somebody in the mud. It was muddy.
Okay, again, was it fresh or did it appear to be dried mud?
It appeared to be fresh. It was still moist looking.
All right. Is it on the handle up here
Yes, sir.
as well as on the blade?
Yes, sir.
Now, we're looking at States Exhibit number 22, of course. Part of the blade is actually into the ground. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Let's talk about first then the handle portion of States Exhibit number 22. Could you see anything on that?
Mud.
All right, mud again.
Yes, sir.
Okay, covering what portion of the handle?
Almost entirely all of the handle.
Okay. How about the portion of the blade that you could see actually sticking out of the ground? Was there anything on that?
That portion had some mud on it, but that was the cleanest part of the knife, was that portion.
Some mud, but not as much as on the handle. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right.
Also on these knives, when you looked at this knife, you could see where somebody had gripped it when they had been digging, and where their hand left the imprint of their hand on the handle, where they had been digging with it and that sort of thing. You could actually see where somebody had been using it in the mud.
Okay. A handprint in the mud. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Where you could see the fingers, where the fingers were on the handle.
All right. Sergeant Ward, when you saw the screwdriver and you saw the two knives, did you retrieve them at that time?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. Would you tell the members of the jury why you decided not to retrieve them at that time?
It was my opinion that they weren't connected with the fence. Had there been any doubt in my mind that either of those knives, the screwdriver, the string, or the edging, had been connected with this offense, we would have retrieved it. There was no question in my mind then or now that they were not connected.
Okay. Let me just ask you, if you would, just tell us. Tell us the factors that went into your decision and why you believe these two knives and the screwdriver were not connected to the offense.
At that time that I found these, I was accompanied by the lead investigator, R.J. Patterson. Patterson had been told.
Objection. That's hearsay, clearly. Just state what you actually know yourself. Rephrase the question.
Let me just ask you, at the time that you saw these two knives, did you know whether or not a knife with blood on it had been retrieved from the inside residence at 5801 Eagle Drive?
Yes, sir, I did.
So you knew that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, if you would again, what are your personal observations about these two knives that led you to believe that they were not connected to the offense and that you would not retrieve them at the time?
There was no blood at all. That was primary. Secondly, these knives, the way they were arranged with the items that they were found with, it was obvious that they had been used in planting that edging around the flower bed. And whoever had not finished the job and they left their utensils there, the edging, part of it was buried. And as you got closer to the alley and it turned and went south, it came up out of the ground and was still laying loose. And it was kind of in a curl. Looking at it, whoever was installing that edging just left the utensils that they were using there. Also, there was a 6-foot locked fence that surrounded these items. The back gate was locked. The fence is an iron fence that's got bars about every 6 inches. You can see through it. It's easily seen through, but you can't hardly get, it's hard to climb. You can't hardly get over it.
So the fence is 6 feet tall, right?
Yes, sir.
Have you seen those fences? The fences sometimes they'll put around apartment complex, a kind of security fence where they've got the vertical slats, the metal slats.
Yes, sir. Very similar.
Is that very similar to the kind of fence behind this yard?
Yes, sir.
And did you actually, yourself, did you go and check the gate of that yard to make sure that it was locked?
Yes, sir, I did.
And was it locked? And it
Yes,
was locked,
sir.
correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And another thing.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I don't believe a question was asked of this witness.
Well, I'll let him answer it. Go ahead.
Answer a question that hadn't been asked?
Well, I think we can clear it up, Mr. Mosty.
Were there any other factors that led you not to collect these two knives, sir?
Yes, sir. When you find something that is suspicious, it has to be taken into consideration of everything that was found there. Everything. If you would find a knife in one place, it is, and in another place that it isn't. I was absolutely positive that those things had not been used.
Okay. Has your opinion changed?
None.
And again, do I understand you to say that even after you saw these two knives
that you continued the entire length of the alley, again searching in the daylight.
Yes, sir, we did.
No other items retrieved or seen, is that right?
None.
Let me ask you, do you recall how long that you stayed out there at the residence the day before you left?
About 7 p.m., I think.
All right, just in general, your duties after you went down the alley with Detective Patterson, what types of things are you doing? Are you part of the crime scene team out there?
No, sir. Generally, what I did was I facilitated the outside perimeter. I made sure that the guys that were maintaining the perimeter had bathroom breaks, that they had sufficient water. If somebody on the inside of the house needed something, I made sure that they got it. That sort of thing.
So you're basically you're a supervisor from that point on, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, Sergeant.
I think we'll go ahead and take our morning break right now. Speaking of break, we'll take one. All right, let's make it be back at 10:45 by that clock, please. So, do you guys want to finish it? It's up to you. I feel like it's getting late. If we've already been on 6 hours, what do you want to try to finish this? How are you
It's
feeling?
up to you guys, but like I don't like to leave things like half done.
Okay, if you're down, then let's just do it. All right.
But
No.
that's just me.
What about you, Libra? Well, Libra, I think it'll be now it'll be the cross exam, so it'll probably be mostly just me and you, Bella, for the rest, besides the court. But Libra, are you down to finish?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
good.
All right, let's just do it then.
Okay, I'm just getting water for the dogs really quick. That's just 1 second.
No, that's fine. I just want to see if it is the cross exam. No, it's actually you're still on. It is still yours. I thought that they were going to go to the cross examination, but no, Libra, you're still on after we do this court thing here. Right here. All right, let me know whenever you're
I'm
ready.
good.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right, bring the jury in, please. Are both sides ready to bring the jury in and resume?
Yes, sir. The state is ready.
Yes, sir. The defense is ready. All right, bring the jury in, please. Let's proceed. All right, be seated. Let the record reflect that all parties in the trial are present and the jury is seated.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Ward, let me show you what I have marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 20C. Do you recognize that, sir, to be a report that you prepared in this case?
This is my rough draft report that I prepared. Yes.
All right. Let me just ask you. You say this is a rough notes of what happened, correct?
Yes, sir.
In all fairness, did you also prepare a handwritten report about about what happened?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And have we looked for that? And has your lead detective looked for that? And can we not find that?
And the secretary back home has looked for that and we can't find it.
Okay. Well, let me just ask you. You know, Mr. Mulder got a copy of 20C, but let me just ask you, did you use 20C to prepare your handwritten report?
Yes, sir, I did.
So would it be fair to say that this is the basis of the report that today we cannot find? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you know of any other additional information in that written report, the handwritten report, that is not in 20C?
Yes, sir. I did that at the end of June the 6th, probably around 8 p.m.
Okay.
And it starts off, you'll notice that the date is blank.
Right.
I couldn't think of it, and I just skipped over it. And on my handwritten copy, I went back and I put in the date.
Okay. You actually put the 6th of June
Yes.
instead of just leaving it the actual date blank, right?
I went back in and filled in the date.
Okay.
And then on the bottom of that paragraph, it says that the sock was recovered by Officer Bedingfield. That was recovered by Officer Maine. And I'm aware of that.
Okay. So in this one, you didn't actually put in the 6th. You just left the date blank and you put in that the sock was taken by Bedingfield instead of taken by David Maine, actually, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, at this time, we'll pass the witness.
Mr. Mosty.
Sergeant Ward, how long did you say you've been an officer?
24 years and 8 months.
And with Rowlett, how long?
10 years.
And you were a supervisor of what?
Patrol.
And how many people are under you?
It varies from what shift you're on, as many as 10 and as few as 6.
Okay. Are you in charge of all of the patrol officers?
No, sir, just my shift.
You have a shift that you're in charge of.
That's correct.
All right. You have been trained, I guess, in collection of evidence and preservation of crime scenes?
Yes, sir.
And those types of things?
Yes.
And you understand the importance of collecting all of the evidence that might be of any, even questionable assistance in the case?
Yes, sir, I sure do.
Isn't that the rule that, let's collect it all and figure out what's important later?
Yes, sir.
And do you instruct your patrol officers in that same manner?
Yes, sir, I do.
But I know they're not investigators full time, but oftentimes they might be the first person on the scene.
That is correct.
So they're trained to preserve and observe crime scenes.
That's correct.
Now, did you take notes that night? Oh, jeez. Gosh. All right.
Yeah. Oh my God, here it comes too. Yes, sir.
In your whip out book?
Not a whip out book. I carried a big notebook.
A big notebook.
Yes.
And where are those notes?
Locked up in my file cabinet, I believe.
Figures. Okay. When did you lock them up in the file cabinet?
When I finished that report.
Finish what report? The typewritten one or the missing?
No, the handwritten.
Okay.
So probably since maybe June the 10th.
Okay. The missing report is the handwritten one.
Yes, sir.
And that's about June 10th.
I did the handwritten report the next day.
All right.
When I did that one that's in front of you there, it was June 6th. I got up somewhere around 3:10 or 3:15 in the morning, somewhere around 8 o'clock when I wrote that one. When I got through with that, I was done. I went home and I did that while it was still fresh in my mind.
Okay. So you got some notes that are in the file cabinet. From the notes, you did a written report. Am I right?
Yes. From my handwritten notes, I did a report.
Okay. And that the missing report was done on the 7th.
That's correct.
Okay. And when did it turn up missing?
Today.
Today?
Today.
When did you first go looking for it?
Today.
You looked for your notes.
Today.
Today.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't find the notes.
I had a copy of the thing right there in front of you that I reviewed.
That's it.
That's it. That's all the review I've had.
Matter of fact, the copy that I'm looking at, well, you made a handwritten report. Is it a full report? I mean,
the handwritten report
on the such and such day, such and such I did, and it describes everything you did.
Everything of importance, yes.
And I assume that you never have looked for that until today?
That's correct. There are 2 things in my notes.
Well, let's talk about the handwritten notes for a minute.
Okay.
You had not ever reviewed that from June 7th.
I have never reviewed the handwritten notes.
Okay. And when you did that handwritten report, what did you do with it?
Turned it in.
To?
When we turn in a report, you stick it in a file. That's a file cabinet there for reports that are going in. You put it in there, and then it's dispersed throughout the department, whoever it needs to go to.
Is it like an in basket?
Yes, as in, yes, an in basket, out basket.
For daily reports?
Yes, sir.
And then you say it's distributed within the department?
Yes, sir.
But if there's an investigating officer, a copy of your report will go to the lead detective, for instance.
Yes, sir.
A copy will go to the district attorney?
Yes, sir. It will go in the case file.
Okay. So anything that you have noted, whether it's important or it excludes something or whatever it is, those copies are distributed around so that the people in charge will know what's happening.
Things that are important, not necessarily to exclude something, but things that are important, yes.
Okay. And then if I understand, you typed a report after the handwritten report?
No.
No?
I took the handwritten notes.
Okay.
And the handwritten notes are just like anybody else's handwritten notes. They're enough to jog your memory.
Okay.
They're not in detail.
Okay.
From that, the evening of the 6th, I prepared that report that's in front of you.
Okay. So you got your notes and they're just hieroglyphics or scribbling or whatever it is, just to remind yourself. Oh my gosh.
They're notes to remind yourself. They're not hieroglyphics.
Okay. And if you read my writing, you might call it hieroglyphics. Oh, okay. And then you wrote, would you call it a narrative report?
The report that I submitted is just almost verbatim of that report that's in front of you.
Oh, well, I understand, but let's talk about June the 6th.
June the 6th.
When you're sitting there, and I guess you've got your notes beside you or referring to them when you need to.
Yes.
And you're handwriting out.
No.
No?
No, I'm typing.
Okay.
I took the handwritten notes, I typed them, and then I hand wrote them again.
Okay. You took.
Typing is in the middle.
Typing is in the middle.
Yes, sir.
And then after you had typed up this report, then you sat down with this report and got you a pad of paper and commenced to handwriting out this report.
Yes, sir, I did.
But when did you do that? Did you put the two of them together? I mean, did you take them to the inbox and did you throw them together in the inbox?
No.
Well, what did you do with them?
I saved one on the computer and turned the other one in.
Okay, so even the one on the computer is lost?
No.
The hard copy?
The copy that you've got this morning, we called back to the department and the secretary went in and pulled it up off my hard drive and faxed it to us.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, she faxed it down here at 9:44 a.m. this morning?
I didn't check the time, but that's close.
All right. What time did you start testifying?
Right after that.
When you started testifying, had this report even come in?
Yes, sir.
Let me do that. Let the record reflect that this witness started testifying at 9:54 a.m. Okay.
Counselor, we didn't know this thing was missing until this morning. Or believe me, I would have had it.
So you never had an opportunity to look for it?
No, sir.
Okay. But now this one, so the hard copy, did you sign the one that you typed up?
No, sir.
You don't sign those?
It's on my computer.
Okay, but
that's my rough copy of my notes. That's not the one I turned in.
You got a handwritten report that's more complete than this one or not?
It's almost verbatim with what that one was.
Except you made some mistakes, you know.
On that one.
On this one here?
Yes, sir.
Well, yeah. Well, tell me what mistakes you remember making.
On the date, which was June 6th, I left the date out.
You couldn't remember the date?
It had been a long day, sir.
All right.
And on the bottom one where Officer Maine took the sock, I believe I put Officer Bettenfield.
Okay. Was that in your notes?
No.
Your scribble notes?
No, that had came out of my head.
Okay. That was from the halls of your memory.
That's right.
Okay. But right then, within 12 hours, you couldn't remember. You made a mistake about who picked up the sock, correct?
On the rough notes, yes.
Right. You misdescribed the officer who picked up the sock.
Misnamed him.
Misnamed him.
Yes.
Misdescribed him.
Misnamed him.
Made an error.
Made an error.
We're not accurate in your description.
In the name, correct.
So what you wrote down was not accurate, was it?
I'll object. It's repetitious. I think that's about the 5th time on that, Your Honor.
Sustained. I think he has answered the questions. Let's go on to the next one.
And then later on, you thought a little bit more about it and corrected it.
Well, the next time I read that, I corrected it, yes.
Okay. You didn't even until, well, when did you read it?
The next day when I hand wrote it.
Okay. You hand wrote the next day? Even when you were typing it from your notes, you didn't detect your error?
No,
It wasn't until you read it again the next day
that's correct.
and hand wrote it.
That's correct.
Why did you write what had already been typed up?
Because it was a hard copy and it was going on a form, and that form is not on our computer. We have a supplement form, and I put it on the supplement.
And why do you do supplements? To add things that you have forgotten to put in?
No, sir. You add information to the offense reports or investigations.
Okay. Sometimes to correct a misstatement or something you neglected to put in an earlier report.
It could be, yes, sir. That is one of the many uses.
Okay. When did you come to Kerrville?
Sunday.
When you packed up to come, you didn't think, let me get my file. I ought to bring my report. I know I'm going to testify. I need to have my report.
Sir, what I brought with me is that little note that you got right there in front of you. That's all I brought.
This one that got faxed in today at 9:44.
That's right.
Well, you didn't bring that with you. Monday, did you?
No, it was in my suitcase in my room. I can tell you exactly where it's at.
Oh, you left one out in your suitcase?
A copy of that, yes.
And when you came down this morning, you didn't have it.
That's correct.
Is it your practice to take your reports to court or not?
No, I don't take them.
Not? Are you instructed not to?
No, I'm not instructed to do it, though.
That's just your habit not to.
That's correct.
Now, you described in some detail how meticulous you were in this search.
That's correct.
And that's so that you can accurately describe, accurately observe, and later accurately describe what you saw.
That's correct.
And that's why you're taking notes too, isn't it?
That's correct.
So you can accurately pull that when the report writing time comes, you can pull that up and accurately describe it.
Yes, sir.
And that's why one might bring a report to court, is so they could have that available, so that they could accurately describe what they saw.
That's correct.
All right, now I'll try to go a little bit in chronological order. If I skip around the time frame, stop me and make sure that if I jump, it's because I want to hit a few areas here with you. I take it you were in charge of this alley search?
Yes, sir.
That began at what time?
Somewhere around 4:20 or 4:25.
Okay, that's just from your memory?
It's from when we found the sock.
What time did you find the sock?
Shortly after 4:30.
Okay, but you didn't think that was important enough to note in your report?
It's noted there.
That is noted?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what time did you start?
About 10 or 15 minutes before I found that sock.
How long is this alley?
It's a block long.
1 block long. How many houses?
I guesstimate it's probably 15, maybe.
How many boats did you look in?
I don't recall, sir. Every one of them.
How many? You don't remember how many there were?
No.
How many trash cans did you look in?
Every one of them.
How many were there?
Every one of them. I didn't count them. I looked in every one of them.
And you were, which side of the alley? You said you and, Steve?
Steve Ferry.
Which side of the alley did you take?
I took the west.
You're going to have to help me here. If I'm headed...
If you're...
down Eagle.
If you walk out the driveway at 5801 and you turn left, I had the right-hand side.
Okay, the right-hand side is west and the left-hand side is east.
That's correct.
So y'all going down the alley and opening trash cans?
Opening trash cans.
Dumping them out?
Some of them, yes.
Well, some you didn't dump out?
Some didn't have much in them, and we didn't have to dump them out.
Did you dump them out on the ground?
Some I did. Mostly, there was just plastic bags in them. And I'd take the plastic bag out, set it on the ground, open up the bag, tried not to make a mess. You know what I'm saying? And then put the stuff back in there. Dump them out and leave it out. No, we didn't do that. If they were laying on the ground, we just took it out, opened the bags, and that kind of stuff.
Like when you've lost a Christmas present, you look and you open the trash sack and you sort of rifle through what's in there just to look and see if there's anything that you thought might be in there.
More like you lost your paycheck and you've got to find it.
Okay. So you're opening the trash sacks and digging around to see if anything is of interest to you.
That's right.
And if you're even slightly in doubt that something was of interest, you're going to pick it up.
That's correct.
All right. So how long did it take you? You said, I think, did you tell me 45 to 55 minutes to do the whole alley?
That's correct.
How long were you stopped at the sock?
Well, probably almost 5 o'clock.
Okay. And that was just long enough for Ferry to go back and you stayed there?
Yes, sir.
And he came back and then y'all went on about your business.
No, we stayed there while Maine photographed the sock.
Okay. You stayed there through the photography?
Through about 4 or 5 shots of it, yes.
And then you went on about your business.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you say you didn't see any blood except on the sock.
None at all.
Well, you aren't expressing any opinion about whether or not this assailant should have been bleeding or should not have been bleeding.
No.
You don't have any opinion one way or the other?
Well, at that time, what we knew is that we had 2 dead, that it was a knife-type wound that caused the death, and that the house was bloody on the inside.
Okay. So you continued your search, and it was after that you observed these knives.
Yes, sir.
And after that, how did you observe these? It's dark, I guess, with a flashlight?
No. The reason we went back and redid the alley. We didn't do this alley once. We did this alley twice. And normally, immediately after an offense like this, you will do it with a flashlight. But you can be scrupulous with a flashlight and miss evidence.
Well, that makes sense.
So we waited until daylight and we redid it.
And the first time y'all were going methodically down the alley?
Yes.
You weren't trying to be quiet?
No, sir.
And after you saw the sock, then you observed these knives with your flashlight?
No.
Did not observe them?
I saw them in daylight.
Okay. Missed them first time through?
That's correct.
Saw them the second time through?
That's correct.
Again, is this you and Ferry?
Second time, it was with Jimmy Patterson. J.R. Patterson, lead investigator.
The investigator?
Yes, sir.
And at this time, you're on each of you doing one side of the alley?
Well, when we found those knives, we were standing side by side.
Okay. And you found the knives by looking and seeing them?
Yes, sir.
And how far from the fence were they?
6 feet.
6 feet. Did you measure that?
No, that's a guess. Strictly a guess.
And how did you observe them?
Pardon me, I don't understand.
Well, from what vantage point did you observe these knives?
I was in the alley and they were in the yard. It was 6 feet between us.
You observed them from 6 feet.
5 or 6 feet, something like that, yes?
And Patterson observed them from 5 to 6 feet?
That's correct.
Nobody went over the fence
Nope.
to get these knives?
Nope.
And you determined that from 5 or 6 feet that there was no blood on these knives?
That's correct.
But did you observe that? What did you observe on the knives?
Mud.
Mud. Okay. How much mud?
There was a lot of mud.
When did you next see what you thought were these knives?
I guess when we got down here to Kerrville, I don't remember seeing them before then.
Okay. Do you know when they were collected?
No, sir.
They are not in the condition that you observed them, are they?
No.
Did you take photographs of the knives?
No.
Nobody did?
I don't think there were photographs taken.
Okay. And the knives weren't even of such interest to you that you noted them in your handwritten notes or
That's correct.
your report or anything?
There was no question in my mind those knives were not associated with this crime.
Just a non-event.
A non-event.
And you made that subjective determination to exclude that piece of evidence.
I made that based on about 25 years of law enforcement, sir.
And could you determine from the mud on the knives how those knives had been gripped?
What do you mean? How they had been gripped?
How someone was holding them? Didn't you tell me you saw fingerprints?
You could tell, you could see where the fingers had molded the mud and where somebody had got their hands muddy or the knife muddy, and they picked the knife up and they would work with it. Now, I can tell if it was being held this way or that way or any other way. No, I could tell that a hand molded that much.
Okay, so there's actually mud caked on which knife?
The wooden handled knife, especially. Yes.
But on both of them.
Yes.
And you could actually see fingerprints on both of them.
You could see not fingerprints, but where the hand had molded the mud to mud.
Okay, now this is, let me see, we have these on Exhibit 8A. Now let's just talk about that for a minute. Were you in charge of this perimeter? Was that a part of your duty, is protecting that perimeter?
The outside perimeter.
Okay.
The outside perimeter.
Would you say in this part where it started at the alley?
I was in charge of the outside perimeter. We had officers stationed on the alley and on the other end of the alley. And, you know, I'm not really sure about what your question is, sir.
Now, 20B, how many houses are there in between the Routier house?
And which house?
And the house where you found the sock?
About 3, I think.
About 3. And how many between where you found the sock and where you saw the knives?
About the same.
That's about 3 more down?
No, it's just kind of across the alley from it.
The knives are across the alley from the sock.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, are you able to just describe, let's see, is this the alley here that we're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And can you describe maybe 2 of these photographs? It looks to me like there are 2 houses in between on 20.
Which house are you trying to find, sir?
I'm trying to find the house in which you found the sock.
Right here.
And is the sock directly, would the house that had the knives in it be directly across from the sock?
Well, it's...
You need to get it up a little more. Wait, you need to get it up a little more, gentlemen. So the end jurors. Why does he saying it like that? You need to get it up a little more, gentlemen. So the end jurors, so they can see. Oh, get the. That sounds really bad without seeing anything. Wow. All righty.
The sock's here.
Okay, the sock's in the circle, right? Let me hold it for you. Okay, the socks were in the circle, right?
And the knives were right there.
Okay, now let's go to this picture because this picture here, which is 7, will also tell us where the knives were, won't it?
Right in here.
Okay, so the sock is behind, including the Routier home? You're going to have to tilt it a little more or slant it a little more, gentlemen. Thank you. If the Routier house is the first house on the block.
Yes, sir.
Right here, right there.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the sock was behind the 4th house?
It was right here.
Okay, that's behind the 4th house, isn't it?
Counting the Routier house? Yes, sir.
Counting the Routier house. And the knives are directly across from the sock.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's actually on the 5th house?
Yes, sir.
On Willowbrook?
Well, yes.
Okay. Now, you can go ahead and have a seat. In the neighborhood canvas, what street did you do?
I did parts of Eagle and Willowbrook.
Okay. Did it occur to you to walk into the house on Willowbrook where the knives were and ask the people about the knives?
I talked to those people at about 5:45 in the morning.
And ask them about the knives?
No, sir. When we went back to contact them, there was nobody in the house.
You forgot to ask them about the knives when you contacted them?
Didn't know about it, sir.
Oh, you had not seen them?
No, sir.
And they weren't there. The people were gone by the time you had seen the knives.
That's correct.
Did you go back to the house?
I don't know. I didn't.
You didn't?
No, sir.
Okay, now can you tell me what time you think you saw these knives?
Ballpark at 8:30, something like that.
So y'all waited a while before you went back on this second.
Yes, sir.
The second time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Mr. Davis talked to you about the dress rehearsal that y'all did?
The what?
The dress rehearsal you did.
What's a dress rehearsal?
Did you all go down to the courthouse in Dallas County?
Yes, sir, we did.
Who went down there?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you all the officers. I know I was there.
You do not recall who the other officers?
No, not right off the top of my head.
Okay. Now, that was a pretty important event, wasn't it, in your mind?
In my mind, it was a review of what we had done.
Okay. And there were a lot of officers from Rowlett there.
Yes, sir.
Were there other people there?
Members of the district attorney's staff, yes.
Okay. Now, during this, did you call it a review?
No, sir.
Okay.
We were told we were going to go down to discuss the case with the district attorney.
Didn't you just describe it as we went down there and reviewed?
I said we went down there and reviewed.
And reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And it's during this review where was the review done?
Dallas County Courthouse.
What part of the courthouse? In Mr. Davis's office?
Pardon?
In Mr. Davis's office?
No, there's too many of us. We went to a courtroom.
Okay, you went to the courtroom for your review.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you get in the witness stand
Yes, sir, I did.
during your review?
Yes, sir.
And were there other officers during your review?
They were moving around
where
different parts of,
In the courtroom?
somewhere in the courtroom, somewhere in the jury box, wherever they got comfortable.
Some sitting in the jury box?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Was there somebody sitting in the judge's chair?
Yes.
Somebody from the district attorney's office asking you questions?
Yes.
Somebody from the district attorney's office cross-examining you?
Yes.
And the officers are out there in the courtroom while this is all happening.
They were all in the room, yes.
And they were listening.
Yes, sir.
And you're listening to other officers testify.
Yes.
And are people making objections?
There was, I think, 1 or 2 objections.
And did somebody rule on them?
I don't remember if there was a ruling or not.
Well, who was the judge?
Mrs.
Wallace was the judge?
Her first name is Sherry. I'm not sure of her last name.
Sherry was the judge.
Yes.
Did she have on a robe?
No.
Okay.
I think she was dressed. She didn't have on a robe.
Okay. I meant a judicial robe.
Oh
Oh my God. You gotta be kidding. Wow.
No, sir.
I didn't mean a house robe.
No.
Wow.
He's like, I think she was dressed. She didn't have a robe. No kidding, idiot.
I think. He used the word I think, though. I mean, you're not sure that she was. Wow. Oh my gosh.
No, sir.
How many officers were in on this, what you have called a review?
Do you want me to guess at it?
Yes.
10, 12 maybe.
That's the best you can do?
Yes.
Okay. And did they tell you how you did?
No.
Nobody told you how you did?
No, sir.
Did you tell any of the other officers how they did?
No, not that I know of.
And when did you do this review?
A month ago.
Okay. And at that time, I guess y'all had been instructed that we're all going to go down to the courthouse at a certain time?
Yes, sir. I got a note.
And you knew the purpose of that meeting
I did.
was to go down there
Yes.
so you could fully and completely review what you knew about the case.
Well, I knew it was my responsibility to know my portion of this investigation when I went down there.
And did you think it would be your responsibility to read your report prior to going down there?
No, sir. I've never read a report from the stand.
No, before you went down there.
Before I went down there?
Yes.
I reviewed that piece of paper that you have.
The lost one or the found one?
The exact copy, the one that you have in front of you, is what I reviewed.
How did you do that? Did you call it up on the computer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But the one that was most complete was the handwritten one.
That's correct.
Okay. But you didn't think to go to be complete and to be fair and to be full while you're having your dress rehearsal with the district attorney. It didn't occur to you to go back and review your most complete report.
Everything that I felt, in my opinion, that was vitally important to this case was on that piece of paper.
Okay.
That's what I reviewed.
So you didn't, in other words, you didn't think it was important enough to go pull out the written one.
I didn't have it.
You didn't know that?
I turned the original in, sir.
You didn't.
The handwritten one that had been turned in, I didn't have it.
My question is simply this. You didn't think it was important enough to go and read your most complete report prior to going down for your review.
I didn't have it. It wasn't available to me.
But you didn't know that at the time, did you?
No, I didn't.
So had you sat at this review in December and said, I want to be complete with the DA and maybe I ought to go read my written report. There was nothing that would prevent you from doing that, was there?
No, I didn't ask for it.
And you didn't do it?
I didn't do it.
Didn't even occur to you to do it?
Nope.
Okay. What's the purpose of reports?
Seriously, that's the best question. To chronicle events.
Is that because people's memories are faulty?
That's true, yes.
And so, as a matter of fact, that was why you did the handwritten report, really, because you thought of some things and the handwritten report made it more complete. Some of the things that you had even forgotten.
Other than those two mistakes, my handwritten report is almost verbatim with that thing in front of you.
Your testimony today is that you know that the missing handwritten report is just the same as this typed one, except for your errors.
Except for those two that I pointed out.
And you recall 2 errors.
Yes.
You don't recall any other errors.
No.
Is it fair to say that during this exhaustive search, both in the morning, in the daylight, in the dark, and in the daylight, the only significant thing you saw of any significance in your judgment was this sock?
That's correct.
And that's the only thing that you identified as saying, I think this is an important piece of evidence, or a piece of evidence, take out the word important.
That's correct.
That possibly might relate to this crime.
That's correct.
The only one.
That's the only one.
And the only piece of evidence that you identified you made an error about who picked it up.
I misnamed the officer that picked it up. That's correct.
One piece of evidence, one error.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now at the review, you didn't see these knives, did you?
No, I didn't.
They did not, as part of your testimony down there in front of the Judge Wallace, nobody showed you these knives and said, are they important? Did they?
Nope.
They didn't say, did you see mud on them? Did they?
I volunteered that information.
Did you volunteer that information about the knives that weren't there?
The knives question was asked to another officer.
These knives you were not present?
They were not present.
And you did not see them at the dress rehearsal?
That's correct.
Well, did they have a court reporter at this dress rehearsal?
Dress rehearsal? The review?
The review, I'm sorry, the review.
No, they didn't, that I know of.
Well, did they videotape that?
No.
Tape record it?
No, not that I know of.
Okay, but those knives weren't important enough to talk about at the review, were they?
They came up, but not in my testimony.
Well, it didn't come up enough to bring them down there to talk to you, did they?
To physically bring them?
Yes.
No.
Because you had not seen them until you got to Kerrville.
That's correct.
So all of this detailed description that you gave us about mud and flowers and what do you call that stuff that you put in the ground?
Edging.
Edging. That it was cut and all of those details that you have described to us that you saw from 6 foot. You didn't testify about any of that down at the review?
No.
Okay. Pass the witness.
When you came to that courtroom that day, you did tell me about those knives, didn't you?
Yes, sir. I volunteered that information.
And you did tell me that they had mud on them.
Judge, we are going to object to the leading. We object.
Can only one attorney make the objection? Mr. Mosty is doing the examination. If he will make an objection.
Your Honor, I would object to that last statement as leading.
Well, I will sustain the objection, and I will ask that the question be rephrased.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sergeant Ward, would you tell me whether or not that day you told me that those knives had mud on them?
Yes, sir, I did.
And tell me whether or not you told me at that time where they were in the yard.
At that time, sir, I described that scene exactly as I've described it today.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Did you think it was important enough at that time that maybe you ought to write a little report about the knives in the mud in your conversation with Mr. Davis?
At that time, sir, and today, I maintain those knives right there have nothing to do with this crime, and I did not ever write a report on it.
I couldn't be clearer that that's what you maintained.
And I didn't write a report.
My question is, after you and Mr. Davis talked about the mud on the knives at the review, you didn't think that that conversation was important enough to write down in a supplemental report?
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you. Pass the witness.
No further questions.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break until 1 o'clock, please, for lunch. Thank you.
Oh, yay! Wow, almost 7 hours, guys. Good job. You guys are troopers, man. Wow,
Thank you. You're a trooper.
You guys are. I'm like, whew. I am done. I don't think I could do another. I don't think I could do another witness. It's like, I don't know. Whew. But no, that was good. Good. You guys, we're getting close. We're getting to the good stuff, I feel like.
Yeah.
So, well, thanks, guys. We'll have to try to do it early next week. I know I always say that, but I'm going to try my hardest to maybe do it like in the beginning part of the week. So then maybe we could do it in the later part of the week too. So
maybe we can squeeze 2 in next week.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we still got 60 people hanging in there, and yeah, I don't know. I'm ready to freaking I'm tired, guys.
Yep. All right, guys, I'm gonna sign out so everyone else can. Thanks for sticking with us for the 7 hours. Almost 7 hours. Thanks, Tiff. Thanks, Libra.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We've got it's hard to believe there's 43 of these left.
Oh, man.
Good night. Good morning.
Good night. Good morning. Bye.
Good night, Bella. Thanks, Libra.
Thank
you. Did great. It was fun.
Have a good night. Yeah, I had a great time. Definitely looking forward to doing some more. So
yeah, and you're gonna have your new headphones. Nice.
I know. I'm very excited. Very excited. So you get some rest, ladies. You
I
deserve
will.
it.
You too. You too.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, chat. You guys, I am going to end it. I'm not going to go on my hours of rambling. I usually do after I say I'm going to end it, and then I talk for another like hour. I really am, guys. I'm tired. I can't quit yawning for some reason, and I got that live coming tomorrow, so that'll be interesting. So make sure you come by tomorrow night around like 8:30. We'll have Sherilyn and CDT. And good night, everybody. Thank you so much. You guys have been so awesome in chat. Everybody's been so respectful. There hasn't been any drama. It's just been really good. So thanks, everybody. Yeah, we'll have to do, maybe after this, we'll have to do another trial. Like we could always have like a trial we're going through transcripts. Maybe we could set it up like that. We could do, who can we do next? Maybe, what's her name? Oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Hold on a second. Casey Anthony. because I think Amanda said that they're doing like a series or something's coming out about that case. So maybe I feel like that trial could be interesting because I don't know. I just feel like that'll be a good one to actually go through the transcripts. What do you guys think? Maybe after. All right, guys. I will chat tomorrow. See everybody tomorrow. I'll try to see if Zeke wants to make an appearance before we start the live tomorrow so he could say hi. Oh, wait, I want to show you this one. I had it on one of my ends of one of my videos, but hold on a second. I want to do something. It's edit audio. I love him in this one. Look. How cute. That's my Zekester. I just cut it out in the picture so it's just him in his hoodie. It's a zavgirl hoodie. He is so freaking cute. I wish he wasn't sleeping right now. I just want to cuddle with him, but he's already he's sleeping. Not with me right now. Oh, I can't wait to see him in the morning. Listen to me. I'm silly. All right, guys. I am out. See you tomorrow. Thank you, guys. Thanks to mods. You guys rock. I know Tennessee Girl, you've been, I don't know if you're still here, but you were a trooper, so I don't blame you if you had to go to sleep, but you were in it for most of oh yeah, you are still here. Thank you so much. What other mod is still here? I don't know. I can't. Is there any other ones? Because I'm on the Aussie Flag. Oh, Aussie Flag, you're still here. Wow. Or wait, no. I was backed up. Hold on a second. I don't know. But thanks, mods. You guys are awesome. It might just be, I think Tennessee, I think you're the only one left, really. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody. Thank you. Bye-bye.